Steel pretty notorious to be a Sentinel player since he's been playing in Valorant, now playing the smokes role and is in growing in comfortability. And to go back to that point that you made, Bach, about the Steel kind of being the older gentleman, the distinguished player who can take these younger players. I think we're missing that a little bit.
Do we not
I've been
get their
really impressed
player picture?
by Steel alone, but by the core three
Sag?
of the support players in Genghsta and Zip and Exalt. I think their consistency across the board. My one question mark is where Clear is at. I think he's still working through kind of an identity thing as to how he can play with this team. But what I love about if Steel can't get Clear there, Steel is okay to do it himself, right? And have weeks like week 2 where if they can't quite get to
my going live posts, I've been fucking
then the rest of the team can kind of play around Clear and make sure it works.
From the word go. Hold on.
After that 2-0 victory, which is a 13-5, 13-2, I mean, that was a stomping against the team that almost beat TSM, the team that just beat the Guard, right? Transitive property, all that stuff. It just 3 weeks later, after Steel says we're performing how we should, my question today is, are they still performing that way?
Yeah, it's a good question to have. And I mean, I think that there are a lot of things going for this Disguise team. I mean, obviously, Steel, you know, as he settles more and more in as an IGL,
little man some drink before we start
more and more built, he can give a little bit more responsibility for players to make decisions on their own, which will kind of free him up to be a stronger fragger as well, still leading the ship. But I think the other big thing for me is just like how well some of the other guys on this team have performed. Like, Exalt in particular has looked fantastic in his role.
Just so we're good.
You know, Genghsta and Ziff are doing a great job, and you make a good point about Clear.
Been running, trying to get that Yay video
done. A little
done.
bit of a break because he largely came from obscurity. I mean, this guy was like cycling.
By the way, if y'all are watching this back on the VOD, make sure y'all check out the
but he was doing it at very low level
Gets Wet video
with obscure teams you've probably never even heard of and tournaments you've probably never even heard of. So this is a huge step up for him. And I definitely, from watching the film, have seen just like little situations where maybe he overcommits to a fight, or just those like little minor errors that you're going to make as you go through the growing pains of becoming a top level player. And so I think over time,
what do you think, Chad? Should we try to sit down with Data next weekend or next week?
Learn the do's and don'ts and when to risk it, when to be more conservative, and I think that'll just kind of play out over time.
Dust, you talk about players playing up a level as well, playing into maybe unfamiliar territory. I think that's fair to say about OR Esports. This is a team that came into this one from the open qualifiers, but a lot of the players on this team don't have significant high-level experience.
And they started off against the Guard and M80.
Played with the old
kind of sucks.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean,
Fury, but like really,
do with that what you will. But
the team was playing. They weren't playing particularly.
You gotta call it what it is.
They were not making it into VCT.
Right, exactly.
They were kind of struggling, so it's not like they got the same level of experience as even some of their teammates on that team had. So this has been an uphill battle from them even coming into this before the matches even started. But then they also had the difficulty of a brutal schedule. They started their season out with the two most difficult opponents. They play M80 and the Guard in their first 2 matches. Now, Dust, they at least can face off against teams that maybe they would feel a little bit more comfortable with.
Yeah, it's a tough one for me, man, because even in qualifiers, they lost to Turtle Troop, so it's not like, you know, they haven't had their chances against some of the weaker teams at times. But, I mean, you're absolutely right. You know, this team, you know, has a couple of players who had some experience playing with Zero Marksman Black and Andbox and New York Fury and like some of the Knights and NSG tournaments, but as you noted, they never made it to Challengers. They weren't able to qualify. Then all the rest of these guys are basically from academy teams, right? Yeah. I mean, Pure even spent some time as an assistant coach for Misfits Black, you know, not even as a player full time. So it is a situation where, you know, they are a roster full of people kind of like Clear that just don't necessarily have
but if
that
they
same
get into the
VCT experience that some of these guys on
like
Disguise
even the
have.
invitational,
as you've
they're
noted,
rolling, they should be all right.
They've had a whole lot of, you know, easy chances at this season, right? They did start with like strength of schedule right at the top. And so maybe now they can free up a little bit with the experience they've gained and do a little better.
But to that point, for OR Esports needing a bit more time, maybe a bit more experience, they are unfortunately coming off of a LAN where they just traveled together, got to play together as 5. Obviously, these players have done that. I look at Nilly more specifically, who has kind of tasted that. These players, I think a handful of them live with each other as well. So, you know, an extra couple of weeks and a schedule ahead of them where this is it, right? You're 0-2, your round differential, it really sucks. It's kind of like that meme where, you know, the world is against us, but we still have each other. I don't actually know the words to that meme. And then it kicks into, you know, like the Call of Duty breakout. I'll get you guys a link for it afterwards. Basically, what I'm saying is the world is coming crushing down on OR Esports, and they just need to step out of the way and just play the game, right? At this point, at 0-2, you just got to go hard.
Is that the video of the girl talking?
The girl on the couch and she's screaming.
The one they used for the dust frisbee golf?
Oh,
yes,
my God.
I think so.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So you do know what I'm talking about.
If you could find that video by any chance, we would love to run it on air. No, we can't, unfortunately, DMCA. But
I will DMCA you for using my likeness without my permission, 100%.
I'll give you $20 right now on Venmo.
Show the video. Roll the footage. Roll the footage. I need $20.
All right, take the tape. Okay, so we're talking about the extra time, right? This is something we've seen all week, is teams actually coming in a little bit more prepared, and a large part of that is because week 2 to week 3 was a 17-day gap from the start of week 3 to the end of week 2. So as a result, both of these teams have a lot to prepare for. I feel like OR, in that sense, maybe has a little bit of a minor advantage just because I feel like teams are coming in underestimating them. And you're going to see that manifest itself potentially in the map picks and bans, because one of the things we've seen from teams coming into this week is maybe
we've had both both of the new maps,
these maps
so far.
Maybe people don't typically play because we didn't talk about it today, but we did on
OR Esports take a split.
Interesting. This week. The map pool changed this week, and now we see Lotus and Split in play, and there's the pick coming in from OR Esports. So we will start the series on Split before we head to Haven, and we will close things out on Pearl. Dust, does that change your opinion on anything, or do you feel like this is still a series that favors Disguise?
Oh, 100% favors Disguise. I mean, Disguise get their pocket pick out of this in Haven, which has by far been their best map besides maybe Ascent, just because they played Ascent more. I'd probably give them that. And they get Pearl, which is another map they're undefeated on. They have 4 wins on it. So, I mean, like, when you're looking at this map pool, Disguise are licking their chops. Now, Split, bit of a wild card, right? Because we haven't seen either team play this map. We haven't really seen any teams play this map yet since it's reworked.
Maybe,
but
to be fair,
honestly,
maybe they were grinding it.
The rework has definitely done a lot to change, just like making things a little bit easier for the attacking side to peek certain angles, particularly on the right side of the map. I don't think it's so drastic that people just forgot how to play Split. You know what I'm saying? So these experienced guys that are over on Disguise are going to understand how to play this map. I'm sure when they picked it up in practice, while there was a couple like little quirky things here and there that might be slightly different, I don't think it's going to be a complete overhaul to like the way it gets played.
I agree to that point. I think the one thing that also kind of stands in the way of OR Esports in maps 2 and 3 is if you've got a team with an old head on it, right? Somebody who's got experience in tactical shooters, especially the one that
I'm curious to see how many people think I'm being serious with my moist
counter-stratting is huge for
Although
them.
I do think it would work.
Haven and Pearl, I think Pearl kind of got left towards the end to be the decider and gets picked by being the decider by Disguised, which just tells me that Steel has got Pearl, if it gets to map 3, so counter-stratted against OR Esports, there's just nothing they can do.
Important note, though. The map win in their series against M80 was on what map, Tanner?
It was on Pearl, but then they got the brakes beat off of them by the guard on Pearl, right? So it's like, how...
I mean, it's the guard, though.
Oh, how good are OR Esports on Pearl when they are playing against a team who is going to come into the map very, very
That's a good point.
Well, I'm told that we're almost ready to jump into the series, but before we do, there's players on these teams that maybe you haven't heard. That's
a very good point, actually.
We had a chance to sit down and talk to them about the matchup. Let's take a look.
All right, chat. I need to go get little man. I gotta go get little man some milk. Come back.
I would say out of our upcoming matches, the team I'm looking forward to more than the others is probably Disguised, just because I think Disguised is probably going to end top 4 in our group, and they're like a pretty solid team, but I think that we're going to be able to beat them.
With OR taking a map off M80, it does not change anything. We go into every matchup, we have our game plan, we have what we want to do, we're going to play to our game. And, you know, obviously we're going to watch their VODs, we're going to study them, and if they have something that we think we can abuse, we will abuse it. So we are confident.
Yeah, it's been crazy learning from the matches, especially against high-level teams like M80 and Guard, just because, you know, obviously we're a lot more inexperienced, and there's a lot to take away from our losses against teams like that. Yeah, I don't know, we just have a really good coach like helping us like understand what the enemy team is doing and how they're able to be so successful. So yeah, it's been really good learning from teams like that, and I think just with given time, we'll be able to get to that level like pretty soon.
We're advancing super quick. Like every practice is we're always benefiting from. There's not like, it's so few that we're having a practice where it's just wasted time. Every practice we're improving and improving really fast.
In our group with the other teams, I feel like beating OR is necessary if we want to make the face-off event, but I don't think that beating OR will kind of, other teams are they're not gonna look at us and be like, okay, these guys are good. I think we need to beat M80, we need to beat TSM in order for these other teams to go, okay, these guys are good. Anything to look out for when we play OR? I think watching OR play last time against M80, I think Zeldris had a really good, CT side on Pearl. And I think that, you know, we have to be very careful in just like peeking things one-on-one. We have to make sure that we're able to trade, so that way we don't give him room to get like 3Ks and stuff. I think that's about it. I feel like being able to just keep Zeldris in a box and not letting him feel comfortable, I think we'll have a pretty easy time if we're able to do that.
Zeldris, he's insane. He'll have games where he just easily drops like 30 kills in the series, like 30 kills in one map, and they just stomp over you.
Player on DSG, I would say to look out for, based on their previous match, was against, who was it? Mad Lions. I would personally say is Genghsta. I think Genghsta is actually really good when he's like dialed in and he's like on that day. And it showed in the last match, like Genghsta was fragging hard, his utility was really good. He was supporting his duelists and stuff, so I think Genghsta is like a dangerous player for sure.
I think someone from DSG that we have to look out for would probably be Exalt. His energy is very strong, and I know for a fact from playing with him before that he brings like good vibes to the team, but at the same time, he can change his mental. I think that's one thing that we could probably use to our advantage, so we'll have to see.
To DSG, hey, come prepared because we're practicing hard and we hope to give you guys a good match.
I just hope they're prepping heavy for us and they're valuing us. They better not use the next 3 weeks as like wasteful time.
Message to OR Esports. I got some friends on that team, so a little banter goes a long way, but you guys are gonna get rolled.
Even though we had to qualify through LCQ, I think our firepower is just insane, and any given day we could just destroy any of these teams, so we're definitely not someone you guys should be sleeping on.
Welcome back, Valorant fans. A short intermission to get all the players readied up for you guys, and we set our eyes out towards Split, where our Dust.
What's up?
What? It's Genghsta? Tell me, say it ain't so. Say it ain't so, Dust.
I mean, who knows, right? None of these teams have actually played this map in an official yet, so we don't really know. Interesting to see Clear go for the Chamber, and yeah, Genghsta is indeed going to go ahead and pick out the Harbor. So a very different look at a double controller setup for this map. I definitely have seen other teams run double controller, but not one of them being Harbor. That is definitely going to be a little bit interesting, seeing Genghsta go for that while Steel goes for the Viper. Obviously, this is that map where you don't see Sova at all. I'm surprised not to see a Breach come out. I think Breach is still very powerful in this map, but obviously Sky could still fill that really well. And then obviously Raze has always been a mainstay. And we see OR deciding that they want to go for the double duelist, which, you know, the flash and dash of Raze and Jet has been popular on this map in the past, so it's not like crazy out of this world to see that picked. But again, I would have liked to see them maybe get a little bit more initiation.
You're also lacking a Sentinel, right, with that double duelist. Zeldris coming into the tournament was the best Raze player, so to not have Zeldris on that Raze, there's a lot of question marks for me for this OR Esports attack, but fortunately they do get to start on the attack here, and they're stacked up 5 strong out towards A, and they're about to be met by a couple Ziff. Oh, Up on his front foot, and there it is. Zip to find the first. And speaking of Zeldris, we say goodbye early in this one, Dust.
Indeed we do, and they're not, wasting any time still trying to pursue this fight. Paint shells come in, but largely satchel past. Jonah 6. Genghsta, though, still able to pick him up.
And good utility already, right? Coming out from the harbor. We already see the wall go up. The cascade blocks off everything.
Turn that down just a
okay,
smidge,
we were
champ.
wrapping our heads around the composition.
Right.
How about it? Disguise.
Looks like we're probably good there, right?
Flawless there. And taking almost no damage.
Yeah.
Nice
really
first
well
round for Disguise.
Point out, just to talk about composition again really quick. With Jonah 6, it's definitely weird to see him playing Race. Like, this guy is normally a flex between a KO, a Breach, or a Sky. He was formerly a Sova player in the day, and so to see him plot a Raze is definitely really interesting. So just kind of wanted to throw that little note out there. But yeah, that was just one of those situations where OR decided to send it fully on A, and Disguise were totally ready for it and tore it to pieces.
And with that, they say we hit A once. Let's go ahead and try our hands over towards this B site. Let's see a bit of that chamber utility.
I see a ball of life, my idea of moisty squirt.
Lots of spam, heaps of it, actually, as they push through the poison cloud. They're low in HP.
4 of them got tagged up pretty hard there. Or 3.
Yeah, but this right here, although obviously not a round win by any means, they get the spike planted, so some extra credits to their name. And they're 3 stacked up out towards loft. Oh, okay. All right. All right.
Okay. So they got that spike down, you're right. We'll give them that.
Well, that was pretty quick, though.
Nothing else. Another flawless coming in here for Disguised.
It'd be like that sometimes,
Really, really well done.
We're going to have another night of...
Tactical timeout for the caster's sake, please. I'm trying to catch my breath, and OR are... I don't mean this in the way that it's usually said, but they're running it down, okay? Slow down a little bit. Let's see something a little different. At least let us wrap our heads around what this attack is looking to do. Is they lean out towards B once more, Dust, and hopefully with rifles it is a little bit slower.
Yeah, it looked like they want to try to
focus. There are other games going to be M80 over
some Viper utilities
Mad Lions. Both these are about to be
great
like
fucking
runs if DSG does this.
Playing that double controllers, having that ability. But you can see what they're using that cascade for. They're using it to get aggressive defensively and put themselves in forward positions. And Clear goes in a really awkward corner that could certainly catch people off guard, and then he gets the hell out of there with the teleport afterwards.
Yeah, a rendezvous to safety after finding the first blood on the round, showing us that maybe Chamber's not completely dead, especially here on Split. Meanwhile, mid-control still the name of the game, but they're just spamming through it. Steal right back to it with the Ares. And he'll find the kill
Ares
on
over Vandal?
Just cannot get the wind in his sails.
And Clear able to find another one there with the Headhunter. It took a couple of rounds to do it, but the job is still done, and we might even see another flawless victory from Disguise unless Jonah and Lear can make something happen. They're trying to come up B, have an alarm bot's going to be there, detects it, Clear can swing with it, but does get caught. Nice flash, though, for Genghsta to re-peek the angle. Gets the trade, leaving Lear alone.
Yeah, beautiful flash in that one, and as you said, Lear left all on his lonesome. Full utility, unfortunately, not really in a position.
Stuck kind of by, like, in between a rock and a hard place here.
If he chooses to push out towards B, left. None of them will be solo. So, Steel is just trudging around with the Ares in hand. 2 players up inside heaven. Lear gonna look to pop flash through. Gets them both blinded. Unfortunately, catches himself just a bit. And not a flawless, but nearly that for Disguise as they put a 3rd on the board.
Yeah, they are crushing it right now. There is no doubt about it.
Tough week, man.
Very hot start from them. Interesting to see how they're using that cascade to just kind of use it as almost a shield to walk behind, to take, some forward angles to slow down attacks, maybe take some of those burst strats that a Jet and a Raze would want to do in tandem together and kind of make it a little bit harder for them to do so in the early round because you got to worry about that cascade slowing you down. And it looks like they're going to go for that same cascade setup again at B lobby to try to set up there. Maybe try to get themselves another opening pick. It's such a crazy combo to just deny B lobby control.
And it's a hefty timer on that wall as well, and not short by any means. Zeldris, unfortunately, again, lifespan short here in round number 4. Not expecting the most out of OR Esports, but definitely expecting anything. They've got 1 kill thus far.
Yeah, a little bit of A-Ramps pressure thanks to Nilly, but Ziff is going to be able to snuff it out there with the paint shells. A good flash comes in as well. Lear gets tagged, and Ziff will finish it off. And, I mean, Disguise is just looking like just not really effort being required for them to get these rounds under their belts.
Oh, I mean, Ziff just different. Yeah. Ziff diff.
Just seems
Ziff diff.
So, okay,
wow.
Let's look at that round specifically, though, right? The play that happened out towards Rams. 3 out of 4, by the way. 75% flawless, investor flawless percentage on this game for Disguise, but Nilly walks his way up towards ramps, gets placed behind the box, kind of gets pushed out by the paint shells. Slow down, my brother, right? Play
yeah, he's kind of, yeah, Tanner's got a point, though. Like, chill.
Let it breathe.
Slow roll
These guys are taking the space so fast without the utility behind it, right? Obviously, if you don't get spotted, you don't get paint shells.
Bro, there's been 4 rounds keeping the pedal to the metal. OR has 1 total frag to their name in 4 rounds. That's ridiculous. I mean, I don't know that I've seen that dominant of a start where legit this guy's only died 1 time, 1 player, 1 time, 4 rounds. Wild stuff. Might have been a little bit more there if Clear didn't have that rendezvous, but he does get out of there, no problem. Let's take content with this mid control, but it's going to largely fall back into sewers and set up for the A set piece, it seems. But I mean, this guy's going to be able to pretty quickly rotate here. They have a couple players already.
I mean, they have all sorts of space, rotation, like right up in here if they want to.
I think it was Exalt in that content piece that we saw between the 2 teams that mentioned Zeldris is the player that, you know, that this
they probably should have moved before that wall came in.
But he's been shut down in just about every single one of these rounds, narrowly dying first.
Oh, that's the Harbor one though.
As well, but he does get healed up. The A hit now looks similar to what we saw previously. Snake bites are down. Nebula smokes are out in the site.
They're pinching down though. You got Raze on the backside there too.
With no casualties.
Yeah, no one has fallen for either team as we are seeing Disguise try to set up for the retake at this point. Ziff trying to use the showstopper after getting the frag on Zeldris, but gets stuffed. Does at least clear underneath Heaven, so limits one of the angles they have to worry about as they approach the site.
And a blast pack to try and help him out. Unfortunately, the long angle wasn't quite being held until it was, as Genghsta trades back the kill, but it's not enough just yet as Genghsta falls. It's all
See, I think that would be the one reason why I want to try to set up the actual pad instead of that.
Doesn't have but a bit of time as Lear and Nilly will look to play the clock as that spike continues to tick. The first one decapitated. Probably gonna have to stick this one here. Nilly gonna look to get aggressive. Spike goes halfway, and unfortunately he'll hop off to try and
OR
find
gets
the
it first.
but finally OR are on the board.
Yeah, really good use of the Astra utility to block the main points of contact and get them into the site. Was certainly helpful. They were able to have a pretty quick trade. You know, they limited Ziff's impact. He gets the frag, he gets a showstopper out, but doesn't really get anything with it. And then it's just kind of a series of exchanges, but eventually OR able to get out on top.
Yeah, it's the only thing I see so far with the Epic Pen. Does look cool though.
Ultimately, nearly able to finish it off there. So yeah, round finally on the board. Finally also getting rid of that frag drought, so to speak.
I need to plug in the other one and see if I can get it.
Same setup, util toss to the other way though. Good information garnered by Jonah via the boom bot. Genghsta, however, just tosses out another cascade. That'll slow things down for just a second. Allow for a cross out towards the billboard should he want it.
I think it's just more of an annoyance factor. He's basically forcing OR to have to spend more utility than they want to just to get into B lobby. Utility you'd like to have once you already have possession of it to help you get into the site. So it's just really a nice thought out thing by Disguise to just earn more of OR utility more often early round.
Oh man, and Zell just to do it again, the first one to fall.
Oh, he's not looking the right way?
Takes the shot, lands it, teleports to safety. Unfortunately, the showstopper puts Jonah in a bad spot. The steal will find another.
Nice little swing to the Nebula.
VNS and Lear now to try and pick up the pieces here in the 2v4. As they play on the other side of the high tide. The first one down, the next one just about to follow. But VNS will trade it out. We'll look to do some damage control. Unfortunately, not ready for Genghsta on the site. And it sounded like a team ace comes through, so everybody gets a piece of the pie. And Disguise, excuse me, quickly stop that run that OR are trying to put together.
Yeah, short-lived success is definitely going to be the name of that one. Just very early pick there from Clear. Showstopper response from Jonah, but it misses the mark. And
I expect both of these games are pretty well
course of that round.
Going to go the way we expect,
you can
champ.
Just see the utter dominance that's taken place here. You have a combined
Zeldris is 0-6.
OR Esports. Ziff has that covered by himself, +1.
That hurts.
Just really shown how one-sided these rounds have been through the
Ziff truly diff.
And remember, this was OR Esports' pick So clearly they had some type of game plan. Clearly they had some type of idea of how they wanted to approach this map. But Disguised has ultimately dismantled them. And I think a lot of it has come down to, I think Genghsta has used his cascades really well to deny early map control. On Pistol was used to kind of stuff any type of A push, which they ultimately converted on. And then he's also really consistently used it to make B lobby a lot harder to get than.
Chat, have you guys seen this stuff about this?
From attacking teams, be able to get that space pretty quickly.
Olympic Esports.
So I think that constant annoyance factor as well as
the
the
Olympic
fact that
Esports
clear,
shit.
you know, while
I'm
Chamber
fucking
has the
crying.
nerf, you still get that initial pick, right? You still get that initial rendezvous. So maybe he's been softened up in other areas, but he still has that opening pick power. And Clear's really put that to use multiple times.
And the stall on the
Cosmic
other side,
Divide
right,
available
is
for
the
OR.
Harbor. We're not seeing these players necessarily
Right now in
next to
Disguise,
each
you
other
got
so that util can be set up. Harbor will stall things out towards B, really slow down
Viper's Pit.
this attacking OR Esports that's supposed to be.
What's Harbor's ult
explosive.
called?
Unfortunately, they've run out of gunpowder. It's clear. Steps up to a close angle once more. Tries to get a catch. Ooh, flash will blind him up. Unfortunately, that shot won't land. Couldn't find the timing on it, but he'll TP to safety.
Yeah, now up into heaven. Rant's being pushed, but Exalt is here with the Phantom, ready for it. Trailblazer's going to come through. Flash out. Zeldris, though, still able to get the Blade Storm to land before the flash, but Ziff able to respond to pain shells for the early trade. There's been a lot of damage dealt as well. So OR Esports with low fire.
They got a lot of damage out.
Players are very softened up.
Pure's got 5 HP.
It's unfortunate, right when they
Clear
have
with
something
45.
going their way, it gets stolen right back with Jonah falling to those paint shells. Meanwhile, Nilly's got himself crept up all the way out towards the spawn, takes the head off of Steel, and will back away to look to play towards this B site, but it's not the safest as you push your way through. Again, the weaponry not the best.
Nice.
The spray down comes through, and Genghsta does it again. 2 kills to his name is clear.
Genghsta did what she
Tries
needed
to
to
pick
do.
up the scraps left on the site. It's Nilly inside the pit. It's the spam onto the spike, but it doesn't land. And for now, time is on the side of OR Esports.
Oh, Zeldris, though, comes out of the safety net of the pit, gets picked off, now putting Nilly in a very tough 1 versus 2 situation. Yeah, he's got Viper's Pit, but he's so low on HP. And yeah, Ziff spots him out immediately. I would have liked in a 2-on-2 situation like that, I would have liked to see them play a little bit more together inside the pit rather than trying to take the fight at heaven with the Blade Storm. I mean, you're a step behind. I feel like trying to play the trades would have probably been a better idea there for OR Esports.
Getting some weapons, making sure they're good to go. 6 already, 6 of 7 run, or 6 of 7 rounds.
You still have to hit that sheriff shot. You know, the shorty is good because of the decay. Anything that you could spam.
Chad, don't forget also tomorrow we'll be over here starting at noon, like a little before noon.
Took a shot. If we take a peek back, the replay. Yeah, it was actually the shot to hide his drop.
That is hilarious.
Hit the Viper
that
and won the
actually
round.
is pretty wild, yeah.
That's crazy. He was literally trying to shoot just to cover up his sound.
6-1 now for Disguise. They are rolling in credits right now, and they have 3 ults to their name this round. OR back into a full buy. They do have the Cosmic Divide available there, but outside of that, it's kind of do or die time for them, I feel like. Like, they need this round. Otherwise, they're right back to potentially saving, and that's where the league gets just probably too strong from Disguise.
Still gonna get spotted out though. Know that Viper's playing inside the vents there. At the start of the round, we saw an interesting high tide. We can touch on that here in a second because it looks like Clear might be first to contact. Are they expecting the operator here? Poison Cloud out.
Chat, why do we think we're
a bit too much? No, spots heaps of enemies, and he'll teleport safety, not before taking one with him.
Yeah, Cosmic Divide goes down.
Why do we think there's so many sweeps and challengers? I mean, I guess there's been a lot in VCT though too.
It's planted. Now the Seekers are coming out. They're landing their stuns. Now the ult of Genghsta also going to start wreaking some havoc.
Is it called the Fault?
The information, unfortunately, did not
I don't know what the Harbor is
come through, right? Because of that ultimate, they couldn't necessarily spot everything. The Cosmic Divide going to make it a little bit harder, but it did scramble the site for just a second. But OR Esports, they're still on it. 2 players inside main, 2 players backside playing the high-low. Zeldris to find the first. Unfortunately, Jonah going to get spammed through the wall and taken down. Now it's all up to the players inside main, and a rocket is sent their way as Nilly survives for a moment longer. But a moment is all it was as the Cove goes down, the spike gets diffused, and Disguise do it again.
Yeah, you can tell the Skies definitely have a game plan on how they want to retake these sites based off that harbor utility of Genghsta and just how they time things off of that. Again, Clear has been getting so many opening picks with the operator and being able to get the safety to give those instant 5-on-4s. This time around, it was turned around quickly by OR Esports, and it got a little bit dicey there for a moment, but then you see them clear the back site, code the protected diffuser, Showstopper to, you know, really scramble the B lobby players from being able to watch the spike the way that they want to. And I mean, Disguise are just, they're just surgical this map, man.
They're rolling so far, though. I mean,
so look at this harbor wall, the high tide out towards A. Look how deep that's being thrown by Genghsta. I thought there was something there in the round previous one. I'm gonna hold that thought again because we jump on board with Clear and he's already finding himself maybe another kill. No, Genghsta trying to sneak away. The Cove was not fast enough, and OR Esports, they keep the pace pushing forward, and this time they capitalize.
I like the reaction from Ziff, though. He knows what's happening.
Chat,
here,
is the volumes
double up
all right? Like, is it not too
low? Set up potentially some type of flank. So at least having some type of reactions to get some intel, but it's going to be an A pinch right now. Spike going down in the corner. That's a big frag, though, because now they know that they can just focus on Heaven inside itself.
Yeah, big kill there, and the timing just very unfortunate there. Is Steel also going to fall to some unfortunate timing. Lear now down to 14 HP. Won't be able to heal himself up, but still a player the lead, our OR Esports, and there's always going to be that paranoia as to where that Sky is playing back out towards mid. Meanwhile, here on the site, the Skies need to start picking up the pace. Clear going to try and clear things out with just the Headhunter alone, as Lear will finally get some value on the lurk. The Skies are just starting to get cut down and forcing Exalt to now back away. He'll look for some exits. He'll be afforded one, but I believe a thrifty round to go the way of OR Esports.
Yeah, absolutely. It really just came down to not allowing Clear to get off really an opening shot. He was forced to rendezvous very early there without really being able to get a look, and then they also just ran down Genghsta inside.
I do think I want
them a quick 5 versus 4. It gives them a lot of control over towards the A side of the map. It kind of forced the Skies to kind of push through into attacking spawn. While they did get that frag, they never were able to deal with the fact that the vent was being controlled by Lear. When Lear gets that kill on the steal, it really makes it difficult for Disguise to start setting up for the retake the way they want to. But the question now becomes, can you consistently find success, right? Like, you found your little round here or there, but that's not enough. Like, they need to be able to
get some momentum at something.
Rounds.
They don't have anything going for them.
They just do not care, right? Changes to Chamber or not, Clear pushing aggressively, still having that rendezvous to play with. Meanwhile, we go Viper for Viper on the opposite side of the wall was Nilly, and Steel gets punished for the aggression. See if Disguise can find an answer to equalize here out towards mid. No, it looks like OR Esports.
So Disguise gave numbers away.
No, mid is going to be forfeited for OR. They look like they want to go ahead and just gather up at A, maybe leverage the advantage they feel that they have now that Steel's off the board. There has been a rotation, though, from Ziff and Clear. So they are going to be here to defend that A site. But it's all going to come down to timing, really. Especially if there's a situation where Jonah feels like he can throw a bit of a fake on B and keep people's attention. It could make things tough. Secrets are going to help that along as well for OR.
As if noted, top the ramps here. One more going deep into the screens and one out towards mid. Exal's still flirting with the idea of somebody on this side of the map, and he's correct, but unfortunately a player down, you just can't afford to make that play or waste that time for much longer. So now Spike planted here for OR. Clear hoping somebody pushes aggressively. Now let's take a close range battle. Tour de force in hand. We'll find the first. It's Zell just to fall. TP to safety. The wall goes up. And now the site is for the taking here for Disguise. Genghsta gets one on the back lines. Lear up close and personal. Finds 2 to his name. And the spray down. It just goes wide. Couldn't close it out. Was Exalt, and OR do it again for a third.
Yeah, I mean, the big difference here these past couple rounds is OR have been the ones to be able to find the opening kill and limit the impact of Disguised aggression, which they've been doing time and time again, whether that be on the periphery of the map or through middle.
Disguise time out here.
OR Esports kind of able to handle that pressure a little bit better, and now they're starting to come out on top.
They just season that last round. I mean, they should be playing fine, right?
5-on-4, and then kind of just gather.
I guess probably not after this round. They
use the fact that they have numbers advantage to just trade their way into a win. And so Disguise taking a bit of a timeout here to maybe discuss, you know, what they want to change. I mean, again, they've been aggressive somewhere every single time, usually off the back of the cascades of Genghsta. I wonder if maybe they try to take a little bit of something more passive. The thing is, though, is that when you have Genghsta throwing those cascades and you have Clear with basically a get-out-of-jail-free card for aggressive opening peaks, you probably don't want to stray away from that. I mean, you've had so much success off of it. Yeah, you've lost a couple here and there, but that last round was kind of down more to a 50-50 on a toxic screen drop. Who was going to spot who first between Steel and Nilly? You know what I mean? So
I wonder
how it's hard to
fault some of the top university teams to do against these teams.
Man, we really need to make drastic changes here.
Like Northwood.
I think just something a little bit just subtly different could be enough to get this guys back on track. And OR still has some work to do here, but at least they're punching in a couple of rounds to make it competitive.
Yeah, and at this point, right, it seems OR is ready on every single front for that early aggression, like you said. So in that timeout, disguising and maybe, hey, let's let them come to us, because although we showed aggression in the pistol, these guys will dive, right? These guys want to try and take the site fast, and let's try and lull them into our trap. Meanwhile, same cascade out towards B main, and same aggression, right? 3 players right here at the doorstep. Up goes Zeldris. Down comes Zeldris, but not in the way of death. He survives for now, but
oh my God.
Lear, Jonah, and Pure to take a bit of damage
All right.
at the start of this round, and nothing's even happened. They're still in their spawn.
Dude, so much utility just got exchanged right here at B lobby as both were trying to battle for an edge, both trying to see if they could get one on the other side. But between the Trailblazers,
I say you gotta be worried about somebody pushing on that backside, though, right?
Just being a bit of a stalemate, but a lot of damage was dealt to Lear, and he can't heal himself. So definitely a small victory for Disguised in that way, where they slow down this B attack a bit and they get some free damage off. But now the real push begins.
Yeah, good. Playing counter flash there with Zip. He drops down. He's able to take
Zip
a couple
just
with
dip,
him. Still
I
has
swear.
the paint shells available, and Lear. Well, Lear got Phantom Moment at the start of this round, and he was only walking around with 10 HP, and it's not enough to win the 1v3, 1v4 for the site. And
they probably just wanted to slow him down. Didn't
Left
want
all
him
on his lonesome. The Viper unfortunately gets Phantom Moment himself, down to 10 HP, not before finding the first in Exalt. But just an impossible round to win here.
Yeah, really well held there by Disguise. I mean, just great use of counter utility to just keep stuffing OR Esports, not allow them to get a pick, not allow them to get into the site, and you kind of just back off. Ziff plays that new angle on this map that is a little bit easier to clear, but not when he's also getting support from the backside of the site with that rotation from Steel. It kind of threw Jonah off, kind of forcing him to have to handle too many targets at once, and it gives Ziff the chance to double up. And so Disguise right back to winning ways. They've been able to full buy.
All right, last round and a half here,
and that won't change here in the final round of it.
And neither will the start to this round, but Zeldris on the other side just pushes right through it, says, guys, let's take the fight right to him. And well, the fight's been won thus far. Last back onto the side of the Knives, unfortunately gonna go wide. Jonah gets met before sending the rocket, but finds a trade. Genghsta on the opposite side of his wall. He's Mr. Multi-kill again for Disguise as the numbers find themselves even here in the B site fight. It goes the way of OR Esports for now. Zeldris gonna look to get that spike planted, but he's completely isolated on this site by himself.
Man.
He needs help from Nilly. He's still working his way through heaven to be met by Clear, and now it's all up to Zeldris.
You
Young
really
gun
needed
here,
Nilly
the
to be able
firepower
to
for
see Clear up there.
Esports with the Knives just about expended. 8 rounds left, and the Vandal finds the first. The second just around the corner, but a reload with 2 blades, full magazine, and a 1v1. No, Exalt is running him down inside main, and it looks like he's ready for it. No, he's not. Sleeps on the angle. Exalt will take the round.
I like the aggressive play there by Exalt.
The spike was not really planted. It was eventually going to force the hand of Zeldris to come forward, but Exalt didn't want to have to deal with the back and forth, the fake defuse, getting it down to half, all that jazz. He decides to take the kind of...
Sometimes that's a better way to do it, though, right? You just
definitely catches Zeldris off guard.
Push the pace.
Such a big half from
You win or don't.
I mean, yeah, we had a couple of rounds here and there.
Sometimes catching them off guard is a better play.
It really did feel like it was off the back of who could get the opening pick. I just feel that between Genghsta's utility, it clears opening sniper shots. The Skies were just more often able to find that first blood. And when they found it, they never really let OR back into any of those rounds.
And Genghsta's really been having himself a game. If he gets one, he's good for 2. You see right there at the top of the scoreboard, just behind Ziff, who is usually on the front foot at the start of these rounds. It's the mid round where Genghsta, or the retake where Genghsta was finding the impact on these frags. And now we get to see Harbor split here on attack, and we'll see how things change up. It looks like not a whole lot, right? Still a Cascade to fight for B main.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's what the Cascade's really kind of used for, is just to kind of give you a little bit of cover to help you get into areas of the map. So it definitely has kind of a multi-use in that way. But I mean, this guy's wasting no time.
So I know they got a couple people up in top
of the harbor to just cross into sight safely, get the paint shells, though, will disrupt that spike plant.
High Tide does
two of
have
them
a
up in
lengthy
heaven?
timer on it, though. Will be coming down soon as it starts to side. Steel to take the first fight, but Genghsta to find that kill instead. Meanwhile, OR Esports all dropping down for heaven, and they're starting to find the frags. First with the frenzy goes the way of Lear. Jonah 6 going to scoop one up of his own. Now there's a cove to play through as the blast pack goes in. Nilly works his way onto the site, and all three are here. Two of them now left back site.
That's a really good paint shells.
At their feet. There's no escaping the death. It's all OR Esports here in the retake. It's all Jonah 6.
That was a good paint shield by Jonah there.
Yeah, I mean, that paint shells was as clutch as it gets. There's just no way for Disguise to get away from that in the backside of the site.
All right, so you start off with the pistols.
World of difference. It was
and this is your map here for OR.
Affair.
Maybe they were just expecting a heavy.
Site, but once that
what do we expect? What did we say before? 8-4 is kind of usual for split, right?
Hope at all left.
One enemy.
So maybe they just come out here and just absolutely super slay.
He'll get the defuse and win the round. Desperately needed one as well. I mean, if you let Disguise win pistol and go up to, you know, let's say 10-3, 11-3, would likely have been the pattern based on the economy. This game could have been over very quickly, but instead OR Esports are going to be able to get that early economic edge to try to close the gap on the scoreboard.
Yeah, and I will say to the composition of OR Esports, after looking at it a bit more and kind of where my thoughts were going for this next round, it's relatively balanced. Sure, you're minus Sentinel, so you do have to really be on flank watch. You have to make sure every nook and cranny is being checked, but you have your double duelist for your strong attacking side, and now you have your Astra Viper for your strong defensive side. So a really well-rounded comp that leads me to believe that this defense could still be a potent one for them. And this guys play this one slow, buy out the paint shells, trade that one for the Trailblazer, and look to head back towards B main.
Yeah, B does seem to be the intended target for Disguise, obviously with very little resources to work with. They're just going to try to gather up and punch through, but Jonah has a high-low peek here with his teammate. The Sky Flash, though, allows
I thought he was going to get this.
Oh,
he got the third!
Not getting any of the frags. Instead, it's going all the way to OR Esports. A bit expected, I suppose, with the superior firepower.
My screen cut out in the middle of that. I'm going to be so mad if it
Still
did.
look good. Pure still making it look good with just the Spectre.
Sure
snappy to the head. Steel gonna find a dink onto one, but yeah, just this classic. Wants to hang on to the util. No spike. Really just needs to die in this round. And it'd be nice to do it. The trade-off, right? You do it. You just give it to a player here, right? Give it to somebody.
Oh, it didn't.
Maybe try and give it to Nilly.
Let's go.
Who's got the least impactful ultimate and who's the furthest away from having their ultimate online right now?
Yeah, maybe he was hoping to catch at least one frag on somebody unaware, flanking him or something like that, but now he will just go ahead and walk out and surrender.
All right, OR kept 4
for OR Esports, getting them a little bit closer on the scoreboard. Now they're on the bonus.
You'd imagine the one probably goes rifle, right?
Chance to get
them back
probably
not.
Front,
no sense in being the only one here.
By Pure there with the Spectre, as you said. Sometimes you can feel a little bit overwhelmed by those numbers coming at you, even if you do have the superior weaponry, but he kept his cool and lined him up, knocked him down. Now can they convert this bonus? They do have an operator on Zeldris, so that may be something these guys weren't thinking they would see this early.
We'll see how prepared they are for that one. The op holding the angle all the way out towards the A site. The long angle there is Exalt. Ooh, spots a rifle. Now maybe asking for a bit of help. He's forced forward by the paint shells. Good flash and a paint shells in response. But with that, it's a whole lot of noise. It's a whole lot of util, but everybody walks away unscathed.
Indeed, but it is Disguise taking mid-control at the very least. But there's that op that I don't know that Disguise figured they'd face this early on a bonus round. It's going to be Steel taken down as he was trying to make some things happen over towards the A side of the map. In the meantime, there's his team does have that mid-control. The test B having
interesting idea by Zeldris. I didn't even realize that.
Jiggling it, waiting to counter.
Sneaks away unscathed. Cascade out, though. Going to make it hard to fight back for that space. Cove also going to allow for a bit more safe passage. The close range angles, I don't think these bode well here for Disguise. No, they don't. It's a Spectre. They're starting to get it done with 3 HP. Forced to reload was Lear, so he's been taken down. Exalt play off the site. Okay.
What? That was very awkward. I would love to see that again.
I would love to see that
walk
again.
Right past him and not realize it as he was dashing up. Yeah, some crazy smoke interaction, perhaps, that just blocked his vision. Either way, it's still looking like it's going to go the way of OR Esports. There's just no time for Exalt.
One enemy remaining.
Well, I take that back.
Yeah,
Seeker
let
gives
him
you time.
cook. Exalt with 59 health finds 2 kills, one of the craziest kills we've seen thus far on the day, followed by a second play in the spike, and now only Nilly to worry about, but it's a very healthy Viper on the other side.
All right, so
of utility, 2 snake bites, and a poison orb to his name, and he'll finally start this retake on the side again. The 1v1, and the paranoia starts to set in as Exalt ready on the close angle, spots Nilly head in the wrong way, and Exalt awarded the ace.
Oh my goodness, man. That was a pretty wild ride. I mean, you kind of favor Disguise, had the superior firepower and a bonus.
Yeah,
round,
I don't know what Zeldris...
They get the opening pick on Steel. They're looking like they're going to get something happen. Exalt, though, in the 1 versus 3, able to maneuver himself into the ace clutch to still pull it off for Disguise. Puts them up 10-5.
I think your mama's going to be home soon and we'll figure out dinner, okay?
Beautiful stuff.
Was it Genghsta's high tide that was behind him?
I think so.
Honestly couldn't. It just looked blue as he walked back through.
Exactly. He walked through something.
I just realized I didn't thought meet chat.
Exalt.
I'm in trouble.
Which is totally unfortunate.
Well, that's my bad.
As far as Zeldris goes.
Yeah, very.
We've all figured something out.
That's a round that you wish
Sounds
you
like
had
a pasta
back,
night, I
especially
guess.
if you're OR Esports, because you had all this momentum. You had everything going for you, but they
Maybe
still
a
have
spaghetti
the
and
tools, right?
meatball?
That was their bonus round. It stings, sure. They've got Jonah just on a stinger, but he's got that boom bot, right? He's trying to drop the base on somebody. We'll see if that comes to fruition.
It did force a lot of rebuying out of this guys, at least, so keeping their economy limited. I mean, you see that Genghsta's having to go for a stinger as well, which is far from ideal. Still does get spotted out there by the Trailblazer. They're trying to run him down, and they're going to successfully do so. Steel decides to go towards the vents. Couldn't really back up and get away. And no, though, that's not really what you want to be doing.
Friendly fire? Well, not friendly fire, but...
Jonah got his.
Got his.
Unfortunately, trades his life.
I got my one.
That's what happens when you play with explosives. Sometimes you get burnt on the opposite end, and you still have to be scared if you're OR Esports, right? At 3v4, we saw what just happened. Well, when Exalt was still alive, unfortunately, he is not, and the rest of the team is starting to fall behind Zip.
All right,
as
chat,
well.
is it OR Esports or is it OR Esports?
Not Mr. Multi-Kill this time around. It's OR Esports with a beautiful retake. They'll reclaim that very short-lived
or is this like a fish thing?
Streak and see if they can't get it pushing forward again.
No, I guess it wouldn't be a fish thing. It's just like a potato thing.
This though, OR Esports are doing a pretty good job of
tomato
Steel off on that A alert that he's been trying to do. Like
an Arkansas or Kansas thing.
He's
You know what I'm saying?
down very early in the round, and it's put his team behind and forced them to have to work a lot harder for success and for map control. So that's something to keep an eye on. It seems like still kind of just keeps getting caught out of position. The first time around, I think it was just him not thinking a op would be out on the bonus round.
Yes.
And so he took a peek he probably wouldn't have took if he would have known that op was around. That time, I don't know. That was just kind of odd, him not being able to escape.
And just, yeah, kind of stuck in a situation where he's just trying to run. I will say when we brought up the week 1, week 2 stats, the one thing I failed to mention was the only thing that didn't change, although it looked substantially better in week 2 for Steel, the only thing that didn't change was first kill, first death, where he was negative both weeks in dying early in these rounds. So that is something that Steel is no stranger to. Meanwhile, look at this Cascade, okay, from deep, and it's got just enough height. Unfortunately, Zip does not have enough health. A couple of blades will do the trick.
Shoot. What up, Electron?
Just rears up for some more.
Yeah, obviously not a whole lot here for Disguise this round. So getting a spike plan is actually kind of just a nice reward, considering what they have invested into this round is practically nothing. Just some shares, a frenzy, basic utility. What more can they get out of it, though, is the question.
I don't mind this one. Okay, the frenzies. Yeah, Zell just kind of just putting himself out on an island. Didn't really have a whole lot of help behind him as the flash comes out. Steel turns it and finds the kill. Pure gonna work his way forward. The rifle doing good for 2. Unfortunately, the spray gets a little weird. Genghsta finds 1 for himself. Now a rifle picked up, but forced to reload.
I don't think the blast pack play was it, chat.
The DK is there. Genghsta on 8 of his own HP. And Clear's gonna do it himself. Gangsta's not needed.
All right, so Clear so DSG gets their 11.
One that is going to sting if OR Esports.
Everyone should be able to buy here, obviously.
They had it disguised down to practically nothing, just some upgraded pistols.
I mean,
had the 5 versus 4.
What you get for going falling down 9-3, right? Like
kind of a wacky play.
Should have D'd up a little bit, I guess.
With the blade
Best
storm,
way to put it.
gets busted. He didn't really have any reinforcements to follow up off the back of his play to trade. And then you see Disguised eventually work their way into Genghsta getting the Reckoning, being able to put that down. You got vision blocking utility everywhere on the site, bro. I mean, it's wild. Like the
chat is volume all right.
Info.
Like they're not
and, in all that
too
chaos,
soft behind me.
Rises to the top and they get it to 11-6. And I am not shocked to see the time
desk
out
and
now
stuff.
Because you're seeing kind of a back and forth affair. This
we got 2 ults available for
Disguised will ultimately
Disguised.
win.
One of them being obviously the.
Once more, OR Esports will find themselves in a spot where they don't even get double digits.
And I don't know if Disguise were awarded, but a relatively thrifty round, right? Frenzy, Sheriffs, it was not a great buy. That was supposed to be one that was in the bag for OR Esports. And it comes right after they win a couple of rounds in a row, and they don't, and then it gets shaken up by DSG, and then they're in a round.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty solid
this
round.
This is where we start again. We're supposed to start winning again.
There's strategy by any means.
To the point that you just mentioned, Zell just gets a little weird. The whole round gets a little weird. And Disguise find a way to get it done, courtesy of Clear and a rifle in his hand. So economy booming. It's all Gucci, everything on the side of Disguise. Meanwhile, OR Esports, I mean, sticks and stones. They got slingshots.
But I do think OR Esports just fell too far behind on the scoreboard.
At the previous round, hoping that they can pull off the same result. They're trying to get aggressive inside the B lobby, but Disguise are well prepared for it. Able to get 2 quick frags there. Ziff and Genghsta do take a pretty good amount of damage, but Exalt.
I think we were watching this last week, or maybe it was for lock-in. A lot of people in chat were saying like 8-4 is kind of typical for split. 8-4, 7-5. The 9-3 kind of hurts.
There you go.
This is when you see your buddy.
I admittedly don't really know split too much.
Street, no crosswalk, so you just say what's up across the way.
Yeah.
How's it going? Where you headed? And it actually looks like they did. They met up right in the middle of the road, and then they go their separate ways.
Indeed, they do. Trying to still put the mid pressure on. Clear basically lining up a 2-for-1 with the Vandal. I don't see those too often with the rifle.
So it means all that's left here is Nilly.
Like, obviously, OR Esports will now be able to full buy next round because they saved, but Disguise are going to be on map point with 4 ults available.
True. I didn't even realize that. That's a lot.
Just so we're clear. Not
just so we're clear.
It's 1 less than that, so that's a lot. Just
yeah, there's a couple of ducks in there.
Yeah.
Match point.
Only the Seekers available for OR Esports, but Nilly could have a chance at trying to grab a Viper's Pit with some frags or an orb grab.
Enemy remaining.
Yeah. Just want to point out that OR Esports only got a combined 7 rounds against the Guard in 2 maps in week 2. And they are also falling far behind on their map pick here against
the it sucks. I was kind of hoping that maybe OR Esports.
I was expecting to see something. Unfortunately, this is what we've got a whole lot of. It's just DSG now running it down. OR Esports. Oh my. Okay, somehow on the wrong side of the wall. Ziff still awarded 1, and guess what?
He
spotted
was too far back, right?
Because
I hit the corner.
Esports, surely. They'll be corralled. They try and retake this site. The pit is down, and it's deep into screens. Steal there with the shorty in hands. DSG, 5 players standing strong. Now down to 4. It's Pure going to pick up 1. He walks his way out into heaven onto the Raptors. Unfortunately met by Genghsta. Zeldris there to trade it back. It's all up to Zeldris and Lear to try and hang on with the spam. The flash goes into the smoke. Zeldris goes high up once more, and Exalt will put a pin in it. Closes the book on split.
Sort of game.
Back in 13-6.
Not the quickest games we've seen this week thus far, but
that was a brutal affair. I mean, even if you look at that last round, look at how powerful the Cascade Showstopper Trailblazer combo was to just get Ziff in such a deep position and screens, and ultimately gets the kill with the Showstopper to set up Spike Plant in the pit to go down to finish.
I can't wait until Liquipedia has a dark mode chat. I can't remember where I saw someone was saying they're working on it.
I mean, they were up
like somebody who's like over there.
5-1. I mean, I don't think OR ever got it even within.
It was either
like
in
3 rounds or
Apex
like
chat
like, the lead
of
was
an
always
event,
vast
or was on Twitter. I can't remember.
And, you know, again, it's one of those situations where, yeah, Split's new to the map pool, but is it really? The core of it is still a lot of the same. And I think maybe they were hoping it would be kind of a wild card pick that they could pull out, but it's backfired, and now you get to go onto a map 2 that, you know, Disguise is very comfortable on.
Yeah, I wonder if they're just hoping to catch him off guard.
There's a part of me that
something that they didn't have any tape on.
Server, I look at Zeldris and Clear, right? The younger players on the server, I would
think though.
You could maybe give them a break on Split, but that's it, right? Because maybe they weren't as deep in the competitive atmosphere when Split was around. But for everybody else, yeah, there is just no excuse to come out into Split like this and give up 3 out of 4 flawless rounds, especially on your map pick. That looked
last
rough.
Time OR Esports play Haven.
Hopefully they've got some more to show us. Meanwhile, DSG
was against M80 and it was not pretty.
Not so much of a
13-6
of mine,
but it was M80 really.
Like
so like take that for what it is.
The top 2,
one of the better teams in Challengers.
In the top 4 for playoffs, but
if not the best after what we saw from Guard.
However, that is only map 1. There is still more to come, and if we need it, Pearl is all the way at the end.
What do we think, chat? If M80 goes undefeated,
OR Esports, we have to get there first. Unfortunately, we have to jump away for a short break, and we'll see you guys on Haven right after this.
If you were to go like look at the top 3 in if you're to look at the top 3 in Challengers right now, and if you were to do say like a power ranking, so not based off of like purely their that was on there, that's my bad. So not purely like based off of their schedule, but also, or not their schedule, their standings, their results, but based off what we've seen thus far. So again, basically power standings, power rankings. Because Guard lost, does that instantly put them below the 2 other teams that are inevitably going to finish undefeated thus far in this season after week 3, being M80 and G2? Do we think maybe some of, you know, the stuff going on with all this, you know, Guard closing the door and stuff, maybe affect the mental a little bit, the focus, the attitude on game day maybe? Like, let's put it this way. They had the one game that went overtime, right? On Pearl. And I guess Lotus, you can say what you want about it just because the fact that like it's Lotus and it's a new map. And most people who have been picking Lotus and Split have not been winning it between Challengers and VCT thus far, right? So, which I'm not sure what that says yet. I'm not sure if that says more about just teams not being ready that are picking it, or if it's maybe because the, how do I say this without sounding like an asshole? The lower seeded team, not the lower quality team, but like the team that's statistically the lower seeded. And they're trying to use that, you know, one of the new maps as a curveball. Maybe that's part of the reason that's affecting. But I guess you can't even say that because at Lock-In, NRG picked it and they didn't look that. Or no, was there a split? No, they picked Lotus, right? When they played Loud? DSG. They're looking good after that first one. I said early on in the season, I think Disguise is one of those teams that as the season progresses, especially with their background, I would not be surprised to see them. Like, I think they're a team that's only going to get better as the season goes on. You know what I mean? They do have to play M80 next week. It's actually the first game of the week. Which, by the way, chat, y'all already know we're going to be doing over here. Don't forget, also, next week is Wednesday through Friday instead of Monday through Wednesday like this week has been. But I think that game will tell us a lot about DSG. So I do think M80 is really strong. I think M80 is going to... I would say show that against the Mad Lions, but to be fair, the Mad Lions haven't looked the greatest. But for 0-2 to be only a 14-round differential also kind of shows you how close some of the Mad Lions games have been. Part of that also helps is the 13-2 shellacking that they had against TSM, but that they put on TSM, right? But I mean, even in the, I guess in this against Disguise, they didn't look that great. Never mind. Although we just saw, well, it's OR Esports. Never mind. I was gonna say Disguise also. It was able to make OR Esports not look that great, but it is OR Esports. Yo, chat, appreciate y'all coming through and vibing and hanging out with your boy to watch some challengers, man. Really means a lot. Hopefully they should be back with games here shortly. The one thing that's going to be unfortunate, man, is if we have another sweep or another, I should say, sorry.
Hooked up nice and special for Split. Unfortunately, you were disappointed. It was actually the other way around as Disguise.
If Disguise has another like dominant performance like that,
we haven't seen a whole lot of as well.
We're going to be chilling for a bit.
Challengers. They brought in a Harbor. It's only the second time we've seen Harbor played. It's the first time it actually worked. Welcome back to the Nice Arena Valorant Challengers North America. If you missed it, map 1 did just end in favor of Disguise. It was 13-6. It was a strong win for DSG Dust. But I am pretty impressed with the way that they used Harbor. I like seeing a new agent actually used well.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing that they were able
Why
to get
are
out of
so
Harbor
many people
throughout that
surprised by
map
Harbor?
was just they dictated the pace of every single round.
Is it just because
they
he's
were able
new?
to use cascades to be able to control very vital areas of the map.
When we watched the freeze out over here, I really liked how he was being utilized early.
I felt like it really shut
and
down
thought he'd
OR
be used
Esports
more
from using that side of the map very often. It kind of funneled them other directions. So I think that was the biggest value it had. And then on the attacking side, we just didn't get to see enough rounds, I think, to draw many conclusions there. But certainly that final round where they used his cascade to get Ziff forward with the showstopper was also like a pretty significant round on A as well, where they got value. Also, the Reckoning came up clutch for them a couple of times as well. So yeah, they definitely seem to be able to find ways to make it work.
To that Harbor point, there was a defensive wall that Genghsta was throwing out towards A main, and with some supplemented utility, I thought, okay, this wall makes sense. But there were some times I was seeing it without the Viper utility. Maybe somebody can help my peanut brain understand. Because
hey, well, and I appreciate that, fam. You know, it's a grind to start. You know, it's a new channel.
With that pick specifically,
a lot of people don't know little old me. You know,
going fast. It shows how much discipline Disguised have.
Luckily, your boy's been around the streaming industry a little bit, so you know, I don't mind putting in the
hard. And they're able to
put in the footwork early, just hanging out with
and stay within himself to
people who want to come through and hang out, man. You know, I'm grateful for everyone who wants to come in and chill with your boy, whether it's 770
or like a Guiding Light or Trailblazer. It's just another piece of utility to help you push forward with, right?
I think
more so than like a defensive wall that just blocks vision.
The Knights
kind of just
actually have a YouTube channel. Not that I'm trying to tell y'all to go over there and watch it. Don't do that. Hang out with me. I love you guys.
They had in that competition. You just have so many ways.
I think they have a stream on YouTube though.
Yeah, you mentioned you have
also, you guys can still hear the broadcast plenty behind me, right?
Keep your dog leashed up. You can't let them just go nuts. You know, looking at this next map, it's certainly going to be a challenge. It's going to be Haven now, which is Disguise's pick. We weren't really sure what to expect from either team on Split, but I think you had kind of mentioned it there during the cast. It was a wild card potentially for OR, expecting things to be a little bit different. But it really wasn't.
I felt like OR was just playing too fast on Split, you know?
It's still very defensive sided, at least in this series it was. It could obviously change as we see more iterations of play. But Haven now is going to be quite difficult.
It is going to be quite difficult, right? I mean, Disguised are undefeated on Haven. They're 4-0.
Disguised look really good on Haven.
Always played the highest quality of teams to get 4-0, but they can only play who they get put in front of them, right? And they were able to beat in SIC in the qualifier, which is a pretty decent team. Meanwhile, OR Esports have lost.
I don't know why this Dust guy looks so familiar to me. Like, not just from Challengers, because obviously we've seen him on Challengers before. Like, I swear, I know him from somewhere else, and I don't know where.
I want to mention the compositions a little bit.
Y'all ever get that when people chat?
Change,
it's so weird.
Historically, what we've seen from Disguised is Raise Fade, And that's cool. I love that. I loved when we were getting that on every map, basically. But now that Killjoy's kind of been cemented and we can expect an OR Killjoy, Sova Jet has kind of been the lean, right? Without that Sova, you don't really have ways on Haven to deal with the lockdown. So I'm wondering if we get some changes. If there's any, if Disguise, Steel, and Disguise are kind of just sticking to their guns. Hey, this is what works for us. We're going to play this. We're keeping the raised fade with the Cypher. Or if they are maybe kind of counter-stratting that Killjoy lockdown. Bring back, you know, the Genghsta Sova, something of the sort.
I mean, he was at one point in time one of the most powerful Sovas in North America. I remember we were trying to track just how many kills he was getting with Hunter's Fury. It was something, it was quite incredible.
Chat, do y'all think Ye's actually coming to Moist Esports?
I don't think you're going to see Genghsta go back to the Harbor role. I definitely think that was very niche. That was used specifically for Split. It wouldn't make too much sense here. But I mean, again, you never know. Teams like to innovate in the background. You don't always see what's going on. So there's always a world where that's a possibility. Again, it was only the second time we've even seen it. And the first time was like, ooh, it was week 1. Phase G2, it was dicey. It definitely left a lot to be desired. But here, still kind of curious to see what we're going to get out of both of these teams, because OR Esports is really back against the wall here, Dust. This is a game they needed to win to really make a possible push for the midseason face-off. If DSG wins, they're in a pretty good position. Not quite guaranteed, but definitely pretty close to making it through.
Yeah, it's just tough for me because OR Esports have tried a couple different compositions on this map, and they still lost 4 of their last 5 games. So it seems to me like they still haven't found something that works for them. And they only had so many bans available, right? So one of their weaknesses is slipping through the cracks here that the Skies are going to feel very comfortable on. So yeah, this is very much an uphill climb for them. And
I feel like the other hard part is like they don't.
Like I do feel Sova is still kind of a staple of Haven.
I wonder if getting your cheeks clapped by M80 and the guard early,
the value that Breach can bring into this map. We've been seeing that ever since
actually,
the end
I'll
of last
wait
year.
on that statement.
So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the compositions come out.
Well, you talk about the compositions. I'm told that the Agent Select is ready, which means the second map of the series is ready to go on live. OR Esports is still fighting to find their first win here in the Nice Arena Valorant Challengers North America. Let's see what they bring for map number 2.
Thank you, Bach. Yeah, we get to see what does it look like here. Do they bring in the Fade with the Breach, or do they bring in the Sova? Okay, it actually looks like maybe something different. I don't know if this is what they're just telling our team behind the scenes, but previously this is not the comp that we were seeing. You talked about that NSIC squad and the win that DSG got back then. That's when they were running that raised Fade, and it looks like they are switching up completely. You cannot allow a Killjoy to just reign supreme, and Genghsta will be kind of the tool to make sure that that doesn't happen.
Yeah, I think it's one of those situations now that Chamber's fading out and Killjoy is coming back into the fold. It just kind of makes sense to get Sova back on the board,
Astra instead of Bowman.
To be that counter, and so I think that's why you're seeing kind of
I feel like I would rather have...
Still, they bring the Breach in for both teams. Again, I think Breach has just shown so much power on this map.
I feel like I'd rather have Omen instead of Astra, right?
At the end of last year, and it's just kind of continued to carry on. It's just whether or not you double that up with another initiative.
I know they're both smokes,
and kind of the question.
I guess probably depends on play.
Like both those teams are just rather to go with the Sova, go with the Jet, and so you're seeing basically a mirror matchup, except Steel taking the Omen, where Pure goes for the Astra. So just a slight difference there.
Let's see if
which I love. I absolutely love seeing the contrast in controllers, but then I also love to see an Astra. And fortunately for OR Esports, the Astra can start on defense. We'll see how well it works, because like Fox said, still searching for their first series win. They've already got a map win under their belt, but they'll have to do it in the next 2, and it starts right here as a quick dash onto the site, clears all the way through, and Nilly just trying to get out of dodge. Dodge is out, but the shotgun will find his first. That's Steel to fall, staying true to the first death of the squad. And all said and done, the bodies drop. We're even across the board, but unfortunately,
they're still going to both be on that backside there, though.
In this situation, so they'll both back away.
That ceiling
is collected by Genghsta. He'll be able to bring it to the site
in the C area.
Ziff just playing the corner where you can watch.
Asher's going to go through
garage as well, still being able to watch the stairs.
No. They'll double swing this.
Gathering up together to press stairs. I like that they're staying together just to play the trades, but they're not required.
Or, you know, just swing a second too late and then just allow them to get 2 simple headshots, and it's just that easy.
There has to be a statistic, and I want to see it. How often, the deeper the round goes, the better Genghsta is for multi-kills. It's not right at the beginning. He's not finding the first couple of kills in the round, but it's the mid-round when they're taking the site. It's situations like that where he's still alive at the end of it, and you know he's going to be good for it. That's absolutely insane.
So this guy's on the pistol.
And with that round that they just had, look at this aggressive buy, Dust.
Yeah, they don't want to get stuck on a bonus next round by any means. They want to have all the rifles all the time, wasting no time putting that pressure on Garage and spam. You also even see Cell just
imagine that you spawn in all of a sudden you just see those rifles across the way. Fudge! I'd be so...
I mean, just as much as Steel it has been dying early in these rounds, Zeldris has also, if not died, taken a very marginal amount of damage at the start of the rounds. That's not what you want from your duelist.
Yeah. As we're seeing multi-prong pressure from Disguise all across the map, obviously a lot levied to be able to get the ore, but they also have that deep smoke at long A. The problem is there's an aggressive defensive sewers push, so that deep long A smoke may not be having as much impact as Disguise think it is, but they still have the superior firepower. And now they're setting up to take some space here, but Jonah does have the counter fault line available for maybe Nilly to play off of. It's all going to come down to timing.
For contract. Yeah, turret up top. Oh no, Nilly moves before the turret even gets anything. The fault line a second late as well, and Zip happy to decapitate his counterpart as Lear goes leaping across the site like Bambi. He does find one kill, but one and done for the retakers thus far. Pure VNS working his way from the backside of the map, the bottom side of the map, I should say, and only a classic. You can't hope for much. Here. No stars to play with. It's an ult orb.
Where's the one rifle laying at?
And that was heard, of course. Inside sewer. Still
yeah, that's what you don't want. Granted, you still keep 3 standing, but you would have preferred to not lose the last one to a pistol.
Can't catch a break, I feel like, in some of these rounds. Dude, he's just getting melted. It's unexpected.
Oh man, it's always Steel, right? Caught with Util out there.
I mean, that's kind of wild. I'm surprised he got caught out like that, honestly. I thought they knew that guy was sewers when he picked up the frenzy. A small sacrifice, I guess you could say. Still a pretty clean win, all things considered. And again, not even really a bonus round for Disguise because they bought so many rifles in the previous round. I mean, they are lighting up each other through that wall spam. This time it's the other side winning, though.
Yeah, Jonah happy to have sprayed down just about 2, right? No shields on clear. Genghsta.
They're really putting...
They'll push aggressively. It's Nilly here to pick up 2 through the smoke. He goes fishing for one more, but Genghsta survives.
Nilly.
There's the third. Finally found. Is everybody getting cut down around the map? Steel good for 1, but he's 1 and done. Now Genghsta, as I said, as the round goes on, he's Mr. Multi-kill. It's a 30 HP Nilly just on the other side. It's a 33 HP
Nilly ended up with 4-piece.
Nilly's good for 4
Got
on
the quad.
Yeah, that attack looked maybe just like something was slightly disjointed about it. You know, you definitely saw the dash.
It do be like that.
To get inside of B Link. He was clearly trying to find like another angle of approach to maybe pinch the site with and just clear B Link out. But once he gets in the B Link, he doesn't spot anything there. And he's really late getting back to the site itself to help his teammates come through that smoke and actually get onto B. So it just seemed like there was something a little bit off about the timing there on this attack. It's just really well held. I mean, OR just runs him through a crossfire, basically through a smoke, and that's all she wrote.
Some way, somehow, Disguise, though, not really in the bin in terms of economy. They're still able to afford quite a bit in this round, and I think one of the larger takeaways from that last one outside of the win for OR is Nilly's very close to the lockdown. It's unfortunate, though, because Genghsta having a standout performance means he's already got the Hunter Shiri. So those all.
Yeah, also, if there's anyone that's new in here, man, if y'all are looking for a place to watch Lock-In tomorrow, we'll be live over here.
Once again, Disguise are looking for that multi-prong pressure, something they like to do on every single map. On the attacking side, just kind of keep their options open as long as they can, not commit to anything too soon. Ziff there shuts down the turret on C site to, you know, really keep the attention of the defenders on that side of the map. In the meantime, they're also setting up for this big A lobby push. But are they going to be able to catch it in time?
Oh my.
Oh, the timing's so crazy.
What is happening? The timing both ways. Finally, some bloodshed here in the spawn. Meanwhile, Steel lurked on his lonesome Hunter. Shuri goes flying through mid just as Zeldris follows. And unfortunately, Genghsta not going to find another shot. Everybody will vacate the premise. But the spike's been planted. Clear's going a little bit deeper here.
Oh,
Pick
Clear!
Up first, about to beat his counterpart. No, he's not. It's the timing again as Exalt, completely unaware, takes a round to the side of the head. Now, once more, it's all up to Genghsta. With both players playing out towards the defender side at spawn. A recon bolt, unfortunately, just a bit too far out of reach. 10 seconds left in the drone. Now queued up. He gives up a part of his body. Does anybody push aggressive here? 5 seconds on the drone. The tag on the Jet, and Zeldris goes halfway, wants to stick
I don't
it
understand
the
why you
whole way,
wouldn't,
why
wouldn't you back that down just a little bit, back into...
Just never allowing Genghsta to have a peek onto the
Garage
spike.
just a little bit more.
But just kind of a weird round.
Like, I know
Again,
the spike's
like
down
it's one
there,
of those
but...
rounds where Clear kind of just gets caught in awkward space against something
I feel like you don't need to
I've
push
seen
yourself up
happen
there. I
in
mean, I
a few
guess
other
he
games
didn't
where,
know if they
he's
were on the
just
spike
that
or
lesser
not, but...
experienced player, so doesn't always quite to know where he needs to be in the nitty-gritty of a late round situation. And I think getting that one frag and back hauls was big, but extending over to garage window and just getting blindsided by Zeldris was kind of a weird interaction. That certainly
Clear
helped
does
OR
have the
Esports out
knives.
quite a lot because now they've tied things up.
Millie's
They've
got
taken
the
away this guy's
lockdown.
economy, who, short of a blade storm from Clear, don't really have much to work with. You know, the sheriffs are out. Maybe they could get an ult for Exalt if they get orbs. Gonna be a tough one though.
Oh man, they're looking to make it quick here. See if it's quick and painless as well. The one tool you talked about, Dust, it's immediately taken off the board. The blades have been dulled, and Clear now gonna watch through his perspective of his teammates. Shrouded step to get atop the box.
So Steel's up
At the very
top.
least, it looks like this guy is gonna be awarded the plant. How much util do they have to play around it though, right? A couple of shock darts. Here comes the lockdown. Paranoia still available for Steel, and I mean, Aftershock Nanoswarm, there's a lot to try and stall here, but they're gonna have to vacate the site.
Indeed they are. Steel is staying on, so he will get
What's
detained,
Steel's...
but he's in a crazy spot covered by smoke, so I don't know if they'll detect him.
Unfortunately, those are not the players you want to die, right? Steel, sure. Paranoia, maybe not the best, but there's a nano swarm. The smoke goes away.
Steel, you need to hit more shots, my guy.
Starts to tee off, unfortunately.
That's tough.
Could only find the one. The shots were just going.
I like the idea he had there. I did like it. I mean, he gets detained. He smokes. He just stays boosted on the site. Definitely not something that OR Esports are expecting to see.
No.
And nearly pulled one out of the hat, but it is going to go the way of OR Esports here. Disguise, though, back onto the full bot. They have the Rolling Thunder available. Jonah has one as well, though, for retake or to shut down an attack. Disguise looks like they want to keep it largely default to open this round, which is not surprising. That's what they like to work from quite a lot.
Caution here.
Again, just trying to create map presence multiple directions at once.
Spam battles. We're back at it again with the spam battles. What was the conversation you and Shift were having with spam in Alaska and Hawaii? And
oh yeah, we're totally making up like what state consumed the most spam.
Yeah,
we were almost right.
It just says he's a free agent.
Most state,
doesn't it?
Consumes second most. Alaska.
It doesn't say moist anymore.
Okay, well, we're back to it with the
Fun
spam.
facts.
Steel bringing the Odin to Haven. A lot
Or are you
of
talking about
spammable
the fact
angles that I
that
think a
it's
lot
still
of people
in
don't
his
know
banner?
about. These players obviously should know about, but I think it is a weapon that you can get quite a bit of value, at the very least suppression value. Good flash. It actually does not get Zeldris, but he doesn't find the kill. Excuse me, Clear.
Because it no
the
longer
one to sit him down
says-
and now find that operator pushing forward. Still gonna be happy
moist.
about this one. The 16 HP player gonna have the operator, but here comes the Rolling Thunder and Nilly just
But you never
behind it
know.
to trade the kills out. Unfortunately, the defense still a player down.
Yeah, and again, this is the advantage of Disguise liking to play that multi-pronged pressure. They have access to other areas of the map, so even though that A didn't quite go the way that they wanted, they still got some frags, and they still had Ziff out in middle to get them to this C site now. They will be able to put down the spike. Delayed a little bit there by the aftershock of Jonah, but still ultimately man advantage for Disguise. They still have ults if they need them. That spike is going to go down.
Max has gotten
Flashes
fatter.
are
In
out.
case you
Here
can't
to
tell
find the
on
first.
cam.
Ziff looks away from the flash, and he's still planted his feet backside as the Paranoia will force Nilly away. And this right here, it's a tall drink. Unfortunately, Nilly all
This one's
topped
staying
off.
closer,
His thirst
though.
is quenched, courtesy of Exalt.
Yeah, I just like the way that this guy's always kind of lead themselves and out. You know,
Yeah,
by
Moon, you coming to the
having that
beach or
extra
what?
map control, they can always just kind of fall back, call an audible, and pivot to another area. That's why they've been so strong on
We got
Haven.
people linking up with
Kind of a
us.
similar thing that they're able to do on Ascent, where they're able to kind of, you know, control different lobbies as well as middle, and then just kind of roll up the punches on.
Just wipe your
passive
boogers on the back of my
resistance
shirt.
and, you know, find ways to adjust in the chaos. I think it's what makes Steel such a great leader, is his ability to make those mid-round calls to get them out of trouble.
Well, even then, like the structure in what you're talking about, right? A very true default is the way that Disguise likes to play, and you have to think that's because of Steel,
I think
right?
if there's
he wants all the
any
information.
team
Let's get it everywhere.
in Challengers that makes sense for, I think Moist is the one that can do it.
On how to handle certain situations. This time around, they're trying to crack into B. They're a little bit delayed due to the Hunter's Fury, and actually Lear does pick up a kill. The spike will make its way in.
Where does he go? Is the other question. Because
Turret's destroyed.
I talked about in the video I dropped today, like
atop the side. I mean, it's weapons of play.
I don't know if there's anywhere in NA that's going to take the risk of shifting up their
Steel. Shrouded steps away, and the flashes are there, but Genghsta doesn't care.
No, he does not. It's just long con play. It's not even really going to be needed, but that lockdown will certainly help push the defense back off even more. Just that insurance policy, I guess. I think Genghsta largely had already won the round before that lockdown was put in.
Yeah, this confirms the okay. Let's just save, right? The call now after that lockdown comes through for OR Esports.
No, because I think the guard low-key shopping their roster, dog.
Lear has here.
I think the guard is low-key shopping all of their.
Too often. On the ledge of the wall there, but that's a 4th round for Disguise to put them on top of
all of their talent. So that includes their Apex roster.
Though. Still very tight.
I don't know if their Overwatch roster was still a thing. I know they used to be, but probably their Overwatch and COD roster.
I mean, yeah, flash after flash too. The timing is tough. They find that kill and the lockdown goes out at the same time. Maybe an ult they would have liked to have hung on to, knowing that, or had they known that Genghsta was, going to have that round.
FaZe looked decent yesterday.
Was saved over though, so OR Esports is going to have that at least for Zelda.
FaZe has got the money.
SMGs, Steel in the meantime.
I mean,
quickly ulting.
Comparatively.
Wow. Split finds Nilly with. Oh my goodness! What an attack.
Yeah, I mean, it gets a little weird, right? With Zell just pushing forward, but he's eventually answered for. So inside lobby's been completely clear. Now you can keep your Killjoy and Ziff to play that flank, and that's exactly what he does. I was thinking, what is this dart for? But they dart for Steel. He finds the kill.
It's just so risky for challengers,
Jonah 6 is probably still wrapping his head around what just happened here in this round. Exalt, first to be decapitated. The reload's there, and very healthy as Jonah 6. Heaps of util to play with as well. Aftershock to make sure that player does not peek from long, but unfortunately, time is not on your side. Jonah has to clear all the angles as he drops down from heaven. L is clear, back out towards spawn, and well, speaking of clear, there he is.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of crazy stuff because normally you see the ult of the Omen going into heaven, but Steel does it below heaven, plus he has Hunter's Fury kind of paving a way forward for his teammates to follow up. And that's the great thing about Disguise and the great thing about Steel's and IGL is, as we've already sang the praises of how they can play these defaults where they're getting multiple areas of the map all at once, so they leave a lot of options open. They also have the ability to just flip the switch one round and just change the pace and just attack you with something like that. Like those little set piece plays that kind of just are thrown in the mix as curveballs, so to speak. And Disguise does a big one there on A to extend the lead.
Very strong round. Forces the economy of OR Esports into a tricky spot.
He has the right to feel that way with his talent.
Probably happy to have that one as he's back-to-back through the wall with Steel just on the opposite side, but a lot of space already garnered by this Jet, and they'll have to do good here, that being Disguise cleared out. And on this
life ain't always fair.
Yeah, you can see he quickly gets out of there with the cloudburst and the dash, and they're going to see him running away. Not quite able to run him down and catch him as he's escaping.
Unfortunately,
but still, he's pushed off a forward angle, and map control being taken by Disguise. And again, Ziff still is dictating something at middle, so there's still an out.
Snapple top back.
He's also starting to get some reinforcements. So really, they just leave Steel kind of to lurk around. He pressures Garage with that window smoke. Teammates will use it to control that area as well. And again, just look at how quickly DSG darts between different types of map control.
And it really helps when you can confirm the control like that, right? When you have the firepower.
I wouldn't be surprised if you see both Critical and Ludwig teasing it like sometime later this week.
That come to mind.
To start with the content side of things.
What can you even do if you're OR Esports, right? You have to worry about this lurk every single time, and this guy's just winning every single fight. Ziff, how about it? 3 kills on the round. A smoke about to go down. It's the judge in hand.
Ziff truly just diff. Ziff truly just diff with the fucking ace too. Wow. Sheesh.
Bruh. I mean,
filthy.
What do you do against that? I mean, how demoralizing must that be for Ziff just to be lurking middle by himself, and then he just starts teeing off. You have him kind of pinched, but his smoke is going to kind of cover his backside. Then he just keeps 180ing around all over the place for an ace. I mean, that is just ridiculous. I mean, that is something special. And again, though, it also, aside from the individuality of that play from Ziff getting an ace, it also is still just the feints that the Skies are able to throw. Like, they're able to get a lobby control off the drone and off of pressuring long. Then you got Steel smoking garage window while his teammates kind of stun their way and get garage control. All the while, Ziff is soloing B site. And so it's just like, when you're OR Esports and you're a newer team, you're lesser experienced, maybe you haven't had as much time together.
It's gonna suck if they like.
You're having so many things to worry about.
Round this thing up quickly, bro. They're gonna have us like in between games for like an hour and a half.
Each player's kind of feeling some heat.
I don't know if I'm down for it.
They're relaying that information.
I'm gonna be honest with y'all.
And all the while, Ziff just kind of like slips in the middle and gets an ace. Like, that's just craziness, man.
Yeah, the ability to
I am pretty convinced that they start
and
the second game at 7 regardless.
Continue to have that chaos play out for the entirety of the round, right?
Yeah.
Ziff not just getting one in that position and then being dealt with. Now, that's a pretty freak round that Ziff just had, sure. But just the strength of the
but even if he only gets
two
there, even if he only gets 2 frags there, the round's probably still going to Sky to win. I mean, good lord, look at this, dude. Just the read.
I guess like this, the hardest part about that play though from OR is, I'd have to go back and look at the last 9 rounds. How often did they put a star there, right? Coming out of a timeout, you put a random star down C-Long. What do you think is going to happen? You're going to have 10 defenders, well, attackers, I guess, waiting for the defender to push. And unfortunately, they just throw Zeldris right into the flames.
Yep. Meanwhile, they're now creating presence on A with the owl drone and a deep smoke at long. So it's definitely keeping Nilly busy on the A side, not allowing him to really rotate. There are still 3 players on site, though, but this breach utility is going to crush them.
Lear not getting cleared out, so that nanoswarm doesn't quite land. It's only stingers, however, and finally Lear does good on his promise to get his 1. But nearly on the wrong side of the map with the, well, a lot lesser weaponry. Again, just a walking ult orb. Nope, the ult orb is actually clear. Nearly happy to get a bit closer to that lockdown. Shock dots out and over the top. The shoulder spotted, but the head taken off by Exalt.
DSG's already got a lead at half.
DSG, they shut down the set play of OR Esports. They crushed the Stinger by, and we're creeping towards the half. It was 9-3 on split, and that's still very, very doable here.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I got a little bit concerned for Disguise there for a moment because it seemed like, you know, the Aftershock actually left a little bit of a gap there for the Asher to still play by the platform. Lear didn't get cleared by double stack, and so there was this moment where you think maybe OR actually slipped through some of the cracks of this utility and are able to kind of catch the Skies off guard. But the Skies, to their credit, still peek together very well, make sure that they clear all the corners and they come out on top. Now here's something different. Zelda's getting very aggressive at middle early. Look at the reaction. Equally as fast.
And same Aftershock this time. It's clear to make sure that that kill comes through. Zeldris, though, on the back lines, finds the backstab, make it 2
Maybe
for
they
the
push their way back in here.
OR Esports, and now it's Disguised. We've had a spanner thrown into the works
they're able to hold
here.
them off. The question is,
Exalt,
do they try and go back in
through
through
remain? And, I mean,
or
ults
full
plenty.
rotate?
They can
Probably
take
full
a
rotate,
site.
right?
We'll see which one they do choose to take, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's the first time we've really seen OR come out on top on one of those like little chaotic early skirmishes. You know, it's Zeldris able to get that bit extra from the back hall position on C. And that is big. DSG, though, going to find the A site wide open.
Saving
and they
all of
have
the
to
ults.
use either. Exactly. That's the big thing. So now they have 2 different ults to use to delay the retake.
And there's the first. All right. 10 seconds to wait here, and it's 10 seconds basically off the top of the spike. This lockdown goes down just as the spike does, and once you can start creeping forward or even a tap on the spike, you've got nano swarms, you got flashes, fault line, paranoia, rolling thunder on top of it all. So Hunter's Fury coming on through. This one a second late from Lear. They didn't want to use it on the lockdown. Instead, they look to clear out some angles with it. First to the nano swarm is going to be popped, and this one's going to be hard to hear with that cosmic divide. Pure VNS making sure that they puts the earmuffs on. Shock darts to come through, and Jonah just looking to stick it. Might get it all the way. No, the rolling thunder denies for just a moment as they push through the giant purple wall. They all get cut down, but do they have the time for it? It seems likely.
No,
they don't.
0.03.
Another on the week at 0.03. It goes the way of Disguise.
Oh, brother, not
Oh
like
my goodness, and that was the power of that lockdown. It forces OR Esports to have to commit so many ults to clearing areas because the lockdown stopped them from being there as the plant happens to kind of watch people falling back into other positions. So now you're having to clear everything on site, every little nook and cranny, and that just buys more and more time for Disguise to set up that post plant, rolling thunder, And off the back of it, they kill enough clock to get the win. And only now 1 round remains in this half.
Wow. And that heartbreaking. Fortunately, it's not the worst buy. It's everything they could muster up. It's a couple of rifles, a couple of bulldogs, and a Spectre. But it's a bit faster this time, right? 4 players out on their front foot here for Disguise towards this A site. And not a whole lot of contention is clear. The dash is way on. Nilly gonna head for the hills. Meanwhile, Zeldris catches the lurking Ziff, so now they don't have to worry about the backstab steal.
I feel like it's a very big
look to head that way. No, the rest of the squad has to go this way as well.
DSG
You're gonna do his due diligence. Unfortunately, he might just be met by 3
Ziff first. Like, it's gotta have you feeling good.
It's all gonna come down to timing. That lockdown, of course, has forced his team to slow down the spike plant at A. They will be able to reclaim the site now, though, but Steel's still concerned about the flank, and for good reason. Zeldris already got a kill in this position. Steel, if he could have doubled up, that would have been big, but instead only.
But now they know they gotta push in because they don't know if anyone's coming in down long.
And the flanking option is there for the retake for OR Esports. This should be one of those rounds if you're OR that you have to come up with now.
Not a whole lot stopping you from securing this round. Nobody looking to play post plants off the site. Instead, Genghsta wants to push aggressively. And okay, numbers now evened up as Nilly can hop his way out, drops down hell,
Genghsta's
and
gotten 2.
awards Genghsta another. He's happy to have those 2 kills. As Lear will look to hop away. Now Genghsta has to do it himself and almost does, but as pure VNS.
8-4 ain't bad, though.
4 on the round and finding a 4th for OR Esports.
OR's gonna need to step up on offense here.
Not the cleanest retake.
Yeah, I'm gonna go refill my water here.
I think losing that member on the edge of the aftershock was something that they definitely weren't anticipating, and it started to make that retake look a little bit disjointed in the end. But ultimately, they do get the job done. They keep it to 4-8, but still a massive half from Disguised. They just played such a great attacking side as far as just dictating the pace when it came to how they were controlling multiple areas of the map at once throughout the course of every single round. Ziff has a heater ace round moment. I mean, it was just about as good of an attacking half as you can play.
Yeah, and nobody better in that clutch. Fortunately, Pure VNS able to sit down Genghsta, stop this reign of terror that he had put on the round. It would have taken 4 for the Sova, but 4 go the way of the Astra instead. And now at this point, I think DSG, they have all the tools necessary. Look at this alarm bot, though, deep out towards mid. This is interesting. You're going to get early info.
Yeah, it avoids that early shock dart.
Just out of range, though. Stun comes out, and it's a little too far. Nobody able to answer to the players that were out that way. As the flashes come through, the stuns come through, all the bodies push out towards mid. But it's Lear to gather the first. Steel also falling here on the map, swinging out from doors. Unfortunately, could not answer with the rest of the team. And Lear's still here. He still wants to fight. He's got 19 HP, and he's going to find clear on the opposite side. Yes, he is. Confirm it. 3 kills on the pistol round, and OR Esports in a good start here to their second half.
Yeah, Lear did wonders there. Great multi-frag from him on middle, because there was a chance that that aggressive defense could have come up with some numbers and made this round interesting, but instead, Lear shuts it all down. So now it's all OR Esports at this point. Yeah, Genghsta will give it the college try, I guess you could say, but it's going to be around for OR Esports.
Even if you could trust this guy to get the kills, there's just not enough time on the clock. Unfortunately, I don't think a player in the world that can win it at this point in the round, and unfortunately, too many targets to worry about. The moving targets are a little difficult. That's why we practice with the strafe. At the end of the day, though, OR a fifth. This is what we saw in Split, though. They just need to keep this momentum. They cannot give it up in any goofy ways. They have to stay more disciplined. No goofing around.
Yeah, Lear just did such good work in the middle. Really shut down that mid-aggression from Disguise, who were, you know, playing a nice little fault line off of a deep alarm bot. Definitely had something planned there, but also Clear took a lot of heat when he dashed into that corner under a window from the Nano. That certainly hurt as well. So just well-managed round from OR Esports. They contained that pressure pretty early, but now we got a stack at C.
Ooh, Steel.
Oh my.
A great read, but unfortunately, Steel does steal things. Caught with util out, and that Sheriff now falling onto the ground, but how about it?
Working out for Disguise,
though. Of DSG, only 2 in response. And OR Esports, look at all the weapons on the ground. At the very least, with a minute 15, yeah, they They have to stay here to make sure nobody pushes these.
That's very, very true. All the while, Clear pushes down through middle, and actually all of them do. They decide to forfeit the angle, allow the weapons to get reclaimed. They have man advantage, though, is the big thing, and now they're playing the strat that OR will least expect, and they're also guaranteeing that the spike will plant C. I mean, I guess in theory, OR could have slipped behind them and gotten to their own spawn and planted B or A or something like that, but the reality is DSG have a pretty good read of the lay of the land here.
Yeah, but all said and done, they're not going for those weapons. Only one person is, right? It's only Genghsta headed that way.
Yeah. He's not worried about him too much. He's trying to get the intel.
There they are.
And there it is. Confirms one. I believe spotted both, though. Confirms one with the recon bolt, I should say. Clear with 43 HP says, I think the Sheriff is going to do me a better job than any Bulldog or Spectre would. Hoping to go head hunting just on the opposite side, but Pure VNS shuts down anything that could come this way. Now it's all up to Genghsta. Now Spike is planted backside. It's exactly where both attackers turned defenders are playing here for OR Esports. And once more, a situation where, sure, Genghsta could find the kills, but time is of the essence, and the round should go the way of OR Esports.
One enemy remaining.
That is the final frag there from Genghsta with the Sheriff. Then he'll
Sorry,
go down with the
spike.
So a costly round. We'll say that. Definitely, Disguise almost made something of it there. I mean, they got into a 3-on-2 with Sheriffs available, and as you said, Genghsta could go long and even pick up a rifle and maybe make things interesting, but in the end, OR Esports just about hold on, and so they will close the gap on the scoreboard, but you can see the repercussions of that round, right? They're having to put a Bulldog on Nilly, a Bucky on Zeldris. Like, it's not the most ideal situation.
Placing swarm grenade.
I'm not sure what the percentage play there was at the end, right? Played around like you normally would with util. The dart was a little bit early. Genghsta, or Clear rather. I think it was Ziff. Couldn't really play off of it. You go for the rifles either way. That round goes the way of OR Esports. Meanwhile, as we saw the Jet do in the last half, Clear gonna go aggressive. Unfortunately, doesn't find too much.
Ooh, Exalt trying to help out.
Here it's the Duelist Initiator combo. Flashes with the Jet, and well, we go 1 for 1. Genghsta taken down. Exalt will find one onto Jonah 6, and Ziff is very, very comfortable here on this B side as he just lets Nilly walk on through. Steel is now gonna have to try and answer this one. Through the smoke comes just about the rest of the squad for OR Esports, and they're trying to take the fight right to him, but DSG are winning it out. Exalt for 3 on the round, and DSG back in the win column.
Yeah, it's just beautiful.
3 rifles still up too, so they got pretty good econ going in the net, or is they just gonna save a little bit going in the next round?
Get on the other side, but great use of utility there, particularly from Exalt, the kind of silence to push on to B, allow his teammates to kind of flourish. And some big frags go Sky's way, and they convert off the back of it. And now, I mean, OR Esports are instantly in a tough spot with the credits.
All you got's Hunter's Fury too. You don't have any other ults on your side if you're OR.
But there is a little bit of something out there for OR Esports. Nearly got the Guardian at least.
Take flight.
And you can just see the inverse kill from Lear. I don't want that one to go unmentioned from downtown with the classic, but the inverse in the way that the map is being played for OR Esports, very passive, right? Not playing towards that extremity A, instead just putting util there. That eventually gets dealt with. And then everybody else is on the opposite side, whereas DSG, they like to push aggressive, just as Zeldris does, eventually answered, but not before finding 2, and with that, an Aftershock will keep Genghsta at bay for now. And only 2 players alive here. It's both initiators with the Hunter's Fury and quite a bit of breach utility to try and win this round back. Aftershock into the pocket. Fault line comes out, unfortunately catching his team, and the Aftershock still hits onto Pure. An interesting way that one plays out as both players swing, one a bit wider than the next, and Genghsta tries to hold down Mouse 1, but Nilly says no.
Nice play by OR,
Jose
honestly.
for the thrifty.
Because you can tell they try to prioritize back shot first. Wait a minute, hold on. I know how it sounded.
I mean, the high-low,
you know what I meant, chat?
At C is an even trade, but for 2 players to get caught spamming their full mags down just for a free push, essentially, from Zeldris to double up in the back halls, that's just a little bit of oversight. You shouldn't be leaving it to where both of you are going to be vulnerable to a peak like that. Someone still needed to have some ammo left in case that peak came. I think that was just a little bit of a mishap to allow Zeldris that, because I think that changed everything.
And a bit of wind beneath the wings of this OR Esports squad here. Starting to come together in this round. Surely could be the one.
They need to make sure this is an expensive round for them.
Within one economy, I guess it's not too bad. Nilly's
like you really only want to drop 2 rifles.
Wallet. Might be able to help out in the next round. Bladestorm just around the corner, but it would still hurt to lose this one if you're OR Esports. And we've seen crazy things from Disguise as Zeldris all the way up towards A long, about to be met by a couple. Pops the dash and unfortunately has to use it to get away to safety early here as the Hunter's Fury comes on through. No way, Genghsta's getting everybody, including his team. So 1-for-1 trade courtesy of the Hunter's Fury.
Bro, tagged his homie.
You'd be able to walk away with it, lick their wounds, try and gather their thoughts. No, they just want to keep going right back to it. This A site, they don't want to give it up just yet. The Cosmic Divide will stall for just a second. The ults have been used. The site has been taken. The spike moments from being planted, but as the wall goes down, Genghsta's still doing it, does.
Yeah, the nano stopped the spike from being planted, and so it's kind of freed up a chance. But Ziff gets caught with util out. And now it's all on to Genghsta. The shot dart's going to do damage, but not enough to get a frag, and there's just too many members still standing for him.
I think
really
he got 2 tags, right? Nothing crazy, but...
Again, it was a moment there you thought this guys might sneak one by, but OR Esports follow up on
now it's a game
nicely.
here, chat. What do we think? Are we going to Pearl?
The dub, put them within 1 round.
Or does Disguise end up pulling this off? I feel like Disguise ends up pulling this off.
Ults available for both teams, both having Rolling Thunder in common. It's a big round here. I mean, OR Esports could tie things up and take the lead, perhaps, because they'll likely force Disguise to save. So this could be that momentum shift that OR is looking for.
Cover going out.
This defense, admittedly, a little weaker than I was expecting from Disguise. Oh no, stealing an awful spot. Shrouded step to try and get to safety, and in the meantime, his teammate's the one that gets tagged up. It's Ziff. Trying to wrap his head around what's going on, so he leaves the site open to OR Esports. They'll take that one with ease, but look at this, Dust. They want to go quick right here. Spike not even going to get planted.
That's a really good Rolling Thunder.
We go, everybody stunned up. Aftershock, nobody home. And the Spike yet to go down as Exalt the first to fall. Clear will get one back. Stunned up R2 and steals right on top of his teammate. Zeldris happily collects a double kill. Unfortunately, Clear is gone. Ziff is left. And he was tagged up at the start of the round. We'll see what he can get done at the end. It looks like a save is on the docket here for the kill choice.
Yeah, really good there by OR Esports. Just obviously
all tied up.
Great use of Hunter's Fury to clear out the entirety of site as well as get some damage to get, you know, Zeldris in a forward position. Rolling Thunders kind of cancel each other out essentially, but at least 2 players stunned in the corner and easy pickings for OR Esports when Seal and company go down. And so that's a pretty dominant win. I mean, they're going to win with 4 members surviving. Ziff is going to save this Vandal, maybe. Other than that, the economy for Disguise is quite low. And so, again, a chance for OR Esports to pull out in front.
This was dicey. This was also, though, I feel...
That was a beautiful shot by Zeldris.
Kind of leading into this half, we were talking about how Disguise was the team that causes the chaos, doesn't really let OR Esports wrap their head around what's going on, and that bodes well for them because of their individual prowess. But that round specifically, that was chaos across both sides, and OR handled that really well.
I mean, that's kind of twice, though, that Disguise has kind of had 2 players get caught with their pants down that Zeldris is able to punish for it. I mean, he's double. That's what, the second round he's doubled up towards back halls on C?
Yeah.
On just players kind of getting caught out. I mean, that one was a little bit different because it was ults and stuns involved, but it's just like that one little oversight that's costing Disguise a way to pull out some of these rounds for themselves instead. Like, just the finer details aren't coming together. I like their ideas. Like, they're definitely doing some pretty crafty things to
your OR, you need to make sure you can kind of keep the
but it's just some of those finer details get a little bit lost, and OR Esports has been able to punish that.
Because DSG's not going to be able to full buy.
Just having a heck of a game with the impact frags.
Yeah.
That was also just a well-executed round from them as far as their utility usage. I mean, I thought the Hunter's Fury from Lear was
Ziff end up getting rid of the rifle?
Where he chose to use it at to clear a way forward for Zeldris. Obviously, good smoke coverage as well.
Chico, other than Ziff for the most part.
To kind of
classic on clear.
Disguise. So, you know, I don't
1
want to
kill
take
away from Knives.
And just how they were able to maximize their utility to be successful there.
Yeah, and I mean, you have to think, too, that's something that OR can absolutely read into. Understanding, hey, these guys are going to have a set play for this retake. Let's go ahead and take that play from them, right? Let's go ahead and kind of force the issue push into them, find those kills like you saw Zeldris doing. And previous to what we saw working well for DSG was their players finding the fights, right? In Ziff, you know, finding that ace, taking one here, taking two there, whatever it may be. Now OR Esports are just playing this overwhelm strategy. It's not enough for anybody to deal with. Nilly maybe on the overwhelmed, and no way. Exalt picks up two with just the sheriff. Spray through the box, doesn't quite find that kill. However, 2 for 2 thus far. DSG happy to have it. Her dealt with, and Exalt still here on the backlines.
This is a wild ride. I mean, these 3 attackers are still by their spawn with Spike. They know that someone's pressed window. They know that they felt the pressure from A lobby. And now Steel is going to see them coming. That's a great counter paranoia, and they're doing damage. It's not finding the final frag.
Oh!
They need Exalt.
That's big for Exalt. If he can pick that rifle up.
Steel does go down finally.
30 seconds left.
But the Spike will
Why
make
didn't
its
Exalt
way
pick the
onto A.
rifle
We're
up?
going to have a 2 versus 2, and Exalt
Why
is
is
very
Exalt
low on
sticking
health,
with
but Zip is
the
not, and he's got
sheriff?
Vandal.
Chat, I'm confused.
Oof, did that aftershock land? It does. It buys some time for that spike yet to be planted. Recon bolt to delay the push. Zip now spotted, so they know exactly where both of these players should be as the shock dart comes out. Zip. Exalt is on 6 HP. No shot. He has to be careful as he jumps on down. They look to play the cross. Exalt won't find it. We'll see if Zip does as Jonah plays the jiggles, and Zip will take the round.
See how Zip won his 1v1 with a rifle?
Finally it happens. Disguise has been on the verge of one of these little breakthrough rounds on low econ a couple of different times this half. This time it all comes together. This time they're able to, you know, dot the I's and cross the T's at the end of it all. I did wonder maybe if that timing was a bit off on trying to crossfire the guy under heaven when Exalt drops down like this. It seemed like Ziff wasn't quite there just yet, so there was a moment where it could have folded, but Ziff took care of business anyhow, and nice little aggressive eco A lobby push there from Disguise nets them a win and keeps OR Esports away from taking the lead.
And that's kind of the point that I was making before the chaos broke out, right? Ziff in that 1v1, if you let them have those kind of fights, DSG are usually coming out on top, right? Strength in numbers is what OR Esports need, and unfortunately, they just didn't have it at the end of that round there. So an interesting one, but still a full buy across the board as they set their eyes on the C side. Ziff pushed up aggressively.
Well, if you had waited like an extra second.
Cubby, fault line on to clear. Here comes the lockdown as well. And this is going to force Ziff out of that position prematurely. And it looks like they're ready for anybody to work this way. Stars being recalled. Util's out. Oh my goodness, but damage mitigated. A 1-for-1 thus far as the op shot doesn't land either. And Clear
he didn't hit
has
the one coming out of garage.
So he will be dealt with on the inverse. It's 2 players dead for DSG.
Spike, though, still at long, so it's going to take a long time getting back to site the plant, which is giving a lot of time for Disguise to get into position to set up this retake. They are a man behind, though, and OR has a really firm grasp of Garage, and yeah, Genghsta just had no clue.
When you look at the economy, you see Exalt is far away from it. Steel, however, still playing out from long, still playing the range. Smoke out onto the spike.
There's the paranoia.
Shrouded step to push on forward. The paranoia there behind it. Exalt now wants to fight forward. This one a winnable 2v2 as Steel will find another. It's all up to Nilly playing on the inside. Here of Garage.
Wow.
Just 2 players swing, and he's not
Really well
going to
done.
line them up. No way DSG just did that.
I would here to inform you that they did, in case you weren't clear.
In case you don't know.
Been able to do that,
I
but
can't
they
make
Now
sense
you
of
know.
it.
Can I just say that that was such masterful use of
All right,
utility,
chat, what do
though,
we think? Are we?
involving
Well, let's
Steel
take some
in
bets.
combo?
Do we end
Just
up
the
having to
way
wait till
that
7 if
the
this ends
sun
up
comes in,
get done in the
that
next 10
allows
minutes?
Steel to free peek off the flame
I
for
feel
that
like that's the
first
way it
frag.
works, right?
Then he's able to smoke and teleport through.
Which is
His
fine.
Paranoia he sends before
We're just gonna have to figure out something to do.
allows Exalt to have the advantage on the duel against Pure. And then they're able just to play the 2-on-2 together from that point forward. Like the layering of utility there from Disguise was masterclass to pull that one back. So as much as you could say OR kind of fumbled the ball in a 4 versus 2, I mean, the timing of Exalt and Steel's utility was to perfection. To try to grab the round back in it, they did it.
Yeah.
That's twice now they've been able to pull off miracles, basically.
And to that point as well, Pure being blind and the players being in Garage, there is a world where they had absolutely no idea that Steel Shrouded stepped, right? Because of that paranoia, it completely, not only your vision, but your hearing as well. So that was just a whole lot.
Sorry, Chad, I don't think I muted the
at DSG, they do it again. Just when OR Esports, they're getting the wind underneath their wings. We talked about it. Zeldris finding heaps of impact. They're playing this strength in numbers and kind of overwhelming DSG, and they're starting to get way too comfortable in it, that being DSG here on the defense.
And this is not even just about this match. It's just that when you see Disguise doing things like that, like the little micro plays, that you just know that their communication's super fine-tuned to be able to pull things like that off. And that's a sign of a very growing, dangerous team that you're going to have to watch out for. Even some of the teams that we kind of thought of as favorites in the league are going to have to worry about this team if they're capable of pulling off those kinds of little plays.
I'm telling you, bro, Disguise, the more the
so timeout with a full buy just on the other side of it. Steel now the player
get better.
To play close.
They'll be dangerous split too.
Need to use that shrouded step to safety. Meanwhile, Hunter straight from across the map, and one's up close and personal. That being Nilly. Doesn't quite take the alarm bot with him, but he takes heaps of damage on the way out. And look at that, Lyra and Nilly, the support players, 45 HP. As OR Esports look to hit this A site, it's not a great spot to be in.
Not to mention that Disguised have two very powerful ults to use for retake. So, I mean, they don't even have to play up front. Ziff, though, still going to be playing this corner. He's got the turret to play contact with.
And the stun.
Oh, he looked
just the wrong corner, but nonetheless, it's the frag.
Rolling Thunder on the opposite side, though. That'll slow the defense down for just a moment as Steel works his way on the bottom side of the map. OR Esports still trying to get the spike on. This has been a point of contention, right? That spike just being a bit lagged behind the rest of the team, but with that, you're going to have that Cosmic Divide available. Tosses that one out, and just before, no way! Clear tried to find the peak, but Zeldris just a bit better for it. Flash goes out, and they play the wall perfectly to keep this defense at bay. Another situation that DSG are down in players this time. Goes from 1 to 2 as Exalt and Genghsta will look to work hand in hand. Genghsta just doesn't have it in him as the last one standing, and OR Esports.
That's a big round for OR.
Yeah, really well played there.
I'm not gonna lie, I wouldn't mind seeing this one go to map 3.
Sewers.
I feel like I'd rather see the first one than the second one go to map 3. I don't think the second. I think the second one's a wipe.
Really having much of a chance coming through heaven and bottom side. It's really well played. Even with Ziff getting this frag, you're kind of liking their chances, but just such a great use of Cosmic Divide.
Yeah.
Just good trading from OR Esports there to get the dub, and now it's Disguised back to having to play with low econ. They do have the lockdown still available. They have sheriffs. We've seen them pull off some crazy stuff with low weaponry in the past, so I don't want to count them out entirely, but this is a great opportunity for OR Esports to tie things up and keep this map alive.
And all 5 players quick to rotate, met by 5 of OR Esports. Eldritch taking heaps of damage there. Nanoswarm does a lot. There's the Sheriff's doing 1, but a weapon swap in the hands of Steel. No way, another one finds its way through as they hop up to logs once more.
You should have kept the Sheriff.
It's only Exalt. It's all OR here. The damage was dealt, but the round's been won. It goes the way of OR Esports.
Yeah, that weapon switch was brutal. You figure if he keeps the Sheriff out,
yeah, he definitely should have kept the Sheriff.
Second frag, and all of a sudden that round's a little bit different, but the switch of the Vandal puts them vulnerable for that brief moment, and that's just enough time for OR Esports to recover, get the frags they need to reel that one back in, because it got scary again. DSG was using some really good utility there to scramble up OR Esports and make things very stressful, but ultimately unable to pull it off. Now we're, though, on equal footing. 11-11, both teams with full buys, operator available for clear, and we still have that lockdown available for Ziff.
Eventually, that will get dealt with. Another 5-player stack, though. Strength in numbers. OR Esports looking to overwhelm. We'll see how it's dealt with by DSG this time around. From the Shadows available. Lockdown available for the retake. As that From the Shadows is already used. Steel's made his way onto the site. They're expecting the hit to be right where it is. Dash onto the site. Zeldris the first one in. Shock dart damage. Steel, though, on the opposite side. Not even worried about the Jet. Will take down 2 of his teammates. And now Genghsta looks to hold onto the site as Clear goes wide on the up shot, and Nilly will punish. Lockdown on the opposite end, but 1 to match here from the defense. That Spike slowly moonwalking to safety here. They haven't yet committed it.
They'll back out underneath on
Hell's
Head there.
Indeed.
Now Now they walk forward. It's still here. Nilly pushes up, finds the third on the round for him. Ziff now with 20 HP has to find his counterpart, but he's got the spike down at his feet.
Oh, he's gonna
Nilly
hear
on
him?
the reload. Ziff on the swing through the box. The shots will go.
Nilly better though.
OR Esports take the lead.
And I don't know if Disguise is going to be able to buy a full round here.
All the way throughout the course of the round. Initially, really good play from Steel. Perfectly timed paranoia and a good push to double up.
What does this mean about OR Esports?
Respond. You see kind of the two dueling ults there, but eventually it's the Nilly lockdown that allows them to safely get back into A site, and then they ultimately win that 2-on-2. And so now it's map point for OR Esports, perhaps force the third on Pearl. Disguise, though, so have a pretty good buy here to force an OT. They still have their own lockdown available they haven't used yet.
I'm wondering what frustration levels are like, right? That OR Esports just keep doing this, and it continues to work every single time. Just hit the site quick. Find the punish. Steel, speaking of punish, he's going to get punished himself. Nilly, who found 4 in the last, will pick up the first. Here in the last round of regulation, an early
look at this pinch.
Forces everybody back. Rolling Thunder, though, to try and fight the two players.
Look at this
the
pinch.
Defenders working through the spawn, and Genghsta still on the angle, but completely stunned up. So as they give up the site, Exalt goes aggressive, leaps up, finds the first headshot with the Guardian. Unfortunately, the updraft makes it too tricky. No, it doesn't, Exalt. What are you doing? Lear now has to try and pick up the pieces, but Clear is here to sit him down. And this is Exalt's round. He's the reason we're headed to OT.
Oh my goodness, dude. You thought for a second it wasn't looking good, man. I mean, he seemed like Mom Spaghetti there for a moment with the Guardian rattling off and not finding any connections. But then just when he needed them the most, just when it was absolutely required, it's a back-to-back snapshot to get Zeldris and Jonah down. And he saves the day, and he puts us in extra innings, so to speak, here on Haven. You know the deal. Got to win 2 in a row.
All right, here we go, champ.
Or we keep going.
Wow.
That was
OR
so
Esports force him map 3?
Like 0 to I'm a god and just snaps 2 headshots.
Is this over?
I mean, it looked like he was like just full panic mode, rattling off bullets. It didn't seem like it was going to work out. And then
Zeldris going to go with the glass right
work out.
And you would almost hope that at some point Zeldris, while he's updrafted, has to hit a stray bullet, right? Somebody has to kill the breach, but it just never came through. Speaking of Zeldris, starts this round, the wallbang onto 1, that being Steel. So he escapes being the first death for the team. However, keeps the damage, dash on into the smoke, a shorty out, 2 smokes to play with the cloud burst, and Zeldris is in, Zeldris is down. That's the op to fall as Lear backs away. Has an idea of tossing out the owl drone, but they know where everybody's at. They don't need that extra information. Meanwhile, Jonah pushing aggressively, catches 2 off guard, almost makes it 3 as Exalt picks up right where he left off. A tap onto the spike, and he walks into the spray of Nilly. Now only 1 remains. It's Ziff, and he needs to try and not only find the spike, but find these fights. The dark cover down. The spike might be retrievable, but as
OR Esports
subsides, Nilly closes out the round, and OR Esports take the lead in OT.
I mean, the Skies really dropped the ball there. They had such a great initial push onto site. They got the opper down. Zeldris, great opening kill there from Clear, who has otherwise kind of had a bit of a rough game. But the fact that they let Jonah just slip in like that for a double, that's unforgivable. You have a guy under heaven. You have assistance coming from long. There should be a crossfire established to stop that. Or at least a call that, hey, I'm reloading, I'm out the fight. You know, something, some type of calm didn't happen there that needed to, that allows Jonas to slip through the cracks. I mean, look at this. This is a great position to be in, what you saw there. And then just to let Jonah come in like that is, that's a big oversight.
OR time out here.
To the OR Esports for recovering after, you know, losing the opening fight, but man, DSG could have had this match.
I guess their thought is they don't want to let this one slip away.
Yeah, one you definitely wish you could have back. That a round like that, a play like that, it brings me to the saying the ball doesn't lie, right? Where OR were supposed to win the round, that Exalt went bananas. So eventually, you know, if the ball is meant to go in the hole, the ball will go in the hole, and Jonah was the ball in that round. He steals away the next one.
Ball don't lie.
It's
I love it, Tanner.
Though,
we can get with it.
It should have been the game. Now,
hey, can we get a different camera angle?
Close this one out. There's still chances for DSG
or are we just watching the mail?
Reset us here for another OT.
And Clear also decides to go for the defensive operator. You get set up at long A early, trying to provide a little bit more flexibility for the other DSG members as far as how they want to be able to rotate across the rest of the map.
I love that look, though, right? What was the OR attack? It was 5 towards A or 5 towards C. So what do? They op out towards A.
They're really going to push right into B, huh?
And that's not even the call, though. B site finally shown as a weakness here for DSG in their defense. The shock darts are out, the spike is planted, and everybody's still alive.
They got everybody back out.
Classic B plan, everyone fall back mid and play post plan. The difference here, though, is you actually had 2 players playing over towards A lobby that could be a long con flank to B link from A site.
So, you got Ziff in here.
Wins Eldris to take the fight with Ziff, and he'll win it out. That's a player down already for the defense. Working against the clock, working a player down, and still util on the spike, as here comes that long con that you mentioned. A flash on the backside, Exalt out towards mid, can't find the first, steal there to trade him out, but he's the last one standing, and it's
We're
not
going
for
to Pearl,
long.
baby.
It looked scary, but then it looked doable for OR Esports as they take us the distance. We're headed to a map 3.
Indeed we are. It was
OR Esports.
At times a bit unexpected. It was a little touch and go. I mean, definitely Disguise had a couple of different leads and regulation to work with, but OR Esports maintained their composure. They get it to 11-11. We kind of go back and forth from there. We find ourselves in OT, and in those critical moments of the extra rounds, OR Esports really get the job done.
OR
In particular,
Esports,
the final round was just a very clean B take. A nice little long con flank through A and just good post plant holding for middle. Just kind of, really just grinding the fundamentals, I guess, in that regard.
Did take Pearl off of M80
and force us into a third map.
Granted, that Pearl did not look good against the guard.
It's strange that it was almost completely unexpected. You said that B hit, right? A hit or C hit was the name of the game for the OR attack. We go into second OT, or our second round of our first OT. And there's a timeout called. It's strange that DSG are not expecting a switch up like we saw in that. But either way,
they did it just
caught them off guard, caught them with their pants down, had a huge first round in overtime and retaking, had a huge attacking round, and are able to get it done as we take a look at the last couple of rounds. Nilly came up big at the end. And Steel just couldn't do it in the 1v4, just completely on an island, actually on an island up atop the box on B. Everybody looking his way, and there's just nothing to do or say about it. But with that, a not so close map 1, a nail biter of a map 2, and now for map 3, we've got a whole lot to talk about, a whole lot to break down.
All right,
it's a strong map for Pearl, it's a strong map for DSG, and that map will continue right after this.
I think he meant to say it's a strong map for OR instead of Pearl. But it is a strong map for OR. DSG has only showed it against Mad Lions. So, I mean, take it with a grain of salt, I guess. Right? Would be what I would say. All right. So we are going map 3. You'll love to see that. Yo, chat, I really appreciate y'all vibing with your boy tonight, man. Dang. Is there more money at that, or... But yeah, chat, man, I really appreciate y'all who are in here hanging out and vibing with your boy, man. A lot of different places y'all could be watching NA Challengers. Appreciate y'all rocking with your boy, you know what I'm saying? We're starting to get a little bit of traction over here on the channel, whether it's the videos, our shorts, our lives. It's all thanks to you guys, man. I really appreciate y'all vibing. So here's the question, chat. Knowing that we have daytime stuff the next 3 days, I'm sorry, with lock-in being there during the day. Do we want to do some ALGS scrim watch parties in the evening? Or do we maybe wait to do that next week? Because obviously next week we're not going to have VCT. We'll have, you know, challengers Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So maybe do some scrim watch parties like early in the week. See if we can get a good indication of how teams look heading into the new year. Really, we can probably even do that the next 2 days. I might do that. What do we think, chat? One thing I do like is if we do it that way. Probably just actually do like a, you know, old school Apex watch party. Pull up, multi-stream, kind of tune into the fights as they happen, where they happen. I think that might be the move, chat. Also, question for you guys, chat. I've been doing like the going back and doing the chapters on the watch parties. That way, in case like people miss them, or you know, like later on people want to go back and watch like week 2 and stuff, like they're there. Does having the chapters marked where it's like in between games matter, or if I just simply have those still in that time frame of map 2 of the, you know, first matchup, and then start the second matchup kind of at like, you know, map select or something? I don't know. Yo, what up, Siege? How you doing, buddy? Ari. Wait. I'm trying to think. It's like evening for you, right? You're in Europe? Or are you in the APAC South region? I can't remember. I think you're in Europe, right? So it's like still like late evening for you, right? I think, possibly, maybe. Anyways, man, how you doing? Hopefully you're doing well. Appreciate you swinging through. Great after a long day. Hell yeah. Okay. I thought that was the case. I just wanted to double check. But yeah, chat, I think we'll do that. I think we'll do, like, I'm not going to set that as like a for sure for tomorrow. But I think, you know, since the evening is free in the next 2 days, we'll probably try and at least pop live once to kind of check out the NA scrims. I don't think we'll have a chance to check out EU scrims, so I think lock-in will still be going on. Yo, Maury, how is the off-season going for you guys? Y'all ready for, man, I can't believe ALGS already starts next weekend. Like, I knew it was going to be starting in March, but I was expecting it to be like third weekend, maybe like the fourth. I'm kind of surprised that it's this early. I can dig it though. Sent out a couple feelers yesterday to try and see if I can find out who your boys got to chat with to try and do an English cast for the SA region. Well, I guess you, that's true though. I mean, at least, you know, it's only, well, in this case, this is actually, I think, the quickest off season. I feel like it was only what, 5 weeks, because the LAN was the 2nd through 5th, right? And then starts on the 10th? Starts on the 10th for me, but it's technically the 11th for the boys. They about to sub in like right now? Nah, he can't sub in now because Moist's not playing, big dog. I'm not gonna lie, I was thinking about responding to that Fallout post about Apex coaches, because I've always thought it'd be fun to get into coaching, but there is no way in heck I'd be able to try and throw in something else right now. Just ain't no way. Yeah, Maury, my sleep schedule gets pretty effed during ALGS season. Wait, shut up. He's not actually subbing in for Toast, is he? Imagine, bro. That'd be nutty. I feel like if I sat down, Moon, and like really got into it, I think I'd be able to be a pretty solid coach. I think I've got enough of a background from what I know now, and I think if I were to sit down with the mind frame of learning more on the coaching side, but again, I just don't think I've got the time to add into something new. Besides, I still gotta try and figure out a way to get to London for Split 2. Weevil and I were talking about, and I'm like 95% certain that if I get there, I get on the desk. Even if it's just for like, or you know, just for one of those like feature spots like they did with like Monsoon this last event. Yo, Maury, I appreciate you coming through and hanging out, fam. Excited to see what the boys do this coming split. Also, are you gonna give me the juice on who the third's gonna be soon? I don't think you guys have filmed this. I don't think I've seen a info release on it yet. I need the juice. Give me the juice. Nah, but for real, I appreciate you coming through and hanging out, Maury. Chat, Maury Siege is the homie from over in the Apex world. Is the esports manager for Iron Blood Gaming. Y'all know that we're, big IBG fans over here. Nothing is solid yet, coming soon. Yo, bet. Yo, but for real, Maury, I'm trying to get over to land split 2. And if I do, we're gonna definitely have to make sure we catch a drink after one of the days. Bet. Yer. Hell yeah, let's get it. Yo, Moon, you didn't say anything earlier. You trying to meet us up at the beach or what? We got people we're meeting out there here a little more than a month away. What do you think? What do you think? Turn into 1%. But like, what do you think as far as with Ye then? Where does he realistically have a shot at going? 'Cause I don't think he goes anywhere NA. Does he actually go the route of going EU? You think, Moon? Bro, those VR tickets that you can get for sporting events look fucking nutty, don't they, Moon? I just saw you posted in Discord. What, you think wait till like after the next event? Just grind on some content shit for like 2-3 months or whatever? Have to get tickets for what? I mean, he could realistically use the time to trial out being a content creator while still, you know, doing like pug scrims or some shit. But, you know, kind of start building your content library.
Welcome back to Knights Arena Valorant Challengers North America. We asked the question coming into this second map, could OR Esports force it to a third map, one that they've already won in Challengers against a formidable opponent in M80 at the start of the season? And in fact, they do, but it wasn't exactly
all right,
easy.
Here we go, chat.
They take things all the way to overtime before they finally close out the map, but they were also fighting from behind. It was a hard-fought battle from OR.
Yeah, definitely it was. I mean, there were definitely situations where you really felt like the Skies were probably going to win the game. I mean, there were points where they looked like they had a lead. There were points where they were.
Hey, you know what? At least it's not like last night where,
even just like watching the finer details
Thursday
of how
night
some
where
of
it
those
started,
final rounds played out.
or Monday night where it started at 6.
Even just down to the last couple of rounds of regulation, like it just seemed like the Skies were setting themselves up for success, and then just kind of got lost in the weeds of the final details to close out some of those rounds. But and the other end of the coin, like they also pulled off some crazy 2v4s and things that you couldn't have expected them to pull off, right? So it was kind of weird in that way, where the results just weren't really what you expected based on how rounds were playing out. And in the end, though, OR Esports were able to get the job done. Like they had a very clean overtime there, you know, won that in pretty dominant fashion to move us to a third map.
I want to mention.
I mean, the KJ.
That's not the right word for it, but Disguise
tells you everything, right?
We swap sides into that second half. Could not wrap their heads around what OR were doing, and it was literally just slamming the site. Right, they were having such a hard time dealing with that initial pressure, and then the retakes were looking a little sloppy. I felt that was very uncharacteristic of Disguise kind of as a whole, and also something that we're seeing all too often. We saw it in the TSM and the guard matchup at the start of the weekend, or I guess the start of the week 3. And we saw it in this one too, is teams who have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more first kills, but are losing games, right? So the ability to not overheat in finding these first kill situations.
It's a good point.
Just like Dust was saying, there were rounds that Disguise should have been winning, and I would imagine a handful of them came off of first bloods. That they
didn't they have him running KJ up?
What's actually interesting to me too is the KJ. If you actually looked at the stats, both players
their game against DRX
fulfilling that role of the Killjoy, which was Nilly and Zip, they were the top performers. But if you actually look at
or not DRX, who the fuck they play?
Weren't that great. They were really good on the attack, and that's in general how both teams played. The
DRX.
Both sides was not very good. Across the map, you've got 11 plants coming in for Disguise. Obviously, there's an extra round in there, so take that into consideration for the attacking side. But that's still pretty significant amount of control. They won 8 of them. There was 10 plants for OR Esports, who won, I think, 7 of them from the, if I remember correctly. That's pretty impressive. The fact that they were able to get on the
you know what? Maybe I was thinking about the Sage op, not KJ. I'm an idiot.
Just weren't what they needed to be, especially when you take into consideration again that a player who is statistically strong on defense in Killjoy just didn't really put up the numbers they were looking for.
I also wanted to that point, right, of giving up the site kind of for free. The one time we saw DSG really fight for it was that last round in overtime, where they put 3 defenders out towards C, they put an op out towards A.
You're right. He has not played KJ recently.
Sites, and then OR Esports, again, they hit the B site and Disguised. They're completely hoodwinked. They have absolutely no idea. It's like it wasn't even a possibility that OR Esports could play outside of what they did for the entire second half. So, I mean, I guess you have to give a lot to OR Esports, a lot of credit there in reading that DSG would finally catch on. And then obviously that last round just worked perfectly.
And I want to be clear too. I'm not.
Yeah, but he's not a Sage player though.
One player or
like Sage op is normal.
It's an interesting.
But he is not a Sage player.
It's something I noticed that I thought was somewhat peculiar, not something you typically see. Now we are going to a third map in this series, and we'll take a look at the picks and bans again, just in case you've forgotten.
Granted, he was like,
at this third,
you know, fucking,
it's no surprise that Lotus gets banned
like
early.
chamber
shying away from that
main
one for now,
forever.
See that surprise
but like
pick of Split, thinking, okay, OR Esports has clearly put in some work over the last few weeks, getting prepped for the map changes that were coming with week 3. But Split goes the way of Disguise 13-6. Then we go to Haven, a map that Disguise is really good in. I feel like we hammered that one hard. And OR actually is the one that claws out the victory. It's definitely close, 14-12. Now, what makes this interesting is Pearl was a map that OR Esports already played early on in their run here through Challengers, and until this, that was their only map win.
Like last time he had played Sage before this weekend was 2021.
So this is a little bit scary now if you're a Disguised fan, because
at least
OR
last time he
is
played it in
coming
VCT.
on a map win against one of the best teams potentially in Challengers. I would be a little bit concerned, but I'm told that the agent select is ready, which means it's time to find out who's going to be walking home the victors, as OR Esports is desperately looking for their first win in Challengers. Take it away.
Thank you, Bach. This was, we talked about the schedule of OR Esports coming into this matchup, and it doesn't get easier the next 3 weeks because you have TSM Mad, you have Disguised right now, but it's not the guard, it's not M80. So this right here would be huge if they could find a win. Unfortunately, to Bach's point about OR Esports being strong on this map, DSG Dust are just as strong, and they run a complete control and information comp here. It's scary.
Yeah, they're definitely one of those teams that run that duelist list. I don't know why I picked that way to say it. I did it yesterday too.
That's the only way to say it, unfortunately.
The not having a duelist composition,
yeah.
But they do it very well. You know, they definitely passed the eye test on how they play this map with this composition. But again, you know, they were a team that was super strong on Haven, whereas OR Esports, a team that had lost 4 of their last 5 on Haven, and they still pulled the upset there. So
here we go, chat.
What's possible when you come into Pearl? Because while this
heading into Pearl, third and decider,
a darn good map for this,
how we feeling? What we thinking?
Disguised team who beat Auction Esports and Mad Lions on this map between the qualifiers and between week 2 of the split. This is an OR Esports team that did pull an upset over M80 not too long ago on this map as well. So they're both going to be coming to this knowing that they are comfortable and they know how to have success here, and it's just who's going to be a little bit better when it comes down to it now.
And honestly, there is not a better map in the pool to play for both of these teams to have as a map 3. Again, OR still chasing their first series win after a couple of rough weeks to get us started. And it's going to be DSG on the attack, and they're playing just as DSG do the entirety of the map here.
Yeah, you know, one thing that Tarek was talking about that was interesting.
At the same time, we talked about that quite a lot on Haven. This map is no different on this than the
multi-prong
pressure, which is again, I think, an option you always have to have.
Chill.
Kind of a foundation.
A lot of C9
when your executes
seemed to be during their DRX swacking.
Your opponents is clear, not wasting any time finding first blood here.
Like they were just happy to be there.
Eldris, no, keep pressing.
Whereas that's obviously not Yay.
And the fault line to trying to lay, but nobody else really here to try and fight forward. Now finally the swing comes through. It's Jonah 6 on the opposite side. Lear to try and help out, but Jonah gets it done himself. Ziff now looking to play some util instead of fighting through this nebula smoke. Unfortunately, all that's done is scattered the defenders here, and Disguise now looking to head elsewhere as the A site. I mean, Steel's got this one locked down, but can he keep it locked down as the team rotates?
Yeah, because he didn't trigger anything, and he's towards the defensive spawn, but there's still a way that Nilly could kind of bypass Steel and still get the information on this A hit and call for rotations through middle, but that's also being watched by Ziff. So Steel and Ziff kind of have the top and bottom of the maps covered while the spikes make its way into the side. It's going to be a very interesting play.
And finally, that turret will ping. Finds one on the side, finds one out towards Art, and Nilly happy to have that kill onto Ziff. So it's a lot of stall potential as that spike gets planted, a lot of post-plant potential gone as Genghsta stuck on the site. And I say
that's a good ring around.
He just fights his way back site, and now it's all up to Pure VNS here. Spots out the first and can't take him down. The last one standing only for a moment as DSG pick up the pistol.
Yeah, Steel's lurk winds up coming up huge there. He gets a kill inside spawn that kind of frees up Genghsta to kind of know that he's safe to take the fight that he takes at Link, and they come out on top. Clear also, of course, had a big opening frag and had a second in the end as well. So a pretty good round for him, which is good. They probably get him started early because he had a rough Haven, if we're being honest, just individually. So to have, you know, a young, inexperienced guy have a bad map, no better way to get him fired up than having a big pistol round to kind of, you know, maybe spark some momentum.
Oof. It's eco aggression here out towards A, just looking to farm some orbs. Jonah will be the recipient.
The only problem with Epic Pen Moon,
we got a train
is once
of
I
three
open
working
it
together here for OR Esports out towards this A side of the map.
I then
DSG,
can't
a lot
click.
Of respect given, right? Same kind of start.
Like if I want to go into my, like let's say if I'm like, oh hey, I'm kind of surprised they don't have another person like Slit.
To use your Viper utility to kind of always create presence on the B side of the map, but then still have the Asher to throw down the smokes that you need to take the opposite side of the map when you look to execute.
I'm not going to be able to do it on window.
Nice little counter here, though, defensively.
If I'm going
OR
to do that,
Esports
I would
kind
need to
of
do
push DSG
screen
back,
capture.
not allow them on the site early. But again, with the lower firepower and with DSG still having plenty of clock time.
But say, again, this kind of comes back to the same thing. It's like now I have to close Epic Pen. Oh, no, I don't.
DSG gonna bide their time.
I just gotta
as the rotations are coming through too. They start to hit this A site. The defenders will stay here. Steal to find the first on the round. A couple of players spotted. Exalt picks out one. Will find that frag. Jonah now just gonna be called out by Exalt as he falls. That classic right click just won't land. Meanwhile, Zell just on the opposite side goes good for his one. So damage dealt here against DSG. It's nearly last one standing here momentarily. Ooh, about to find a Phantom. Unfortunately, the backstab was there. Ziff was privy to it. The DSG
I wasn't worried about the eye closing. I was worried about, I was worried about because I couldn't like click onto windows and stuff.
That old man with the dollar.
With the dollar, yep.
Yeah.
I was more worried about, okay, so hold on. I need to go to...
Our age is showing, unfortunately.
That's okay. I made a Friends reference a couple of days ago, so that's when I knew it was really downhill for me about the moist maker sandwich. But anyway,
okay, hold on.
Not a bad result for DSG considering they ran into a 4-man stack and they win with 3 surviving. I mean, that's not too shabby.
Hold on.
Yeah, you hate to take the damage, but at the end of the day, I mean, not even any bit of reinvestment because of what they buy. So this bonus round, although it looks relatively like a bonus round, they still bring 2 rifles.
Now if I use it.
Exalted Ziff, the one's kind of taking the sacrifice of Sheriffs here. So we're looking to run an A split. Already has some good control of Art.
I just don't like having it on.
Not committing just yet, though. Looking to maybe push
display capture. I'm not gonna lie.
Defensive spawn and sewers, just to kind of make sure that's all clear.
Or I'd rather have it on window capture, not display capture.
Just taking what real estate
screen
they
capture,
can.
sorry.
Again, leaving their options open. Something that's been a staple of their attacking play.
No, I was looking that if I click the cursor, it lets me...
Just kind of waiting to see if OR Esports is going to show something.
Like, because I was worried I couldn't click in, like, go to my other monitor with it open.
The Genghsta lineup, see what he's got
click other things until I wanted to draw.
In way of that
I had to click
try and find the information. Look at this, though. Nanoswarm, that's going to be dealt with. Good snake bites down, and it forces the issue here inside the dugout, but Pure VNS will just stay in that area. Flashes towards back sight. One of the Sheriffs gone. One of the rifles gone. The rest of the team slowly work their way up towards the site. How much more spam do they have? It seems like a whole lot.
KJ's working the way to the back.
Spike planted completely. Oh, okay, not completely uncontested. It looked that way for just a moment. If you look at the health bars, they're all just so low. So it's easy pickings here for the rest of OR Esports as only one remains for a moment. And just like that, the flawless round for their first.
That's big.
Yeah, that was definitely a tougher round for Disguise just because of what they were working with in that round. A couple of guys just on shares. They had taken so much economic damage along the way. So OR Esports able to pull that one out, have the full buy, but of course DSG are able to fully purchase into this one.
Yeah, I think I still want to try and get the actual tablet hooked up though and see if I can use that a little better.
Tie things up quickly, or if DSG can try to extend that lead and then force a save out of OR Esports. It's kind of a 2-for-1 deal for OR. If they can take this one, they would force Disguise to save.
I guess that'd be the other thing too, right? Is I don't necessarily need to have it up there until I'm ready to use it.
And I'll say 3 maps into this one, the investor flawlesses have been aplenty. They are getting their money's worth here in this. It just continues to happen back and forth. We started the day with 3 in our first 4 rounds on split. The flawless round, the best way to do it. That economy starting to boom in a good way for OR Esports, and that operator, unfortunately, not going to be posted up on the right angle just yet. We'll see if DSG look to head back the opposite way as we go. Flashes out and over the top off the map is the best way to do it, so the rest of your team is not affected. And no defenders home.
Now everyone's going to rotate over from
it is to get this plant down. Nobody really even in a position to spam here.
No, it's going to have to be the retake, that's for certain. It's going to be a 5-on-5 at that. We do have a Rolling Thunder available for Jonah to clear out the main site itself, but it wouldn't dislodge.
So you think they go tower or tunnel?
Long
Probably split it here, right?
Late flank option here for Ziff.
Most of them going tunnel though.
Okay.
Jonah got two of
Gravity
them.
well from Steel. It pulls Lear right into the open, and there's another player behind
The big Rolling Thunder buys in space.
Steel picks up two. Now the Rolling Thunder forces the defenders away. One inside the link. That's Ziff. We'll see how long it takes for this play to finally come to
2v2?
fruition, and it does just that. And unfortunately for Pure, 2 players still to worry about and a ticking bomb at his feet, and it was not enough. What a round from DSG. How about it for Steel?
Yeah, really well done by Steel.
But yeah, you thought I didn't have it, did you?
Inconsequential, right? Because the main post-plant hold is already back at Long Beach.
Look at you
anyway.
looking.
So
you're looking at.
Yeah, I guess the Rolling Thunder kind of allows you a little bit more of a safety net to feel more comfortable coming onto site. But at the end of the day, you still have to deal with those long-range duels at people coming ramp. There's still Ziff that potentially is going to be.
But yeah, again, I do still want to try and
they just couldn't really get a lot of value out of it. Like
plug in like the
tablet
and see if I can figure out how that works a little bit better.
Set up his teams for success.
I need to get either an extender on this thing.
Well, to play for the orbs early here in this. Cosmic Divide available, Nightfall available. All right, the first time we see some aggression out towards mid from OR Esports, and it's met by Ziff. How much more do they want to put this way? They have a player posted up here in Jonah 6. Are they ready for it? No, they're not. He peeks his head out, and he
Jonah
takes
got
two,
the
just
duel
like that.
Right there.
Yeah, a little bit of an oversight there. They didn't really get that Prowler on that side to kind of check that corner. It's obviously not a corner that's often played, so I understand how it caught the first one off guard, but it's something you really want to be able to trade back right away, and they didn't. And now Nilly able to push through B as well, just to add insult to injury. So now still left alone in a 1 versus 3, and about the only thing going for him is the fact that he has the spike. But past that, unless he can win a 1v1 against Nilly on B and put Spike down,
because it's a second angle essentially.
I don't really see many outs for him here. And actually,
he's
choosing the wrong side, it seems, unfortunately.
30 seconds left.
This was the map, however, though, for Steel in week 2, where he really flexed his brain and his muscle, had a stellar performance here on Pearl, playing this Astra.
What up, Boogie?
I'm not saying that this round is winnable by any means, but Steel may be feeling the most comfortable on this agent, on this map, as he looks to clear out everything. Will eventually, I don't know if he's got it here. That's going to be very close, and he's not even safe enough to do it. Time,
it's
not
Ducky.
Of the essence,
Quack,
not
quack,
even a
quack,
matter
quack,
here
Mr.
in this
Duckworth.
Pure
What up,
VNS
buddy?
Finds a kill on that round, closes it out, and brings us in 1. Dust, I want to ask about this composition, though, here for the attack for DSG, because they can't really do anything unless OR Esports give them something, which is what happened out towards mid. After that, you're kind of just scrambling, and you have to be perfect in this set play with all of your utility to take a site.
How you been,
or
Ducky?
you kind of just walk around and hope you catch somebody.
Grinding here, big dog.
Awkward.
There's just a lot of like vision blocking capability though by playing the double controller that allows you to like play contact plays walking up B, or setting up the smokes on A side as well. So I like the double controller element of it. They also have the ability to use prowlers to get people forward. So I think that there's still a good amount of attacking power to this composition, as the lockdown's going to go here to kind of clear off all of the site and make sure that back halls is not going to be a problem for Disguise as they come in for the spike plant, looking for the Thrifty. And now they drop the Viper's Pit on top of it.
And then Viper's Pit getting a little deep into spawn, a little deep into Link. Gonna make it that much harder to work through. That much more decay available as Exalt gets tagged up. He's gonna try and jump his way to safety, and he does so. Now clear left on his lonesome.
Duck, you have been good, man.
The pit, pushes forward, finds kill onto Nilly, and I mean, just like that, OR Esports working against numbers now as the spike continues to tick. Clear still healthy.
I mean, Ducky's like an OG Apex player.
Pure and Jonah just going to walk away from the round, save their weapons. Economy not on their side.
He just couldn't play it for a long time because he was on Wi-Fi.
Exalt.
Or on hotspot.
Going to take one more with them. And DSG going to work their way to safety.
Yeah, and they're going to collect a bunch of free rifles on their way out the door as well. So that's going to really help bolster their economy. Big Thrifty for them. That's going to put them up 4-2. Really well played round. It's great use of the first peak, lockdown, and Viper's Pit, all in tandem to grab.
How you liking the new season so far, Ducky? Have you played the new season yet, Moon? I know Oogie has a little bit.
That's a big one.
That I feel the eBay Thrifty win for DSG is the That's just a staple for this series. You know, just when OR Esports are starting to get something going, DSG take it back.
Yeah, see, he's an OG.
Wrenching it that OR Esports never really able to keep momentum moving forward. And this hurts. Even VNS dying at the end of that round really hurts to only bring in one hero rifle.
Very true. So they're going to control mid with the turret of Killjoy while trying to put a focus on A again. They still have the Viper utility to kind of poke at B a bit, but we are seeing that Jonah is testing that.
He's you're like, how does he like the new season? Oh.
You know,
why don't you fucking say that shit?
Allow for an easier rotation for his teammates, which is the gamble you have to take when you're coming into it thrifty, right? Push this out so you can have those 4 players strong at A when this attack comes in.
And Jonah living up to the hero name for his team, makes that hero play, and it pays off. But the spike, it has not been committed. Cosmic Divide is down, sure, but the rest of DSG pushing aggressive to check all of the nooks and crannies here. They're even trying to get into the corner and arch that isn't really a corner in arch as Genghsta. Tagged by the Recon Bolt. Snake bites are down. That's going to slow the push. The knives, unfortunately, left and right could not quite land to the head of Exalt.
Oh,
picks up the first. Genghsta will find the next. They hop on top of the half wall. It's Lear and Nilly to fall. Backside, the next one goes, and here comes the hero rifle. Needs to live up to the heroism. Unfortunately, will not steal. Closes out the round for an Investor Flawless.
Yeah, pretty well executed around there from DSG, just using the Cosmic Divide as well as their mid control to be able to pinch onto A. Once they have it, they also start to control alt, to make sure that they're not just pigeonholed at long A. Then they're able to kind of, once the Cosmic Divide goes down, you just replenish it with a couple of smokes and just continue to make it hard for OR Esports to find space to get onto site and to start finding the duels they need to have any chance at defusing the spike. So just, again, a well-crafted set piece, and obviously OR Esports were behind on the firepower in that round. All
right, I'm going to go get a second serving on food because I'm fat, chat.
Where it stands, it's 5-2 for DSG. OR Esports has not really been able to find consistent success. It's always just been kind of around here or there, not ever streaking 2 together. They do have Zeldris on the operator this round, so that could be a little bit of a different variable to help control long B a little bit better, which can kind of free up other players to maybe be more assertive at middle or maybe just reinforce A a little bit as well. And so I'll be interested to see how that plays out.
This is the second time they've now invested into the op. We're still obviously early in the game. The last time we saw it, though, Zeldris tossed it over to Lear, who then started to drone, who got gravity weld and run down by Steel. So we didn't see any value from the operator. And this round is looking to be exactly the same. Right, 4 players leaning to the right side of the map. Meanwhile, the op all by itself on the left. That's pretty terrifying. 3 players getting tagged by that fault line.
Oh, Gravwell making things nice and scary, but a counter Gravwell stops DSG from being able to try to punish this, and the utility is being exchanged left, right, and center. The Prowler, the Flash, it leads Exalt to a frag and a double at that, but Pure responds back in kind.
Unfortunately, the initiator's just so strong here for DSG. Meanwhile, Zip with the lurk up towards Art, and he's going to be met by Nilly, so his counterpart
2v2
will take him down. Nilly takes
2v2.
a good bit of damage in doing so. Finally, we get the op online, and Clear going to be on the receiving end of that shot. A lockdown available. An operator still in the hands in the long angle. Might find Genghsta, who plays with the rifle. Expecting a player out towards Flowers. Maybe something
Genghsta?
on the flank. Has a haunt in 3 seconds, but that's not the best piece of utility. If you're going to haunt and swing, you're going to do so right into that scoped rifle of Zeldris. This round looking a bit more winnable, a bit more doable here for OR Esports. It's actually the operator that's going to hop onto the spike. Zeldris going to look to get that one halfway off with the cloud burst. The first one falls. The op shot goes wide. Haunt is on. Zeldris is back on it, and he's safe behind the site. And he'll defuse the spike. A huge oversight on that plant, and the round goes away of OR Esports.
Yeah, that's the big one. It's just an oversight on the plant location, especially if you're going to play towards long A afterwards. You got to make sure you put it in a position where you have a win condition, where you have a way to ensure that you're going to be victorious. I mean, well played to get the frag, a missed shot. I mean, he had his chance, but you got to make sure you put the spike in a position that you can win from.
Wow, and talk about having the momentum kind of ripped away from you. Fortunately for Disguise, they still have the economy to buy up into the next, but rounds like that, again, they separate us. They separated us, I should say, on Haven. You know, 2 rounds between these two teams. You cannot afford to continue to give those up. But even in victory, it's not a great spot. It's Bulldogs. It's Nilly getting run down. It's Exalt actually not giving up his position here. Also dodging. Dip, dive, dodge, duck, and
push
dive,
pretty high up,
whatever it is from dodgeball. The Hunter's Fury hits nothing, and look how, a beautiful drone, though, eventually sniffs it out.
Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge.
It's one of those things, though, where he made them burn so much utility just to stop him from getting B link control, which he winds up with anyway, and now the site will get executed. Now, the lockdown's going to come in. It's going to push these players off site, but not before they get plant, and they get to play from long B, and they have the spike planted for them there.
Oh,
so, I
one
mean,
detained?
It's going to be hard to still win this.
And Exalt just going to tuck away. Doesn't want to play the long angle while he gets detained. Another Rolling Thunder out towards the long.
Knocked off the edge there.
Dust. How much does it mean when everybody's so far away? Out comes the Aftershock and force the players off the pillar. Look at the taps from Zip, though. Collects 2 of his own. Leaves it all up to Nilly with the operator, and he's headed for the hills.
Yeah, again, it's just one of those situations where, yes, you're able to clear the site, so now you don't have to worry about back halls anymore, so you can focus all of your attention on B link and long B, so you can kind of face one force, one front, so to speak. But the problem is there's just so much post-plant utility for DSG available to keep disrupting you from diffusing the spike, and then on top of that, they get to play the headshot angle off the ramp. And so you're going to be hard-pressed to win those long-range duels when they have that type of advantage on what type of angles they get to play from, on top of having the snake bites, on top of having the fragment, on top of
Zelda's gonna really bring out the
off the spike.
Up here, huh?
You know, it's just so hard to retake B when you don't have any sort of numbers advantage or any sort of flanking option coming behind the long B players.
And it's hard to play that flank when, you know, you spot a player deep in your spawn. You're thinking, well, if Exalt's here, where the hell is the rest of the team? They can literally be all over the map. We know Steel likes to play the long con, and it's incredibly difficult to play.
Everyone's bombed up for A right
now.
now.
For DSG, they're happy to have it play out this way. Meanwhile, the stack, it's a little towards A. 3 players inside this mailroom. Good nightfall. That's going to spot out.
That was a really good nightfall.
This way into the spawn. 2 more to rotate over. But just nobody here on the play.
Essentially, what it did is it pushed this whole squad
really
have to rotate back.
Outside with that.
So now they're either going to come back through that way, or they know they're gonna have to come back over on this backside here as well.
No one's
That's really smart.
or dug out or anything like that by using that ult, and they just push the players off that were towards art and control it for themselves instead. Nice grab wall there as Steel got stunned. It kind of stops them from being able to punish. That Nano Swarm is another nice follow-up, again stopping them from being able to punish.
What is going on with my connection?
Okay, all right, Steel. Let's take it easy, pal, okay? Picks up 2 through the smoke, tries for 1 with the shorty. Really trying to make a statement here in this round, collecting these eco frags. Jonah 6, gonna hope to do the same. Maybe take the head off of 1. Meanwhile, Zeldris was just not in the mix at all. This operator had no chance to be in the play, and there it is.
Now he just died a spike.
Jonah 6, ult orb secured, but DSG happy once more to take this round. That's 7th now on the board.
That's the strength of this
They did such a super good job
the layering
with
of
that ult
that you can do with it.
Because you had everybody mobbed up right here and pushed them all back.
Deal with, you know,
and it was able to buy them so much space on the A. Plus, they knew they could expect somebody rotating back this way.
Fade brings to the table.
Really, really smart.
Plus the flashing capabilities of Exalt. Then you have the Killjoy, you know, just locking down areas of the map with their own utility and nanos for post-plant. Like, there's just so much utility to battle through. And so that's why it almost becomes worth it to sacrifice a duelist to be able to have that in your back pocket.
And if you can find ways to make it work on attack like they are, I mean, the defense gets that much scarier. You're talking same vision.
You like that, Moon?
Retakes. You're talking stall potential.
I did that just for you.
Information.
Yep.
Plenty for this team. So this contact style,
I hope you enjoyed it,
is working well for DSG.
Yeah. OR, though, getting aggressive inside middle. They took Zif's turret down, and they're able to take Zif with it. So that's a big piece to have, because now that sets up the flank threat.
Zif's a huge first pick.
A threat, sure, but not a whole lot there. They're working their way through Link. Exalt in an awkward position of his own, kind of out on an island. They're wary of it, and there's the backstab to eventually come through, and it was the playthrough link.
The only problem is you're going to have the ability to...
Clear. Clear's been spotted. He's going to be taken down. Spike the fuse. He's got just about 6 seconds to try and survive. Holy, how about the damage here at the
Shut
end?
the fuck up!
Give him more!
What
are you doing? OR Esports, sure, you took the round, but at what cost?
Sheesh.
Oh, man, it's just stat padding, I guess, dude. Maybe not the most impactful frags for winning a round, but certainly keeping their economy in check and also just kind of making them look silly. That he's able just to back off and quad you on that. And that's the thing about Clear. It's like when you see plays like that, you see what the potential is, right?
Yeah.
It's just about finding the consistency and about just kind of learning the finer points about the different protocols you have to follow in the mid to late round to be successful. And that's something that he's going to learn over time. But those little flashes of individual antics is what makes you know it's worth it to kind of train them.
A good nano swarm here to clear out this close angle. That unfortunately the null command just didn't matter. Nilly holds down the mouse one. The Bulldog takes a bite out of 2, but they're traded right back. And unfortunately, 1 of 2 can be resurrected. So OR Esports still going to be working down a player as Steel. Okay, play the pillar, baby. Play the pillar, baby. Steel will do just that. Now Lear's got to try and get it done.
Who plays there?
Rats. Rats. That's who. I said it, Rats.
Oh my god. I mean, I almost have never seen an interaction like that in a pro match where dude's playing behind pillar at
So it's going to be 4-8 here at the turn. It's going to be tough for OR.
What a wild ride.
It's really tough half to bounce back from.
That's a bold statement to end the half with.
Wild to say the least. I want to go back to your point. I just want to go back to
Take us back, all the way back, baby.
A player that is individually like very strong mechanically, also is typically a duelist player, wants to play the duelist, but will play incredibly selfless, right? And playing the Viper here, like how many Jets do you know play Viper as well? So to your point of kind of molding this player, Steel doing just that, and it's just going to be taking time for this guy to really, you know, find his footing and find his confidence. I think it's already a good look for this player.
All right, chat. I'm gonna ask again. We got
becoming a guy.
A couple other people in here. I don't think we're in here when I got to ask earlier. I'm thinking about doing some ALGS scrims watch party tomorrow.
That he's gonna have to just kind of
like after VCT lock-in.
I mean, you also just have some other guys who can pop off at any given moment and frag off, so he doesn't have to always be the star, right? Like Ziff and Exalt have that fragging power in their own right. So does Genghsta. So,
or do we just do that simply in the Discord?
Well built all around.
And now we get to see, we kind of hyped it up in the first half, but this defense of a full utility comp, it's already slowing things down. This wall alone, I was talking about this the other day with somebody, and how this Viper really takes away a lot because it cuts off that Killjoy turret that's supposed to be watching mid for you. Now it can't. And if Nilly's going to make adjustments, those adjustments are going to be an aggressive turret forward or somewhere else.
He can't hear Tanner talking to him. And now they're trying to figure it out. Tanner tried to hand it off. No one's talking to Tanner. And now it's just this emptiness.
Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Things get a little awkward over here. Tanner Mutro for Dust only, but to the broadcast, so apologies on that. I was talking about the defense, Dust, but the defenders are already down a player.
Indeed they are.
Okay. He was trying to figure out what happened.
Awkward spot. He's got a fault line to help him out. Maybe too close to the fault line. Oh my God, Zeldris. Okay, we talked about the young gun and clear, but how about it? 4 kills to the Jet. He wants the 5th. Genghsta will deny. And again, Genghsta in a situation where he could get the 4 kills, sure. The time of the essence. Unfortunate there for DSG, but OR
turns 4-8 to 6-8 okay, probably.
Please.
Makes this more manageable.
Give it to us, OR Esports. Don't let up now.
Indeed. Also, sorry about that, folks. A little technical glitch there. I could not hear Tanner, but apparently you all could. So we got it sorted out now, though.
Enemy remaining.
I wasn't trying to talk over you, man. I promise.
I know, and you know what sucks is just that, like, we just did, you know.
Yeah, it just happened. It happened.
Any, PC gurus want to come stop my PC from hiccuping like that? Hey, hit me up on Twitter. I could use some help.
Yeah, because your computer just threw me under the bus.
Yeah, and it just burned us all. It burned us all, you know.
It did. We're gonna move past
a mind
it,
of its
though.
own.
We're strong enough.
Look at that, though. That's that wall that I was talking about. Blocks off the turret. They push deep up into it. Unfortunately, nobody behind it. And Nilly's still able to capitalize off the util.
Yeah, Spike gonna go down here for OR Esports. They're all gonna just kind of start fading back into long. There is a flank coming behind them, but Nilly's already spotted it. And again, OR holds on to the superior firepower. So not really a whole lot of hopes for DSG to fight their way back into this as the alarm bot even happens. But Clear still finds the frag.
Ziff still just sitting on the other side of this.
This is
kind of a dud. A flash on the opposite side. Ziff collects the first. Clear, excuse me. Trying to play the backstab, unfortunately, just was not enough. Steal now. Gonna try and make a play. Inside the smoke, he'll go. He finds the spike after being stunned up, and there's a lot left on the Nebula. They have to push aggressively to try and sit him down. The dink is there, but the round's still the way of OR Esports.
I have to say, that gets
the
a bit
dink
scary
hurts,
when
man.
Clear gets the first kill after getting hit by the alarm bot, and there's the flash coming in. They're actually pinching the entirety of the post plant hold right there at long A. And if Clear gets just one more, all of a sudden, OR Esports might have the rug pulled out from underneath them. But luckily, they're able to limit him to just that one frag. They're able to kind of handle the push from Exalt. And they come up with the 2v1 against Steel. Close the gap on the scoreboard. But look at the cost.
Yeah.
They just win the round, but have very little weaponry they can bring into it.
Yeah, a Pyrrhic victory, to say the least. And this is one of the worst, if not the worst, bonus round we've seen on the day. One Spectre, the rest of the team upgraded pistols. Fortunately, Zeldris has the Blade Storm. So having a strong pistol round with that Sheriff, that 4K that he found, and the death means Blade's online, and the spike is planted. So we'll see how the util comes from DSG to work their way back onto the site. Steel still on the wrong side of the map for a moment longer, as Zip's already been decapitated.
Yeah, Zeldris holding on to the back.
Just got a good angle here if they don't expect him.
Oh, gonna have to spin one of them though on the haunt. Lots of utility being thrown his way, but he stays alive and still finds another frag. But Clear and Exalt, they're finding some of their own as well, but it's very tight.
I mean, the singular Spectre running and gunning and clearing out back halls. Now the util to come on through. One player suppressed. That's the Killjoy, but the nanoswarms have already been popped, and the round has already been won. OR Esports played this one perfectly, and they did it with slingshots.
Indeed, they did. Just being able to control back halls for so long and get so many frags out of it. And then just being able to establish that crossfire from pillar and back halls in the 2 versus 1.
That's going to reset things for DSG here.
DSG to feel comfortable. And that's a huge round win.
Jeez.
To be able to pull that one through, now you force DSG to save. Now you have a chance to tie the game up 8 apiece and get this series as close as it gets. A map to each team, and then an 8-8 scoreline in the second half of the third.
And if you're looking at Group B, or you're looking at any of the challenger teams, when you talk Pearl, you talk OR Esports, and DSG probably shaking in their boots a little bit, starting to figure out why exactly you think about this squad, why they've got that win over M80. A loss to the guard, sure, but I think to be expected on any map at that point in the circuit. Now they set their eyes out towards B once more. Util dump. Clear gonna find his way off the site, and the rest of the team wants to try and retake quick. 0 point. Doesn't reveal too much. Nano swarms keep players from pushing back halls. Meanwhile, still just gonna push right through Heavy. The first one down.
Y'all need to make this more expensive.
Dealt with this Clear.
OR Esports got 4 rifles standing right now.
Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. Zip now, hoping for damage, hoping to hang on to these nano
Come
swarms.
on, Zip needs to be diff here.
He's got 2 players to worry about just around the corner. This is looking like an 8th, and that's exactly what it will be for OR Esports.
Yeah, we're all square in the series as far as maps go and the score here in the second half of the third. Full buy available for both teams. Alts, though, going to favor OR Esports slightly. Also, no sniper available for DSG to handle some of those longer range battles over, particularly on the B side of the map. Just got to rely on that Killjoy utility to try to disrupt things. And OR Esports has been very successful throughout this series with these bursty type strats that just seem to overwhelm DSG, and DSG's not always been able to find the retakes as a counter. So it'll be interesting to see how the rest of this half plays out if OR Esports keeps up this tempo.
Oh! Okay, so DSG gets the first one.
Well, Nilly met with some unfortunate aggression this time. Oh, okay, Zeldris gonna go up top and find Steel, who tried to use that util to keep himself safe, but the trades are there. The number's still in favor of DSG.
They're in on A.
The round, however, has not leaned one way or another just yet.
One more coming through.
That right there might have been the linchpin in it. The pin in the coffin, the nail in the coffin, I should say.
That's what you're looking for DSG?
They're dealt with promptly, and DSG find the lead.
Yeah, that was really well done by DSG. Not only did they get the mid pick by being aggressive, but it sets up a quicker rotation to Art to reinforce A side. And while Steel does go down, Genghsta is so quick to respond from the Art side to start setting up the retake, keeping them a man ahead basically the entire late rounds. There was never a point where they were falling behind.
They went on a little bit of a stretch.
Nice rotations there from DSG.
OR Esports hasn't looked bad on Pro though either, to be fair, JV.
Out in front. Economies are fragile for both teams here. This is a very big round.
I think at face value, it'd be easy to say DSG is choking a little bit. They did get reset already once.
Exalt, similar aggression. Does not want to give up this mid space for free. They'll toss down.
But I think that'd be maybe not giving enough credit to OR Esports.
OR Esports to take this space, and that's what that double controller
it's more of a mixture of the two,
right? You can use some extra stars because you don't have to worry about every single entrance.
Remember, OR Esports took Pearl from M80,
so Poison Cloud here. Nice little one-way smoke for clear. He's gonna be able to play off of that one, and
it's the only map that M80's lost so far.
All of this Killjoy utility, so basically everything on lockdown here. The A site, the most passive of the holds, but still 2 players close.
Yeah, they're using the drone to kind of clear a way through Art to potentially threaten an A split, but in reality, they're actually looking to press into B. Link, Zell, just the tip of the spear in that regard. Maybe hoping that this can help them bypass some of that.
You would like this round if you're OR, because
second
round fucking destroys Econ, but you need 2 in a row if that's the case.
And now they're finding some entries on the side as well.
Clear kind of getting crazy, pushed through his own wall. I don't know if he was expecting anybody out towards long. Unfortunately, still loses the fight. Meanwhile, Ziff was the only one to try and hold on to that side as Lear looks to leap away. He got the spike planted, but he paid for it with his life. Now, Zeldris noted on the opposite side of the Cosmic Divide. Lockdown also on the opposite side of it as Nilly catches Ziff, looking to play back through the link. Genghsta just on the opposite side of the wall, and they meet face to face. They bump foreheads, and Zeldris comes out on top, and with it, Steel as one player detained. In a 1v2, it's close around the corner.
Nicely done.
Not even gonna find the kill.
Oh, he didn't even get
his teammate out, and Zeldris were all tied up once more.
Just playing the bait role. All he really could do being detained, just talking to the corner and try to pull Steel's attention, which he did, and it sets up his teammate to play contact off of it. But that was an interesting play from OR Esports to be so B-Link heavy.
Disguise timeout?
Kind of bypass
disguise timeout here.
Utility that's kind of set up to block them from a heavy long B push, yet they still had presence there with Pure. So
they're gonna figure out if they're gonna full buy this or
B split. Great efficient trading.
They should be able to, right?
Site with man advantage. Cosmic Divide was obviously a big benefactor as well. Definitely put things into awkward situations for DSG that OR was able to capitalize on. And now once again we're all square. Tit for tat. The last 3 rounds leaves us 9 apiece, and DSG taking a timeout to consider all their options.
Just to pump their brakes.
Viper's Pit could help lock down one area of the map early, maybe free up some rotations or some stacking capabilities on the opposite side of it. Obviously, Nightfall huge for retakes, as well as the Cosmic Divide. So you push them back with the Nightfall, then you hold them back with the Cosmic Divide. So there's definitely a lot of win conditions here for DSG if they play off-site and play for retake, but
DSG does have 3 ults.
Still, you've seen a lot of powerful pushes from OR Esports go their way when it comes to the trading.
Including the Viper's Pit, which could help them control.
Remember that this was an 8-4 half, right? We weren't 6-6 where we have continued to go back and forth. DSG have only found
one round.
And it was a scrappy one where they fought for the A site. So if you keep trading, 1 for 4, OR eventually gonna be happy to take the game, but that one eventually will find themselves 13-X. So we'll see. After the back end of a DSG timeout, again, same relatively passive hold, just some Astro util here on the site. This time though, they've got Ziff in this connector with that turret set up.
Exactly.
To make sure that there's some extra reinforcements.
That's the big difference, is they have counters set up for any type of B-Link push, and they have additional players to defend a right-off jump streak between the turret and the Asher utility into 3 members.
Big round here for
DSG.
The they better not choke the save moon.
DSG can start countering with their own utility to slow the push down.
And Hunter Fury gonna try and clear things out, finds the tag, make it the frag, as if will also be dealt with. Zeldris go aggressive, no way. Zeldris again, this time basically detained by swapping weapons, and Pure will bail him out once more.
Yeah, that Hunter's Fury just had so much value. It basically riddled the Nightfall.
To be fair, in my week 2 Challengers Corners video, I said that they're going to lose to M80 as far as OR, but then they might win their next 3.
On that.
I didn't expect it to be this sort of a win in week 3, but
they set up a stronger A-hold by having the Killjoy there with them to add to the utility that's available. They get their ult off pretty quickly. They had slowed down with the Gravwell initially. Like, everything that they wanted, they were getting as far as utility usage goes. But
is this going to be what happens every time a team loses a game they shouldn't? And be like, ah, well, fucking pick up yay, I guess.
Entries from the other members of the team.
And that's a gotta have it kill on the way out there. Make sure you hang on to these weapons. Economy has been rough for both of these teams. Pretty respectively, it's starting to bolster now for OR Esports, and they've got themselves a lead. So a really strong site take in what was supposed to be a stronger hold finds OR Esports the first to double digits. And now there's that feeling kind of creeping down your spine into the back of your mind. Do DSG have an answer, or do OR Esports just continue to run away with this map?
Yeah, I mean, they definitely tried some different things. Like, they're trying to vary up where they use their utility. You know, it's not as if they're running their heads up against the wall and just being stubborn. This time they're trying to be aggressive a little bit here.
Dude, everybody's on edge.
Again, adjusting the placement of certain utility. But they're coming into this with lower firepower, that's for sure. Lear's going to clear out the aggressive B play with this olive drone. So eventually map control is still taken by OR Esports.
I just don't know if I see Yay. I just don't know if I see Yay.
Zip, though, is going to be all of the information that they need. If he stays on the right
Challengers
side of the map, and that he does. Smack dab in the middle. Looks like Exalt might be the first of the contact here. Zell just goes up top. Trades out that kill on to Nilly. So 1-for-1 trade thus far. And the call for rotations, I mean, they're not the most clear from DSG, right? Steel still expecting maybe somebody to push through mid. Meanwhile, the rest of OR Esports are starting to creep their way up here. They'll Scooby-Doo their way into this A site and into the back lines. Jonah 6 looking to do just that. Pure going to find the first as they take the site. Zip trades it back, but the rifles, the weapons, they're just not the best. And again,
OR Esports
on the wrong side of the map once more. Just nothing to answer for it.
Yeah, again, just good, efficient trading by OR Esports, moving together as a team, clearing their corners, coming out on top with the superior firepower. DSG trying to scramble for something, but just not able to find it. And now Steel's left in a 1 versus 3. Spots one pretty early on here. That Gravwell will slow him down from trying to chase after it, and the Aftershock will do just that as well.
Couple of low health bars, but there's just not a lot that you can do for Steel. Damage onto 1. That'll be a weapon to be reinvested. The next 2 shots, and the only 2 he had left in the Sheriff. Those go wide. Pure VNS scoops up 3 kills on the round.
I think I even told Tanner in my chat with him
looking at their last
to watch out for OR Esports.
Of the game if they lose it here, and it's not even full.
Bouncing back.
This is
win their last 3. I have to go back and rewatch the episode.
They need this round to work.
It's been a little while since we've had that chat.
We're going to have a very rough 4-5 for what could be the final round of the series. And again, they have not shown really any consistent success on this defense. That's been a huge problem.
Standing ahead.
If DSG doesn't win this, man.
Look, this time, 3 players aggressive out.
Not only is OR Esports on
found nothing, and
match point,
seemingly a full
their econ shit
here on this A site. Nilly to make sure that nobody plays on. Yellow drone spots 1 Steel. Might just get spammed as he leaps his way through the site, unfortunately. Again, on thin ice, Cosmic Divide comes down, and they're looking to go quick as soon as this subsides.
Go shorty.
Fight forward, but it's a Nano Swarm kill. It's a shorty kill. Back and forth we go. We continue to do so as Zeldris eventually going to be dealt with. Exalt going to make sure he does that. Ziff with a huge round here to keep DSG in it. It's 3 kills on it. The tap onto the spike. Cosmic Divide still up. And there goes the gravity well. Unfortunately, Pure seemingly just has to concede the round to 1v4 a bit too much.
Yeah, really well done there from DSG this time around. Yeah, they got pushed
All
back.
right,
into the
10-11,
lockdown,
chat.
But Zeldris
What are we
is
thinking?
trying to go
Overtime
for
again?
so much extra with that shorty. Eventually, he gets caught inside one of those smokes. And then DSG are able to start kind of using that to get space back on site.
We went overtime on Haven,
They start running
technically.
their own frags, and eventually they're able to outmaneuver OR to pull one through. And again, a critical round, as we discussed. If that goes OR's way,
We had a couple overtimes yesterday, too, right?
DSG's down the lake without a paddle as far as economy goes. But
No, just the one.
now it's
We've had an
full buy
overtime
versus
every day,
full
though.
buy. DSG still a chance to even win this in regulation. They can try to string something together.
This week for NA. Yo, again, chat, man. I really appreciate y'all coming in and vibing with your boy to watch the games.
Okay. I like this look from Clear. I don't know if we got this the last couple of rounds. They've shown us different looks at utility. It was a Prowler earlier. It was the Seeds in the last round. This time, they opted into investing the Poison Orb. It's going to make it that much more difficult. It'll be that less likely to push through, being unhealthy. But with that drone, that's enough for Clear to say, yeah, I'm putting the pit down.
Yeah, going to make it a little bit harder for Long B to be attacked. Meanwhile, there was also some mid-aggression by DSG.
So what do you think? Do they still make the push into the pit?
OR Esports has to have in the back in their mind that
they have time to rotate if they want, but they need to do it like now.
Certainly keeping Nilly at bay from joining the rest of his team at Long B. And now, eventually, they decide to just pull the plug on all of it. It seemed like there for a second. The problem is they don't have any presence anywhere else in the map.
You have no idea where no one is.
To clear a way forward on A safely would just be too much, so it's kind of forcing them to throw a bit of a fake instead, which they're doing a pretty good job at selling this. It's keeping a lot of attention, but
you still have
look,
all that
utility is still on A site. They have not ran away.
No, not at all. Clear also is narrowly dodging out on some of this util, and that decay, it's starting to set on in. The first one spotted, that's Jonah taken down and only took a body shot. Leered, now the next one up. No, they go back to back. Things get awkward for a second. Cosmic Divide out towards the A site. The spike will start to get planted as Clear. We'll find another kill here on B. Spike goes down, and so does Steel. Now OR can play with the clock. Nearly not ready for the push here.
OR Esports side is about to be 11-11
the
chat.
Lockdown available. This one to be invested to try and secure this round and tie us up as Pure tries to bite off a bit more than he could chew in a situation that was dire. And unfortunately, that should be the end of the round for OR.
Yeah, Clear did such a good job holding B by himself.
Tied up at 11.
Never really allowed OR Esports to truly sell any sort of fake there. Like, Clear doing what he did allowed Steel and Ziff to feel comfortable with how they were playing the A sites, never really back off of it. And even though Steel goes down, Clear's frags give them such a massive man advantage when it comes to actually retaking the A sites. And they're able to get it done with the lockdown.
Yeah, the lockdown invested is a little scary because, you know, as long as OR Esports don't split their team 3 and 2 across the map, they're going to be potent, right, in their post plan. They've been strong. I think the 2 times we've seen it was in that last round for DSG. They were able to get that win off the split team. Clear doing lots of things, Ziff having the lockdown. Previous to that, it was kind of OR, again, beating themselves, where Zeldris just gets a little too overzealous with that shorty, pushes into positions where players are already waiting for DSG, and then you lose a player basically for free. So I guess in way of the economy, or not the economy, excuse me, the utility has not been enough. The stuff that they're putting down on this A site has not been enough for DSG to be able to hold that. And now they don't have a lot
only
more
one
on
ult
top of it.
potentially
Exalt's
really
the next
available to
closest
either
an
side in the
ultimate
next couple rounds. Yeah, the KJ ult
Still
did definitely seem excessive, didn't it?
Very tight round here.
Like, it felt like, I understand wanting to secure the round there, but it definitely felt like
again, both economies are kind of similar.
It was unnecessary.
We're kind of
you know what I mean?
Equal footing, despite
like, I felt like it was been better off
the last couple of rounds
this round with the man advantage they had, but
looking to get aggressive on Long B here early.
I guess it's easy to say that from.
It's only Zeldris out and nothing else behind it. Means Zeldris just gets punished. Sure, there was a flash, but playing that pillar perfectly.
That whole hindsight
Genghsta
thing.
and Exalt. And that's an awful way to start this next round. This one for the lead, and DSG off to a good start.
It just seemed like Zell just committed before the rest of his team was ready to help follow up with it. And with DSG playing a 3-man forward on pillar, Zell just is just kind of stuck by himself out on an island. And that's just easy pickings for DSG to grab a 5-on-4 advantage early here. Jonah going to pick up the operator that was dropped and see if he can still try to make a play here.
Clear probably just saw them there,
flash,
right?
Though kind of keeps the op at bay and keeps the B defense in place. Prowler will confirm some more intel, but that's a big op shot.
Rolling Thunder
and
there.
That's going to load up the Rolling Thunder to start taking the site.
Nice.
Yeah, a huge kill there. Clear.
Should be able to get back
was
hauls,
invested
right?
for Clear to stay alive. That flash allowed for the jump
haul.
peek. They get the information. He picks a different angle, and Jonah picks him off.
Wait,
So
hold on,
one
Moon. This is
far.
Hall here,
down,
right?
So you want to have that wall out towards long.
So tunnel is underneath.
A couple of stars, able to get one down to try and cut off vision. Meanwhile, that operator still pushing aggressively. And Aftershock finds a kill onto Exalt. And Jonah is starting to run away with this round. Here for OR Esports. Genghsta, half HP, gets a bit of damage in response, but I mean, holy moly, near flawless. If Zell just doesn't die at the beginning, you still have 5 alive as OR reclaim a lead.
Indeed, they do. It's off the back of Jonah just hitting an incredible operator shot.
All right,
loading up that Rolling Thunder and paving a way forward.
Call up to this if you're...
Zell just gets caught out alone, but then this shot changes everything. And he continues to wreak havoc with the weapon throughout the rest of the round.
I originally, not in my last Challengers video where I interviewed Tanner, but the one heading into week 2, I predicted OR Esports going 0-2 because of their schedule, and then still having a chance of going 3-2, so I'd like to see that happen.
And still a chance to force an overtime, no doubt about it.
And I feel like momentum's on their side.
Yeah, OR Esports, again, coming into this series,
but Disguise has looked so good heading into today.
Round differential, not the best either for this team, so they need as many
JV, you think this is it? You think they close it out here without overtime?
Of the year in this round. It comes down to it as Clear plays that jump peek. Cloud bursts down. Jonah going to push onto the opposite side. They're expecting early aggression and met by none. Now it's Nilly to play the lineups. No command to slow things down. Exalt also try and fight on the angle, but the
4v5 here on the initial take. No ults available here.
Indeed. Slowing things down just a touch. But OR are confident as ever in this play. Continue to look to press the issue, but they could be in for some trouble as DSG does have a 4-man stack on this area.
You'll see that's going to cause the KJ to start rotating all the sound. Oh, that's a big whiff.
Oh, no.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Goes wide. Fortunately, Genghsta here to pick up the pieces, and look at the kill feed. It's all DSG. As Lear swapped to the op moments ago.
2v1.
Find a kill onto Steel, but down to 16 HP. And, of course, you know that damage. Called out onto the Sova. We'll swap to a rifle. Now look to take
Good
the
call
fight
to switch
forward.
out to the Vandal here.
Be met by Clear and
look at
Zip.
your left,
with
your
14
left, your
seconds,
left.
have to try and get this one planted. It would take
Oh,
a
he didn't
heroic
need to
play,
bring out
and he
the
almost
spike.
does it, but Clear catches him tapping the spike, and we're headed to OT on Pearl.
Oh, brother.
If he would have just still had
that would have
his
actually been
gun out
nasty if he
Clear
wouldn't have pulled that
peeks,
out
maybe
and
he
actually
has a
just hit
chance,
that.
But as it stands, he's left with his pants down, and Clear takes it, and now we're into extra rounds once again.
30 seconds
Familiar territory for both these teams after the previous
OT
match.
goes.
Last time around, OR Esports took care of business pretty quickly. This time, the way things have been playing out lately, it's really hard to call who has the edge. I don't really know who's feeling more confident right now. It's
that was
just
so
really
close
tough to put your finger on. We've seen a little bit of everything at this point.
Yeah.
And remind me, OR already used their last time out, right? Whereas DSG still has theirs.
It's gonna
I think
perhaps be a pretty early battle, but there's stars to
this is
counter
where I
each
wish they
other
showed the
in place.
timeout still left. We've talked about that on this channel
and
before.
This, you know, play for contact style here. OR trying to match it, but it was Jonah who was caught by the C's, lower in HP, and eventually will fall to the hands of Genghsta, not before finding a good bit of damage. Meanwhile, the operator getting no value across the map, and DSG. Okay, they're gonna leave Steel here. They deposit Steel out towards A, and we'll see if this lurk pays off.
And that was just the advantage of having that extra bit of utility available to DSG with their composition to kind of come out on top in the exchange.
If they end up, oh, dude, they're gonna go right back through Art.
Now they're trying to come into Art, but look at this off angle, but it's spotted by the Prowler, and Exalt will clear him. Really well done there to put that Prowler out.
Oh, that's big because Steel's not gonna be pushed this side too now.
Again, surgical strike here from DSG, maximizing their utility.
Right there.
Okay, though, Zeldris. Oh, okay, never mind. Caught on the way out. Lear caught on the site. We don't even get Zeldris' POV. A near flawless from DSG. There are no
so
strangers
DSG now
to
takes
that
the lead.
one. But that's the stronger side for both of these teams, right? The attack has proven to be stronger. It's whoever shows us something here on defense that is going to walk away with this map and series win.
Chad, this is intense,
DSG,
man.
They get their first chance at it here, being a round up.
All right,
man. This has been a wild ride,
bro. We haven't even gotten into our second matchup for the day yet.
This game's giving us a little bit of everything.
Man.
It feels like you have a read on the lay of the land, and then all of a sudden, curveball gets
Although
thrown.
to be fair, I expect M80 Mad Lions to be relatively quick.
But that was
I think it's going to be a 2-map
series
series
from DSG that round. Really,
I hope
fine-tuned attack, and they come up with it on the defense though to end it. So OR Esports is putting so much pressure down middle into B Link, all the way to sewers.
Okay,
Oh
so
my
OR
goodness.
starts off right.
Yeah, so quick that Clear couldn't even do anything. He gets tagged up by the drone, and he's dead almost immediately. But are they expecting this? A couple of players here. Genghsta
No way.
takes down the first. There's no way Pure expects this here. Oh my god, things get weird, but Genghsta and Steel prevail, and Zeldris and Lear now need to try and hang on. The spike is planted. What do they have for the post? It's not a whole lot. It's low HP. Make it 36 for Zeldris. Lineups available. Are they possible here for Lear? He's still working with 2 shock darts and a recon bolt. As that clock continues to tick.
Okay, that's big. That gets him a
DSG,
second.
a player ahead.
2v2.
Things now equalize. Recon bolt goes out. Where's the push come
2v1?
from? Zeldris deals with Ziff. It's a player inside main. It's all up to Steel, and he's running out of time. A shock dart ready for the spike. He's down to 10 HP. Make it another
There
as he
it
walks
is.
right on into it. We go again.
Another round, baby. Let's go. One
You
more
thought
time
maybe
around.
There was a chance for DSG when Steel comes up with that awkward frag out at long A, that maybe there's a way back into a retake onto the A side off of that.
How long? Trying to remember how many rounds the
so much control of the map towards middle and B Link due to this opening kill you see.
Oh,
here
OR
where
still does have an
Zeldris
overtime left.
Seemed like it was gonna be very.
Or do they
damning,
or do they get
then
another
Genghsta
timeout once
still
overtime
come off.
starts?
It looks like it's gonna be fine.
Do they get another one once overtime starts? I don't know.
The recovery from OR Esports, the perseverance to keep this series going, to keep them in the fight, it's impressive. You know, there's so many times you thought the guys were.
Imagine we get us another like 32,
honestly,
34
they
rounds.
close the series on
map
Haven. There
like
were chances there, but OR has
TSM
been so
G2.
resilient.
Man.
And being unreadable, it seems, at times. When we get to overtime, now maybe is this a playbook that maybe you don't want to wait until you get into overtime to start digging into, but we hadn't seen that Zeldris play yet, right? Right behind the drone, out towards mid. If there's somebody in art, sure you get lucky.
Bro.
Fortunately, Clear was there. Zeldris makes that kill, and although it kind of came down to the wire,
OR's
really
Esports coming out of the timeout. They're going to be on the
it
CT
has
side.
DSG kind of reeling
on defense,
and what it is that they
however you
are
want to
doing.
call it.
Now we go again. Once more, whoever shows it on defense is going to be the team that takes away the map and the series. This time, no glass cannon. Zeldris with the rifle.
So that's going to back them down just a little
aggressive.
bit.
He's walked
That's so
all
smart.
the way up here. He's still
I
got
like
his
this
dash
push.
online. We'll see if he gets value before this one subsides.
Oh.
He might even stay just a little bit too long. He pushes through. Jonah 6 there to help him out. And now everybody headed for the hills, but they want to fight it right back out towards long. A Nebula smoke is up, and they can hide on the inside as the drone for information. But a beautiful snake bite finds a kill on to Lear. Now it's OR trying to walk away, licking their wounds, the spray through the walls, and look at the HP dust.
It was a risky
Jonah
play by
and
OR, and
Zeldris
it did not pay out
I mean,
for
they
him,
pretty
man.
much were at the point of
That's
no
really
return
tough.
as far deep as they pushed into long B. They couldn't really escape, and DSG knew it, and they ran them down and trapped them behind pillar. And the snake.
I almost think they were better off staying there and fighting for real.
Well. Oh no, the snake doesn't make it over the wall.
Oh!
And now Jonah's able to line up a couple of kills.
Or, you know, let Jonah get back and just do that. That works too.
Low in HP, he doesn't die to the spam, so they're not quite sure if somebody is still there. And the one bit of utility to go over the top to clear it out, it misses. And DSG get punished for it.
And that's the finer details.
Right, so Ziff's on the other side here.
You and losing you games, especially when it's this tight, especially when it's in overtime and the pressure's at its peak.
All right, Ziff.
That is such
you
a
know you
big
got
time
someone
play,
there in link.
We
Ziff.
are still at an even 3 versus 3.
Ziff.
Spike is still yet to commit for the site, but it will now. And Ziff found Nilly just to add to the edge for disguise.
Ooh, and I don't know if Zeldris was spotted. Spike does get planted, and only one remains. A pit is down, Clear. Trying to right his wrongs here in this round for allowing Jonah
Question, chat.
to deal as much damage as he did.
Is the I don't
It's the healthiest member of them all.
If it's 2v1, wouldn't you rather?
Shoulder of one now has to work through the pit.
Never mind. I'm not gonna ask that question.
This is where things start to get scary. One star to play with. Viper just on his right, and he gets that spike halfway. He wants to go the whole way, and Clear denies. DSG back in the lead.
All right, here we go, champ.
Yeah, you started to wonder a little bit when Jonah is allowed to get that double from screen. After such a brilliant push at Long B initially, this looked like it was going to be the dagger.
All right. OR has one more chance to try and reset it here.
Clear winds up with the hat trick, and now it's DSG advantage.
I guess you don't want to overheat
take a
here.
timeout to see how they want to adjust their defensive side to find a way to finish this game.
Oh,
what adjustments will they make? I mean, they've definitely shuffled the utility of the Astra and the Killjoy multiple different times on what they've wanted to prioritize. They've at times been very aggressive at A main. At times they've looked to play for retake and have struggled to do it. So what do they think is going to be the key thing that they need to change? I mean, Steel did pick up an operator the previous overtime round defensively. Didn't find much with it. Do they want to gamble an operator again on someone to hold something? No, they go for the
So in
full
these
rifles.
cases, the 7 o'clock game hasn't started, right?
It's a hard call. It's hard to know because I do
like
think
we're not
you
going
were
to join
right
in the
at a
middle of the
certain point
game.
where OR Esports are just sometimes so explosive and they just can do it at weird timings. And you don't ever really quite know exactly where it's coming from.
That's the power.
All right, here we go, chap.
Pine Sol. No, that's the power of Zeldris. And to your point, right, in having 3 or 4 players take the site relatively successfully every time, allowing Nilly to play the lurk, right, allowing Pure VNS eventually to get activated in their own lurk as well. Beautiful flash play, just as the Negro smoke goes down, the recall's there, but Steel gets punished. Back out towards mid we go as Exalt collects one of his own. It's Zeldris to fall, and that right there, that's the tip of the spear
quite a bit
for
on
this
the
attack of OR Esports.
Link here, though. They want peak doors. It'd be risky. I don't know if they'd be expecting it.
Very early here in the round, but Clear holds on to a prime piece of real estate at Long B that gives more flexibility for his teammates to help defend.
Does it say Clear's going to slowly creep up here?
The map, he can even set up a flank, and depending on the timing of when this A attack
I really like this
because
he can make this slow creep this way, right?
For his team to help close this
Fade
thing
can even
out.
move through
Current's
all. I'm kind of surprised they haven't.
Contact
Oh, that's why. Okay.
Alarm bot still available on the stairwell.
It's because the fade's moving back this way. That makes more sense.
They walk right by it.
Deal with the turret. Swarm grenades go out. They jump right on into him, but Lear lines him up and takes down 2. Unfortunately, numbers were equal
30 seconds
until that happened. A DSG on the back foot once more. 2 snake bites to play with, the Prowler to work with as well. Unfortunately, 3 of these defenders, they're on the wrong side of the map from one another. They're going to be pinching the site top to bottom.
I mean, it could work to their advantage, but it'd be really hard.
Like a jelly donut. The filling spills out. Holy moly. Nilly almost gets that done with just a classic. And now the defenders, they can work together once more. A star goes down. A haunt is available. Clear to tap onto the spike, trying to bait out the gravity well. I don't think that one was used. No one said it's a nebula. And they're not expecting the Astra to be here. The backstab onto 1. Clear now the tap onto the spike. He tries to walk up on the angle. Pure VNS has to play the time. And has he done so successfully? Clear once more with the tap. Here comes the jump pick. He'll die behind the box. And it seems like Clear might just have it. It comes down to the wire. And just
if
like
he didn't
that,
rush,
can
he
you
would have waited
believe
an
it?
extra half
0.25
second,
for the DSG series win.
Oh, dude.
A nail biter from start to finish. Even the last
That's
round
tough to watch, man.
Let you calm down. It had you on the edge of your seat. Whether he
big shout out to our DSG fans, though.
His
gotta be feeling good after that.
So big that rounds. Just so much back and forth this game, man. But Clear eventually kind of is the hero that DSG needed to put this one to rest.
What's tough now
rounds later, there's a lot to unpack, and we don't have a whole lot of time to do it. So let's go and get Bach
What's
back
tough right now for OR because now you're
going
going to have to beat TSM.
Wow.
Who just beat the guard.
I mean,
as well as beat Mad Mind.
Absolutely incredible that it goes as
or
far
you have to hope.
No,
that's your only way of getting into the mid-season invitational.
To the point that they did, and even up until that last round,
which is gonna be really hard.
Was like a
that's tough, man.
Of the entire game. As it,
Yeah.
it came
That was a
down
good
to
game,
just
though.
a
I mean,
1v1 situation, and it was.
It looked like we were gonna be
winnable
having
for
a
both
sweep there
sides,
for a second. So
but it goes the way
we
I
take
think
those.
people would have anticipated the series going
Definitely take those.
Get-go, which is it's going to be DSG finding the victory, albeit very narrowly.
Yeah, we found the destination that we were headed to, I think. But there was a lot of rerouting that happened throughout the way. The GPS was screaming at us the whole time.
I will say that
if he waits an extra half second there,
DSG win in the rerouting, I think it was more a few missed turns by DSG, especially on Haven. The GPS wasn't too happy, but eventually they do get there. So you're wiping the sweat off your brow, but OR Esports made that one look so incredibly doable. It just makes you think, right? You picked Split. Had you come into that one a bit more hot, had you had the Zeldris that you had in map 2 and 3, I mean, that's a 2-map series the way of OR.
Had you even just picked a different map,
Sure,
you know,
sure.
like we
yeah, I
talked about
mean,
it
we've
coming
been
into
seeing
the
so many
first
teams
map.
pick
Was
Split and
that a
Lotus and then
gamble?
still like
Nice in
fumble the
hole.
bag.
Were they trying
It's
to
really
catch them
unfortunate.
off guard by going with Split, because I can't imagine they put in a ton of work on Split in the time between, but it's also possible they did and they felt very confident. Ultimately, it backfires. Then they have to claw back a victory on Haven, which is a strong map for DSG, and then they go to Pearl, which we're like, okay, Pearl was where they beat M80. Yeah. They should be feeling confident coming into this one. They go down 8-4. They do exactly what they did in Haven. They take it into OT. They win the second half pistol yet again. So it was very hard fought, but it's like small mistakes at that point are all that matters, and you start seeing them piling up.
Yo, Chad, did you guys see the Esports Olympics thing that went around on Twitter today?
Quite a few mistakes.
Hilarious.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there was several times I feel like that DSG should have been able to close Haven in regulation. There were a couple of rounds, like in the post plan, particularly on the A site, where they just kind of were a little bit off on timing on establishing their crossfires, and a player would slip through the cracks and, you know, create some chaos, and things would kind of fall apart. And that's why that game wound up going into overtime, and ultimately they got swept in that one. So yeah, I do think that you could certainly nitpick little errors that were made that could have caused the series.
So
to
do they
last
do a
as long
short
as it
break
did,
probably?
but in the end, DSG able to get
I would
just
imagine
enough out of it to still wind up with the W in the column. Certainly, I think it was a harder fought battle than they anticipated. I think for us, we expected to see a little cleaner result from DSG, just based on how they played against Mad Lions and just the struggles we've seen from OR Esports. But the other big thing that we always talked about was that OR Esports have always had to play the best of the best so far in the league, right?
Yeah.
You know,
well,
they had a very tough opening schedule, and so I think we got to see a little bit more of what they're capable of in this series.
Yeah, but it didn't matter at this
wasn't
point.
enough to handle Disguise.
And for Disguised, this takes me back to Steele's tweet of, hey, we're finally playing how we should. Where was that today? Was this how, you know, was there something that OR Esports did that kind of caught them off guard, or something of the sort? And then to unfortunately kind of beat the dead horse here where we're at, or kind of kick OR Esports one down, I hate to do it, but when you have two very close maps in map 2 and 3, you are not
wonder about
yourself
one
round differential when you go back to look at map 1, right? If there's a way that you get out and get into playoffs, you cannot keep having maps 13-5, 13-6, stuff like that.
Yep.
Let's be fair, though, too, at the same point in time, I don't think they were really thinking about round differential. I think they were thinking, like, we just need to get the first win. And
I wonder if they were just trying to catch him off guard, maybe?
Improvement. We saw, actually, we talked about it, hey, starting out the schedule, facing off against M80 and the guard is pretty rough. They even win a map somehow against M80.
I always feel like they get so quiet when we get here.
To Disguise. So the fact that they've obviously gotten past that hurdle, we were like, okay, how will they now perform against teams who are not the number 1 and number 2 team across both groups? And clearly they fare quite well. Now, was Split perfect? No, Split was definitely a bit of a mistake. And were there perfect play across both maps? No, not necessarily. Haven and Pearl definitely have things they need to improve, but it's an improvement from previous weeks, and that's what you want to see from a team who's maybe lesser experienced than the teams coming into this one. You look at all the other rosters, there's players who played VCT last year on almost every
that's
roster.
true. OR doesn't have any.
They're not in the same category, so it is unfortunate.
This is a fresh roster. That's a good point.
Honestly, DSG,
I keep forgetting about that.
They really had to fight for that victory, so you got to give credit to both teams for taking it to the distance. We're going to go ahead and throw things to the investor post-series highlights, but before we do, you can't win the game without the gear. If you want to beat DSG winning in overtime, you got to get the gear. If you need that gear, you should head over.
What are they going to eBay?
You can get that gear for up to 50% off. Brand new gaming gear from brands like Microsoft, Sony, Razer, and more, plus free shipping and free returns. Go ahead and head over to pks.gg/eBay for more information. We're going to throw things to the Investor Post Series highlights when we come back. It'll be the post-match interview. Stay tuned.
Still going to do an interview, though. Understandable. All right, chat. I'm going to go rinse out my bowl real quick. Be right back. I'm also going to refill my water.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. 10 seconds left. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Flawless. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. No more soba. One enemy remaining. 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 We just One enemy remaining. 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 One enemy standing. One enemy remaining.
Rickety, right. Not gonna lie, I kind of half expected them to already be back. I figured they'd be trying to jet through this post-game interview, get to the second matchup. Oh well. Got some time here until games start back up. we're going to be getting ready for this, I do want to... Yep, there we
And
go.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Nice Arena Valorant Challengers North America. It's the Week 3, Split 1, Day 3. Again, we're bouncing all over the place with the numbers here, but we've gotten our first match concluded. And in a nail-biter of a series, it's Disguised who comes away as victors, but just barely. I mean, if you watch
that was so close.
The last two maps were
really fun series
close,
to watch.
OR Esports taking Haven in overtime and Disguised taking Pearl in double OT. And we do have a member of Disguise standing by. We've got Genghsta coming in from Disguise, the Sova Madman.
What up, blood?
Played, quite a
what
bit
up,
of high-level play.
What up, Genghsta?
Congratulations on the victory.
Thank you. Not even close.
I like the confidence, and also the T-shirt is obviously top-notch. You guys, you personally have spent a lot of your career playing as a Sova, playing the initiator role, and it's now become known as like more of a flex role. Do you feel like it's become harder to play that role just because of the variability of having to play Sova and KO and Sky and Fade and all of these other agents that have now kind of flooded the pool?
I think it's definitely gotten a bit, more complex and harder as the game goes on. I mean, obviously, like, more agents come out, they fill the same roles. So in the bigger picture, I feel like it's still sort of similar. And I mean, I think, a professional player should be able to play almost anything if asked. So to me, I don't personally mind it, but I think as the game has evolved, I think, yeah, it has gotten a bit harder on the role.
With the regards to this series, map 1 ends up being split. Obviously, everyone knew that map pool was going to change this week. Lotus and Split were going to come in. How much time have you guys actually prepared for Split?
I mean, they look good on Split,
if at all. And were you expecting that to become map 1 potentially in this series?
I would have expected
right after our second match last week, we started practicing it because obviously we can't be practicing 9 maps, and we were very glad that all the maps are actually updated now.
Right.
And yeah, we started practicing both of those maps, and we were fairly comfortable on it as we didn't ban it. So it's just I guess how do I say it? We were just overall ready for the map pick if it happened.
Obviously, you guys did do some work. We saw a lot of really creative Harbor utility from you. You actually had a great game on Harbor. It's only the second time we've
loving watching Harbor
played in Challengers. The first time was definitely not too great. That was in week 1 from FaZe, and it didn't work out too well for them on Icebox. Do you think that people are sleeping on Harbor, or
yes,
is he just
100%.
Super situational and really only works if you've prepared specific setups for him?
I don't know if anyone remembers, but Viper used to be sort of situational too, where she was barely played for a while. So I think in the same aspect, I think Harbor and Viper are pretty similar, where you have to kind of carve it out yourself or as a team, because if you just wait for another team to go and do it, you might miss out on a great opportunity to have an advantage with this new agent.
It's a good point.
Will we see more Harbor?
I think we see a bunch of Harbor coming up.
All I'm going to say
in
is
VCT.
I play more than Sova, so yeah.
Okay. Fair, very fair. Going into map 2, you had an 8-4 lead on Haven. It's a map you guys play pretty well.
I actually might go take out my contacts after this interview
OR
chat.
Was able to take advantage of in the second
contacts
half
are kind of bothering
bring
me.
Things back and ultimately take you to map 3.
We had a pretty good idea of how they attack. It's just instead of
I just don't know what to do in between
adapting
games
to the way they play.
for real.
We sort of just let them play the game more on us than we played our own game. So I think that even though we had a pretty good idea, we knew exactly what was happening. It just didn't work out. They were hitting shots, we weren't playing together. It was definitely very sloppy on our defense from us.
Now going into map 3, again, 8-4 half, and again, OR wins the pistol in the second half. Was there a point when anyone was like, oh my God, not again?
I maybe, in secret, but no one audibly was worried.
I mean, how about when you guys hit overtime? What was the tension like? How were the comms, the vibes of the team? Because obviously map 2 ends in their favor, and you're basically replaying that same scenario.
I mean, you can't screw up twice in one day, right? But I definitely
tell us Cup is tonight too.
On our end, and there's a lot to fix.
Forgot about that. It is Wednesday.
In the end, with some good resiliency in our mentals too.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, they always say you learn more in your losses than you do your victories, but a close win still teaches you quite a bit. So you guys can take some lessons away from that as well. I do have one last question for you, and this one comes from the Fan Zone. If you guys are curious at home, you can learn more about the Fan Zone. Head over to pks.gg/Discord and get involved. This one comes from Spirit, and it's simply, following Clear's performance on Chamber and Viper, do you think we'll be seeing Clear on Jet at all and playing the duelist role, or will we see more flexibility from Clear?
The very great thing about Clear is that
you don't want to give away too much of the juice. This is where you feel bad when these questions come in.
As long as it fits us. But yeah, he'll mostly be on duelist.
Okay. Well, I think that one of the things that we've all talked about throughout Valorant is flexibility is key. And if you want to be a top player for a long time, you have to be flexible. And you were just talking about that earlier in the interview. Congratulations again on the victory. I'll go ahead and let you go.
Thank you.
All right, chat.
We are going to go ahead and throw things to a break.
Another quick break.
It's Mad Lions who's looking for a win, and it's going to be a tough one. They're facing off against favorites now in the group, and M80, as they are currently the only ones remaining undefeated. We'll be back in just a bit.
All right, chat. I'm going to go take out my contacts, man.
Yo, check it out. Want to know if the price of those wave runners is
I'm going to have my glasses on when I get back.
Or if I wear my Kicks 49 is truly selling dead stocks. Or if that Jordan 1 Royal box is original. eBay checks. See that little blue check mark? Behind it is a team of independent authenticators who check. And we mean everything. Every tongue, check. Every toe box, check. Every corner of every box, check, 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 check. Every logo, every label, every lace loop. Yeah, it's checked. The luster of the leather, the topography on the tags, to the straightness of the stitching on the sole. Everything you can see, and even some things you can't.
Really?
Then they tag them, log them in the system, box them up, and ship them out, with no cost for the buyer or seller. eBay checks, so the moment you open that box is as real gets.
I'm not gonna lie. I was out there looking for my water, thinking I'd taken water out there too, chat. I'm an idiot. By the way, if we have anybody new in here, I was like, yo, did you just take off glasses to go take out your contacts? To put on glasses? It's because when I'm in front of my screens and stuff, chat, I do make sure I'm wearing my GamerAdvantages. So these ones just happen to be the ones that... This just happens to be the one that has my prescription on it. Check out that website there in case y'all are unfamiliar with GamerAdvantage. But GamerAdvantage is the leader in impactful eyewear technology that has been proven to help you not only sleep better, but focus more, all without distorting like your color or comfort. So it helps relieve your eye strain, headaches, all while fitting comfortably under a headset. So make sure you check it out, man. Especially if y'all are like me in front of your screens all day. Take care of your eyeballs. You only get one set of them, you know? One pair of them things. Treat yourself. Also, though, when you do order, you can order with your like HSA, FSA, like your like insurance. So options are open. All right. Bro, we're not going to get this game started till like almost 8 o'clock, Ben. This is like that, like, I don't know if they took more time in between maps 1 and 2 expecting it to be a sweep or something. Because again, we kind of talked about it earlier. Like, I feel like sometimes when there's a sweep, like, they still try their best to extend it to get close to 7. So, let me open back up my Liquipedia here, chat, while we wait for this to load back up. Yo, imagine if Mad Lions pulls off an upset and then we have 4 2-1s. That'd actually be kind of crazy, not gonna lie. It's not gonna happen, but it'd be kind of funny. Still can't believe TSM took down the guard earlier this week. Kind of crazy. Yeah, this definitely feels better with my contacts out, though. My eyes are starting to get a little dry. Chat, can't be having no dry eyeballs. I feel like they need just a little bit more upbeat music on the intermissions. Thought, chat? I feel like the VCT intermission stuff, you know, like, this is cool, but like, it's almost elevator music, you know? I want something that like bops, you know? You feel me? I know y'all feel me. Although the music with that face, kind of funny. I do gotta say. All right. So again, this is like that weird time in between games where it gets all weird because I don't really know what to talk about here. And I kind of just wish the time in between, especially in this case, right? Because I feel like the teams were probably already warmed up. I mean, to be fair, I guess you got to give your observers and hosts and stuff like a break. All right, chat, hear me out. I don't want to show the page because it's like they don't have dark mode. I don't want to flashbang anybody that's like chilling right now. But let's kind of start talking a little bit while we're waiting. So I'm thinking about doing for my Q's Challengers Corner video next week, which will probably drop Monday. Monday or Tuesday. I'm not sure which way day yet. But like last video we did, we interviewed Tanner, who's actually streaming tonight. He's one of the casters. And we kind of broke down things as far as the halfway point. But normally for like the casters corner or for the challengers corner, I was wanting to do like results, predictions, do like pickups for the upcoming event, week. But I had been contemplating doing like a power ranking, which I think I'm going to do this week. I just don't know if I want to do like, do I do like a top 5 and then like a honorable mention? Do I do top 8? Assuming that would be mostly talking about the teams that I'm expecting to go to the mid-season invitational, although technically there might be a case where, you know, maybe I think the number 5 team from Group A is better than the number 4 team from Group B. I don't know for anything for sure. I'm just making shit up, right? But, or is it worth doing? I mean, I guess it is only 12 teams. If I'm not going to like really be talking too much on each team, I guess doing a top 12 wouldn't be too bad. What I could probably do is put like the first half up like right away, talk about any like outstanding changes or movements, and then go from like, you know, 6, 5, 4, 3, count down that way maybe. I just realized my mic was, I hit the wrong button when I tried to unmute there, chat. Yeah, M80 here, Mario, starts whenever we come back from break. I don't, unfortunately, know. It was slotted to start at 7, but then the first matchup ran longer. So it went all 3 maps, and then the third map had overtime. So I would imagine within the next couple minutes. But even when they get back, they're going to have to do a couple minutes of like pre-match, breakdown, predictions, that stuff. Because we have not seen that yet. We haven't seen map picks. So we're still, so from seeing the start of the game, probably about 15 minutes out, realistically. Maybe 10 minutes, depending on how quick like they get back from break and get into like through map picks, but we don't even know picks and bans on maps. It's 2 a.m. I feel that. Oh, looks like they're starting them now. Or they'll probably run this ad and then bring them in, I bet you. Yeah, I'm kind of hoping it's a quick night tonight, actually, Mario, because I'm going to have to wake up early because I'm interviewing someone from APAC in the morning. So I'm going to have to be up, like, early. So I would kind of like if this M80 game starts soon.
And welcome back to the desk here for Knights Arena Valorant Challengers North America. If you missed our first series, it was a doozy, as it was Disguise taking things in 3 maps, but it was very close. That final map goes into overtime. Second map also went into overtime. The final map was actually double overtime as well, as neither team was willing to cede control. But now we've got another series on our hands. It's our last of the day, and it's going to be M80 versus Mad Lions. And Dust, I think I'd be lying if I said this was an easy one. You get it?
Oh,
Lion. I said I think I'd be lying. If this was
gotta be
easy.
up at 6 a.m. Oh shit!
But seriously, Dust, this is a tough matchup for Mad Lions.
Oh God.
You just can't do it. Do you need to reset? Do you want me to ask that question to Tanner?
No, I just have to get past what you said because it was so cringe. But like, to get to your question, yeah, this is definitely going to be an uphill battle because M80 is like one of those teams that got built that look like just as soon as you read the roster, you're like, yeah, this team's going places, right?
Yep.
I mean, you're basically
they were like right behind the guard,
some of the
essentially.
best parts of Ghost Gaming from last year that was very solid within the group stage of Challengers, but fell a little short in playoffs. And you're combining it with Xander, who is one of the better controller players in North America as far as fragging power goes, and he can assist with like secondary calling. And EU, who I have oftentimes said has been one of the most under the radar initiators in North America. Like, he is so underrated. The dude is so good, particularly on Sova, but he's also proven he can play other initiators very well also. So this roster honestly is just stacked for talent. And then Nismo and Koala Noob right now are like, you know, kind of somewhere in or near the top 5 for like ACS and ADR for the season. And they consistently perform at a very high level, even going back to last year. So yeah, this team just has a ton of talent.
What's crazy too is like, it's not just the roster talent. If you actually look at who's kind of running things behind,
I was gonna say they've got like a really
nasty
like
the CEO is a co-founder and former COO of Xset. So
yeah,
you talk about a team that had some prominence in Val as well. Obviously, that's a name you're going to think of, and you can kind of look at the way their schedule closes out for the season because they are currently the only remaining undefeated team over in Group B.
That Week 5 game just matters about seeding, really.
Mad Lions this week, then Disguised.
That Disguised game's going to be good.
That last game, it's not going to be as important at that point because in theory, M80 is likely to be undefeated, or at least through to the mid-season face-off.
It puts it into a really cool position, though. If the Guard do Week 5 beat M80, then you're really looking at round differential. You're really looking at head-to-heads, and they're very, very close. I think right now they're within just a couple of rounds. Obviously, the Guard have already played, but yeah, the schedule ahead of M80 is a good, I think, kind of tune-up schedule until they finally get to that Week 5 against the guard.
Yeah, but one of the players that has been really leading the charge here for M80 is Koala. And I didn't realize how good Koala actually was until we pointed out the stat. I think this was you, Tanner, who brought this up.
Bro.
It's the first kill round wins. That's particularly
We got to talk about this, chat.
Look, that means that, what, he gets the first kill. He's gotten
that
30
Jersey
first
dog.
kills, and out of those 30, they've won the round 23 times, correct?
Yep, that's what it is. Yeah, 23 times
I know you had to,
has gotten the first kill in a
superimpose
round.
the image.
They've won the round. Only 7 they've lost.
Well, what the fuck's that jersey sitting on,
the
dog?
stat right under it, that percentage stat right under it is the round wins if Koala dies first. It's 1 out of 9. So Koala Noob is quite literally the tip of the spear. Once that point is broken off, this M80 roster looks a lot weaker getting deeper into the round. So it's important not only that Koala stays alive,
not see it
and that
now.
Koala continues to do what he's doing, because I think he's just leading in first kills in general. But it is something that M80 could take a look at and say, okay, how do we nullify this guy? Which it feels impossible. And then you've got this guy right next to him, and Nismo. Again, look at that. Their stats are almost identical.
Right, yeah. I mean, you talked about a lot of different stats that you saw there that Quality was #1 in, but he's also top 3 in ADR, KD ratio. You know, you name it, this guy's towards the top end of the leaderboard of it. And like you said, Nismo is right there in the mix as well. Always has been a fantastic initiator who also sometimes flexed the raise. Super consistent fragger. Again, it was like the star of Ghost Gaming last year for a lot of the year that helped them do so well in the group stage of Challengers. And, you know, you put these two guys together and they can just wreak havoc on the server. And then, again, they're just stacked because after that, that's when you got Xander and EU.
Yeah.
And then John Cuny's a pretty solid fragger for an IGL. So, I mean, again, they're just stacked with talent on this team.
And when you look at the team they're facing off against as well, you look at a team in Mad Lions who I think coming into the season, I had maybe a little bit higher expectations. Obviously, the team was under a different moniker. They were signed by Mad Lions to start the season. This is formerly the Dark Ratio roster. But they have really struggled. Outside of the first map that they played here in Split 1, they have not found a win, and they've been struggling to even get double digits. You know, they hit 13-2 in their first map against TSM. It was a victory on Icebox. Then they lost the series after going 13-2.
All right, come on, let's get to the map, chat.
Last week,
come on, let's get to or not
by
chat.
last week, I don't mean last week. I mean
guys, let's get to the.
They got smacked 13-2, 13-5, and now they're making changes.
Before we jump into the big changes, I just want to put it out into the universe. I want to see the Mad Lions of week 1. That's what I want to see, because it seemed like after that loss to TSM, they played DSG, they get the break speed off of them, and it felt like their confidence was completely shot after a very close week 1. So I want to see them return to that style of play for Mad Lions, and maybe this change that we're looking at here with Will FPS, Will being a free agent now, kind of being let go or let pursue options. That might be what it takes, but it is a very scary prospect when you're one of these teams that are 0-2.
Yeah, and it's also a scary prospect that the guy that they're bringing in is a guy who is incredibly unproven. Narrate, who becomes a new 5th for this team, has only played what I could find was 5 best of 1s and 1 best of 3, and that's it. That's all there is on record for this guy, and it was kind of on mixed teams and smaller tournaments. And I mean, the way he's been pitched to me is just kind of being a ranked demon. Like, apparently he's been ranked #1 Radiant at different points in time throughout this year.
This month. Or last month.
Okay. There you go. Okay. So recently, you know, at least being a demon in that regard, in kind of that duelist role. So clearly has some individual talent to be able to do that.
Yeah, but I mean, the gauntlet is different than
stats from
Challengers,
these
right?
matches that you're seeing here. But again, they're so limited, and the level of competition is so much different than what he's about to face today, that this is going to be a massive test for Narrate. Either he's going to pass with flying colors, and we're all going to be impressed by yet another upcoming talent in our region, or he's going to really feel what it's like to play up against the big boys.
And I think it leans towards the former, because he's got literally nothing to lose, right? Hey, you're tossed into week 3 kind of as this ringer. There are
sometimes that's what you need, though. Just enough change, but not too much, right?
Sure, as an individual player, go click heads. That's what you're supposed to do. But I don't think he's expected coming in for Mad Lions. I hope he's not expected to just be that Band-Aid fix to where now they're going to win out and they're going to qualify for playoffs. So I think he comes into this one a weight off his shoulders, and he can just be that strong ranked demon that they need in the firepower department.
They basically just need him to play an unhinged style of play, like the kind of play where it's like, well, I didn't really know what to expect when I came in, so I just do what I did. And it works. Sometimes it does work. There's like that adaptation period where someone can come in and do that. The fact that they swapped out their most experienced player for what is potentially one of the least experienced players playing at this level is somewhat interesting. But we'll have to see how that plays out across the series. We can take a look at the maps as well, because I think there's a world where maybe Mad Lions can sneak a map victory in here, especially with them getting Icebox. That's a map that they've played well on. However, the same could be said for M80. Both teams have really strong wins this split already, Tanner, on Icebox. Pearl is an interesting pick for me, though, because it's the map they lost to OR Esports. I almost feel like M80 is trying to prove something here.
I think so, too. That's exactly what my thought was. They've got something to prove. They want to show that Pearl is a strong map. And for Mad, it bodes well. I don't know if this is a map that you were expecting to not have prepped against this M80 squad, but it's one where you can literally look at and say, this is how they lost this game. And we can try to replicate that in our own style. And then, yeah, to your point on Icebox, it's a good map for both of these teams. But then when you look at the caliber of team
Icebox
that was beat, Mad whooped TSM on this. Yeah. I would put TSM, I guess they haven't played yet, but I would put TSM probably a step above OR Esports, the team that M80 whooped, right? So I think leading into map 2, to your point of, it's a pretty good map for Mad, considering the team that I think they 13-2'd TSM on Icebox. So that looks good. I think we could be in for 3.
Yeah, I think the big thing for me is like we have no idea what M80's map pool is, right?
Dude, I still can't figure out where I know this Dust dude from. He looks so familiar.
Events. So like literally the only thing we have to look at is A, what their roster is on paper and what they've done in the past, and therefore project how successful we think we can be going forward just based on that. And then the 2 series that they've played so far this split, which has been against OR Esports and against TSM, and a lot of that success was predicated on Haven in both of those series. And, you know, Pearl was a loss, but they picked it here. So clearly they must have confidence in it still, even though they got the opening loss there to OR. So it's really, to me, it's like the mystery box. Like, who knows what their map pool is?
Yeah.
So.
To just kind of throw more into that mystery, right? Map 3 being Fracture, a map that we saw Mad get demolished by DSG. Again, a week where they just didn't look the same. It didn't look like the Mad Lions who really came to show up in week 1. But it's completely unknown for M80. So map 3 Fracture could just be actually the Wild West of one of those games where it's the closest games, but it could look incredibly sloppy. It could be all over the place. I love the maps where Trick can play the Sova, so I would love to see more of that. Unfortunately, we're kind of robbed of that. I think that's kind of the win condition, and I think map 3, although it's a big question mark, Mad did not show a very good showing on it.
I think one of the important things to think about, too, when you're talking about the Pearl pick, and even just the fact that Icebox gets through, you could argue that maybe there's a world where they should have banned that if they knew that Mad Lions was good on it. Just knowing that, in theory, M80 should have a pretty deep map pool. Lotus is in play now, and so is Split. 2 maps that probably neither team really wants to play, obviously, considering that they did get banned. And it was actually M80 who banned both of those maps.
Yeah, I mean, I think that tells you a lot, though.
Lotus, and they banned out Split. And I think a little bit of that is fear, because they were like, okay, we have a target on our backs. Like, we're definitely a team to watch out for coming into this split. Everyone knows that we're really good.
So who is Will playing for?
So we're going to get rid of these, like, fringe maps that people might be trying to, like, pull some one-trick nonsense on, where they're going to catch us off guard, and they're going to find a victory that we weren't anticipating. So you end up on Pearl, you end up on Icebox.
Oh, he was playing for Mad Lions. Okay.
I still think, though, Dust, just looking at these 2 teams on paper, with the change that was made, with Will now swapping out and Narrate coming in, even before that,
now he says
I would still say that M80 is the favorite, regardless of the map pool. They just have such a good core. They played together for a while. They were really strong last year. It's a hard battle for M80 for Mad Lions.
Man, that was a really hot take, Bach. Like, I mean, very risky of you to put that one out there. I don't. You're really hedging your bets on that one. But no, of course, M80 is just loaded with talent in every single role. And you forget that Pearl is also a map that has not been great for Mad Lions. They got thrashed by Disguised on it, right? So even if M80 had their loss, it was a little bit of a different story, right? Much closer affair. And again, we have no idea. The sample size is just too small to draw any conclusions, I think, when it comes to Mad Lions. And really, you could say the same thing for both teams, to be honest, as far as like sample size goes and what to expect for the map pool. But yeah, just coming into it, you just feel like M80 has that swagger. They have that individual skill in every role, and I expect them to do big things.
Well, you mentioned big things and the sample size being small. I'm told that the agent select is ready, which means it's
all right,
time
let's go,
to jump
chat.
in and grow that sample size and see what kind of big things these teams have been working on. It's time for Pearl. Take it away.
Let's get it.
Thank you, Bach. Dust, we get to revisit the map that we just left. We head out towards Pearl, and something that we did not lack, or yeah, I guess that we didn't lack in the last one was mid control. We saw both teams in Disguised and OR Esports fighting for that one. Hopefully, it stays the same. We know how strong that can be, and all eyes on Narrate here, who's locking in the Jet here. Start on the defense for Matt.
Like all ranked demons do. Insta-lock the Jet, baby.
Yep.
At least it's not Reyna, you know, like it could be a little bit of a different story. But no, everyone kind of playing their roles.
Both sides work,
play. Drone has kind of, you know, started to become more of that initiator player nowadays.
KO first guy, basically, only difference.
His, like, old school TSM days. And,
otherwise,
and everything else
identical.
is just kind of falling into place as far as just like what you expect. So there's really nothing leaping off the page that kind of surprises me or makes me think anything. Just a lot of initiation power, obviously, coming out of the M80 side by having KO and Fade. Also, all the utility that Astro can bring to the table. Both teams are looking to try to provide that. On the opposing side, they just choose to go the Sky route instead of the KO route. I mean, that's really the big thing.
All right, let's go.
I hate to cut you off there, but if we could go back to the ranked demon ways, I mean, Narrate is... He is doing it. He is Sheriff on Jet here on the pistol, and I think that the strategy will be for this series is, hey, we don't need you to be Koala Noob. We need you to beat Koala Noob. So we'll see how often we get that duel as we get an early knife to get us started. It's Nismo and Xander working hand in hand out towards A, and
I gotta want to watch this clip here in a second.
We'll see what they decide to do with that information. As speaking of Koala Noob, takes a bit of damage early.
Yeah, chance spam through the smoke as Koala was just trying to get to ramp safely. Does get the hit off there, but Narrate, because doesn't have that armor, a little bit of an easier target, and bam, EU with a headshot, puts him to rest right away. Says, I'll show you a thing or two about how to use a Sheriff.
Yeah, I love that from EU too, just aggressive in that Sheriff pickup. Only gonna have the Haunt to play with. Meanwhile, the kill out towards B. It hasn't shaken up the defense too much.
But I didn't know
just takes the space inside of A main. He'll eventually be met by 2 defenders, then 3 more to follow as he dances around the box after finding the first kill, finds the second, and all right, things even as the rotates start to come on through. Again, Koala chipped away at. That Haunt goes down, a dash on in, takes more damage from the Nano Swarm, but Zexro just wasn't ready for the aggression, and sure, Drone gets one. That has not been enough as that spike will get planted.
Maybe assuming that Jet dash into Cloudburst was going to be some type of spike plant. Instead, he's like, nah, buddy, I'm coming for your spawn. That's a huge frag and a huge move from Koala Noob. And now at least Trick all alone in a 1 versus 2 when it's all said and done. Just does have utility, but it'll give his position away. So he's trying to be a little bit sneaky about it.
From his school.
Trick has made the change to play the Sky here. An agent he feels a bit more comfortable on. Koala just going to be playing contact off his teammate, who's still here on the site, and the Sheriff proficiency is there. 3 kills away of EU, and the round of the way
we need to share the story.
Again,
what we're laughing at is we got
EU,
this thing
man.
from Little Man's School.
Was a talented enough player, in my opinion.
And so they're doing a fundraiser.
Easily could have been.
It's cool. It's for cancer and whatnot.
With some of the other big initiators.
Please cut off and turn in the slips below and your money by February 29th,
like, I do think that EU
2023.
Is right up in that same category as far as
then take it to the school office.
And I expect that, you know, he's going to continue to bring big numbers for this M80 squad.
They wanted us to turn in
convincing pistol there
on February 29th.
And they're looking to make it a
this is my son's school.
Aggression here. Stinger's on the opposite end. Xander picks up one of that Stinger, swaps weapons on over, finds 3 of his own. Showing EU how to get it done there. 2 rifles, one in the hand of Koala, one in the hand of EU. And Dust, I can very confidently say that if you go back and look at any NRG broadcast when EU was on the team, you were this guy's biggest hype man, always giving love to EU. So yeah, so for anybody who may doubt that,
take a picture of that and put it in
because
the
I've just seen
Discord.
people pass them over. Like, people always talk about, like, some of the other initiators in North America, you know, and for good reason. Like, those guys are good too. Like, a couple other names I didn't mention are names like a Crashies or a Trent. Like, those are definitely 2 really big names in NA as well. But I'm telling you, EU he's right up in that same zone for me, man. Like, I don't think he's that far off those guys.
M80 with the
flawless. Closed out that
flawless.
anti-eco. That's the way that round seemed to be leaning. That's the way it eventually does end up. Is 2 rounds come the way where EU it looked like wanted to be without utility. And I was wondering how much that would actually hurt the team. Fortunately, I believe he opted into light shield instead of the heavy armor and had those prowlers and the rest of the util behind it. And now when we take a look at this bonus, it's not bad. It's a nice little double-decker sandwich with 3 rifles, a Stinger, and a Spectre.
I dig it. I dig it.
I'm hungry.
Double-decker sandwich. You should have ate. We had a break.
Did Aiden just say he talked to Jackson Mahomes, which is why he streamed the Super Bowl on
I did miss some of it.
Kick
and some pasta. Anyway, let's see how M80 plays out this bonus. It looks like they definitely want to play the contact play on B. Stars are starting to go down to provide a little bit of smoke cover as they try to enter into the site. We've already broken through some of the Killjoy utility, but some still remains.
Yeah, I mean, complete vacancy. Here we go. 0 occupants on the B site. Go ahead and find yourself a room, and that's exactly what they do. They get that spike planted, and now everybody backs away to their respective rooms. Meanwhile, a glaring issue in Series 1 was the lack there of playing around the entirety of the map, and we're getting it again here as they come from spawn. Zex will find the first out from the link, and maybe it doesn't matter. Strength and numbers starting to work here as they push their way onto the site. Nismo finally able to answer for 1. Narrate gonna find his way onto the board, a tap onto the spike. It's a quick kill. Make it 3 for Nismo. Finds the 4th, but it's just not enough. Narrate there to hang on, and Mad Lions are on the board.
Yeah, it looked pretty scary at first. I mean, M80 had pretty good post-plant positioning. They had like some good delay. They had control of back halls. It seemed like they were lining up nicely despite the inferior firepower of a couple of players to be able to really hold off any sort of retake out of the Mad Lions.
The watching of anything will not be tolerated. DMCA laws
couple of early skirmishes start breaking Mad Lions' way.
So have that
part of that. Finds, I think, 3 kills on that round. Nismo nearly on the ace, could have clutched it up, but
because there was a special circumstance in that
you can
scenario,
see the repercussions. I mean, despite the win, Mad
that's
Lions don't really have a whole lot of repurchasing power here.
What that special
M80
was.
off back of the bonus, meanwhile, has the full buy operator in Quality Noob's hands.
Was this all just a big marketing ploy and it's
not something strange to this M80 team or any team that Koala's on, right? The attacking operator is something that Koala feels incredibly comfortable on. And I would imagine is why you can attest so many first kills to this player. That information going to be garnered by Trick, the sole player here on the B sites after that flash. Looks to play the jump peek, and he almost gets punished for it. He gave up a whole lot there to Koala. Unfortunately, just couldn't take a bite.
Yeah, it's going to spin the Trailblazers from Trick just to make sure that there's not too many numbers here. Also going to get that rotation from Narrate. I feel like they want to maybe even swing together as Colony was pushing pretty deep on the pillars with this operator. Now Narrate gets the frag, dashes back into back halls, and again, Koala just barely misses a shot there. That's a huge frag from Narrate. Trick does get tagged, but still victory to Mad Lions as far as defending the B front.
And so he's still putting on tandem with that stat that we had, Koala Noob's first kills versus
so much utility for them to rotate into here today, bro.
Win chance.
There's just no way.
When there has been a first death for M80, but Koala is still alive. So for the M80 fans, this one still could quite possibly be a 3rd round. Nismo going to try to ensure that it is. As the concuss goes out, Xander going to push right through the nanos, and when the smokes are up, now pushing backside as that sees, we'll look to garner some information. Nismo ward the spike plant, and unfortunately Ain's just going to get run down. You talked about how bad the buy is, and we're starting to see it come to fruition. They just don't have the gun.
Trick still has the Vandal, but that's about it.
The attack here of M80. Now Trick, low HP. Yes, has the credits. Doesn't necessarily have to save. He's actually going to toss it over to Drone, see how much damage he can get here. Flash goes out. Operator from main. Koala going to find 1. Nismo to close us out, and M80 will find that 3rd.
You kept 3 rifles here, so it's big.
Respond to that opening pick loss on the B side. They were able to attack onto A.
What are we thinking, chat? How many rounds?
Good smoke coverage. Good use of utility to get onto the site. In the way that they pressed into back halls and dug out, the angles that they had as those players were rotating through defensive spawn, just knocked them down right away. Didn't allow Narrate to get crazy with the Blade Storm. And so it is going to be 3-1 for M80, but now it's a full buyback for Mad Lions. Op is now also available for Narrate, so things are going to be a little bit more difficult now at M80 to find that map control with Sniper in his hands.
Blinded.
Heaps of respect. Heaps of respect here.
I like the slow push up into main here right now from M80.
Actually getting tagged up. I believe it was Zex just shooting some through the mid doors.
Agreed. Yeah, M80 just taking a lot.
Got to be worried about that mid door.
At middle right now, maybe looking to slam a little bit of art control, maybe even attack the B link and just threaten that a little bit to kind of keep people honest. The thing is, there's a lot of attention being paid defensively to the link because they're trusting Narrate to hold B alone solo with that op on the long angle. Tricked, rewarded for his focus on the doors. It's going to take down EU, so that's another early man advantage here for Mad Lions.
And they're playing very well off the back end of this utility. Finally collecting a second is drone, not before John.
Dark ratio, that's why.
Pick up one the way of M80, but players still in
favor.
The
name sounded familiar.
Of the defense, and I mean health bars still in favor. If we're taking the amount of players out of the equation, M80 are in a terrible spot. Nismo just about half HP. Now he's down to 0 as Zex will collect the kill on the round. Found that early damage onto Koala and expecting some aggression, but now just waiting for the rest of the team to work their way on through. Flash finds nothing to get things started. John, the next one to fall. And Koala, you got an operator, buddy, but I mean, you're going to have 4 targets here in front of you. They're all going to start to swing you. A 1v1 given the way of the Jets, and Zexro hunters for that play there. And Koala just going to hope to back away and keep this operator in hand.
Yeah, really well defended there by Mad Lions, getting an opening kill.
Now they got 3 that they're keeping. Good save,
also
though.
Being, you know,
op available on both, or op in hand on both sides.
Also find the frag there as well. So a couple of clean kills.
3 ults
well
for Mad
Man
Lions.
count and puts M80 in just a tough spot that they can't really fight their way out of.
Mad Lions have 2 of their own ults available, though.
Doing a great job, not only getting kills, but also just kind of being patient in the back line, waiting for teammates to arrive and showing that discipline. So they will get their second round. Stinger only for Xander this time around, but other than that, full buys for both squads. Lockdowns available for both sides.
I believe that's fast. The Stinger also only comes with 3 stars in total, and as you said, yeah, the pace is they're definitely pushing it here, but they're caught with util out. It was a flash and then
I thought it was gonna get a second, not gonna lie.
There for the trade. Now looking to work his way onto the side. Has a rifle, but the operator here on pillar. Scoped rifle, turns shotgun, no turn, scoped shotgun as he right-clicks and finds the body of Koala. That's the Jet down, and Narrate looking unfazed here in their first official for the Challenger circuit. And he's going to ask for some more. Lockdowns traded back and forth. The Prowler finds absolutely nothing, but eventually this attack in M80 are going to have to find their way off the site, and it looks like they want to do so aggressively. Nope, okay, one going to get detained, should be run down, saved for a moment. Now they've got this triangulation as there's the detained member to fall, and it's everybody else right behind him.
That was, you see how quick that kill feed
really
filled
well
up.
Handled. That was a lot of B-link pressure that came real quick, but a couple of frags going Mad Lions' way, despite being overwhelmed by numbers. The Narrate did such a great job feeling all of that pressure from inside of the site, but being able to find his kill and being able to get out without being traded. That's a pretty big move. Also pretty big here, double operator setup defensively. You do not see that very often. Kind of wild to see that come into play. M80 obviously on a save.
Yeah, we're gonna have a three map game. Watch. What is that talking about?
How they're gonna use these 2 ops. Obviously, one will play long B as always, but I'm kind of curious how they use the other.
And for now, it looks like inside art. Oof, okay. I mean, great util there. Stars down, same fragment. Stun finally gets some value, or will get some value here in this round. And I said will, I'm sorry, I spoke a little too soon. It's too soon to be mentioning.
Excuse me?
Name there is Narrate. Okay, looking a little shaky. Spots a couple of members, and unfortunately, can't quite pinpoint the shot onto one. This time it's different, right? It's not fast out towards B. They want to try and split this A site, but do they know that the operator is here?
I think M80 is just trying to scramble the defense as best as they can. I mean, they know that they don't have a whole lot to work with, but now they have a 5-on-4. They have a rifle in Nismo's hands, and Koala still has Bladestorm. So, you know they're behind, so to speak, as far as firepower goes. There's win conditions for them here. They're going to try to use Cosmic Divide to get into B site and block off Heaven and backhauls. They know that there could be someone pillars, though, and that's why Koala goes looking for it. But Trick finds the frag, but John with the pinch.
Yeah, John, great timing there. Trick was looking to find another. unfortunately could not do so. Now that that spike gets planted, Knight falls out, Narrate pushes the wall, tries to take the shot, and unfortunately it goes wide once more as we trade. Nightfall for Nightfall here on the site. It's all up to Mad Lions to look to retake this one, and they have to do so with 2 operators here. Dust, it feels awful as another shot will go wide. Seas goes out to now Drone, the liaison for the operators.
Oh,
it looks to push back sight, led by Nismo. Narrate can hold the angle, take the shot, and land it up close and personal, and unfortunately, the ADS, the sense just wasn't there. Zex punished for having the operator there on the site to Narrate, forced to head for the hills.
Yeah, then that was one of my major concerns about C.
So the back and forth as the pendulum swings.
How are you going to
another round for M80 here.
You know, that is always the risk that you take going that route. That's why you just don't see it
often
in the game
walk away with
general,
all those,
much less this map.
Rifles picked up.
In M80, I am impressed with how quickly and how effectively they are pressuring B-Link. You would just think that they would get torn to shreds by utility, or the fact that there's oftentimes been multiple members defending that spot because they usually just trust Narrate to hold long B early by himself. So you would think with the focus that they have there that they'd be able to kind of handle that, but Koala Noob just teed off on him, man. That was really well used of the Blade Storm.
And now we're... The way that the utility has been used here, I'm going to hold this thought as the operator's up close and personal. Ainge the first one to it. Up goes Koala Noob. A beautiful flash on the backside, and Seas will keep him in place. But they're still able to deal with Drone. Nismo unaffected by the Seas, runs past. Okay, nice. All right. Drips past his teammates and finds this site. Let's see what Trick looks to do here. Spam traded back and forth. Nobody really affected on either side. A beautiful pop flash, and Trick will play on the opposite side of that smoke. Now he looks to find some more. Here in the retake, though, an operator slowly makes its way back towards the site. And Trick's found 2. 3v2 is where we land. M80 still a player ahead. Unfortunately, Trick's been met and dealt with. Now it's op v op. Koala on the angle, and he gets the better end of Narrate here. 3 kills on the round. M80 find another.
Yeah, that was with authority. Just, you know, both teams looking to fight for long A control early on. M80 just happens to win out kind of in the utility battle, and also with Koala being able to find that very quick opening pick with the operator. And then
wait, why is M80
kind of settles, Zex doesn't really have a way to escape. All he can do is just play an off angle and hope he can bring down one with him.
Yeah, surprisingly close, right, King?
For him,
how you doing, buddy?
He was clean on the kills, and we're able to just really overwhelm that A side.
Interesting timeout after back-to-back round wins.
And so M80 actually taking a timeout here, maybe just letting that marinate a little bit. Also trying to figure out how they want to proceed with the rest of this half, because now, you know, things were a bit back and forth. They've now won a couple in a row. They've extended to, you know, a good lead. Just, you know, starting to find some success with just kind of these contact plays, which honestly is like a lot of what I've seen from them so far this season. Is like they have a pretty good mix of playing, you know, out defaults, but also just, you know, playing the contact and just, you know, being fearless together and being willing to kind of sacrifice and just swing it and trade as a unit. And that's what you kind of saw there on the A front. Just
I don't think I've seen a timeout. Like, I understand why they're doing it.
I think
don't think I've seen a timeout like this before.
No hesitation from
at least not recently.
Squad. You see the stars go down, the fragments go out, and then the players are doing what they're supposed to do right behind.
You can see the trust is there in each other. Like they know that, hey, maybe I'm gonna go down, but you're gonna bring the other one down too, and we're gonna make this work. So, man, Koala's so nuts. Like,
it just doesn't care.
Yeah, you really do. I mean, this is just a wild, just walk forward push with the
just got home, hell yeah.
And in this angle, expecting. Just
halfway
himself,
through the week,
surely
baby.
There's only going to be one here. I don't care, right? I'm not going to pop the tailwind. There's only going to be one on this angle. And just walking out towards mid, making sure that he can save that dash. It's confidence.
Again, look at the B-Link control that gets instilled early as well. I mean, they are just having so much map control so early. And obviously this round, there's not a whole lot for Mad Lions to work with, so fair enough.
A little bit of self-sabotage there. Flashes come out. Sky Flash on the opposite end. And as you mentioned, Dust, the buy just isn't the best. A couple of Sheriffs left in the hands of 2 separate M80 from finding their 6th round. Whereas Mad Their recipe for success is let's get Narrate in the mix. Fortunately, Trick able to get one back, hurt the economy just a bit. Not for Nismo.
Not much though. I mean, there's still 4 people standing.
On the end of the round, Null Command already online, so he's a little bit of overkill on the ultimate. But Narrate and Trick, right? It's hard when they're just avoiding Narrate, but anytime that they've gone that way, I mean, this young player has been able to punish this M80 squad. They're doing a good job staying away from the fearless Jet that is standing kind of ahead of the pack for Mad Lions.
Yeah, back onto a full buy this time, though. And again, Narrate is going to be playing that B angle. But honestly, M80's often avoided that. Like, they've been more interested in just fighting for this A orb, taking mid control, you know, maybe threatening B link. You know, they're trying to not play into that long angle and give Narrate early chances. Look at Koala. What is this, man? Like, who is
He's just big balling it, bro. Just.
And to think, right? There could be an alarm bot there. If you just walk up, you're not going to op shot the alarm bot, surely, right? No, at this time, though, it is a turret. It is a nano swarm. It does force the dash out. So already a small victory the way of Mad Lions. Good damage onto the Opera, but we know 46 health is enough for anybody with an op in their hands to find kills.
Yeah, they've been swatted back, that's for sure. And we're seeing Trick get some extra intel by pushing out long A as deep as he has. So that's going to give them a little bit more comfort and kind of focusing in on R and B link defensively while still trusting Narrate to hold the long B angle. Meanwhile, M80 have no real presence on the periphery of the map, so they're going to have to just kind of keep focused on B-Link or Art and kind of pick one of those options based on what they're feeling. This is a big 1v1 that's probably about to happen here between Trick and Thayer that could really dictate this round.
Well, how about the 1v1 that's possible?
Oh, he backs down.
Looking to play the jump peaks. Shorty comes out and Koala tries to deal with the haunts. As that guiding light gets a little weird, Nismo once more pops the ult. Fortunately gets taken down, resurrection available. Trick, though, playing backstab all the way out towards main, and now they have to worry about where this guy is at. He's been pivotal here in the retake. His Narrate asleep on the angle for a second too long, could not get the rifle up, and it allows for the cross onto the site, and it allows YoBoyCue to just start cutting down his teammates around him.
YoBoyQT.
All up to Narrate and Trick once more. Seekers for information. Only 3 of 4 to be detected. EU to be taken down, standing just atop the spike. Narrate wants to go aggressive, has the op. YoBoyCue falls asleep on the angle, looks the wrong way, and this one looking that much more digestible here as both players play inside Art. The flashes through. Nismo the next to fall. Koala has to hang on. The shot goes wide. Narrate just has to hold the angle. Koala does it again. The knives online, the classic in hand, and the blades will be enough for the eBay clutch.
All right, Koala.
Koala knew, bro. He has been kind of schooling the young one, man. I mean, in the Jet v Jet battles, Koala's coming on top, I feel like, every single time. That time it was the Blade Storm versus the op to finish this one off. But Koala is just having himself a game. He's been having himself a split, if we're honest. I mean, he has been top of the charts in so many different categories. He's been one of the best players in the league by far. And that has not changed here. 13 frags and 10 rounds played. And just so much impact. A critical moment, because not only does he win the clutch to win the round, but look what he does to Mad Lions economy because of it.
Faith, however, in the hands of Narrate, put a rifle in his hands. Can't quite close out the kill, though. So Koala allowed to survive. We saw what he did with 46 HP in the Operator in the previous round. This time it's 40 HP in the Operator, but damage to the starter round no less.
Koala able to pick up on Trick there. He was trying to take a bit of a swing. Meanwhile, mid-presence still being held by Xander, so it's not as if M80 aren't keeping tabs elsewhere on the map, as they're looking to really kind of keep the issue pressed at B off the top of their.
Kind of curious to see if Xander pushes through middle.
Defense back quite a ways. We do see that Narrate's trying to kind of stick around for something, but now realizes he needs to back up, and Xander's catching some action at middle in the meantime. So M80's just kind of controlling everything here.
They really are. Narrate, the only rifle on the round here, escaped from the prison out towards long. Allowed to survive. Now going to look to fight back onto the site. Swing on pillar. It's being held, but unfortunately, EU allows that kill to come through. Nismo dies. Now this one, maybe doable. Rifle down to be picked up. It's a stinger now in the hands of Ainge. The Nebula smoke should subside here momentarily. A tap onto the spike once more. Grab well, Narrate can't quite sneak on out. A smoke of their own. They're trying to play the stick. And then Diffuser's been killed, and it's all up to EU to try and hang on here. But
Dude,
look,
Drone
at
has
the
no health.
HP for Drone. There's just nothing left in the tank.
Damn, man.
And M80 will find another.
Yeah, that was maybe a little more scrappy than they were hoping for. They definitely lost a lot of players that maybe you'd think they'd like to keep. I mean, Narrate being able to get the frag he got from B-Link was probably not expected from M80, but they were still able to play post-plant really well from long B. There was no flank threat. Xander
and now timeout for Mad Lions. Good call.
So they knew that they could kind of just focus all their efforts onto Link and Spawn itself.
I'd probably do the same.
Playing from long and just, you know, play the disruption utility to keep that person off the spike and then ultimately win in the end there from pillar position in the 1v1. So Mad will take the timeout here. It's been a 5-round winning streak from M80. So they're certainly on top of things here on the attacking side. Getting good frag distribution really from everyone on their team. I mean, yeah, Koala's well out in front, but I mean, it's not as if anyone's really lacking. Meanwhile, it kind of has just been Narrate and Trick. I mean,
no, Koala is just
really been able to get a whole lot of heck of support fragging wise from the rest of the guys on the Mad
fragging
Lions.
his ass off. Everyone else is just, I mean, really solid together.
So in that round, Trick died first. Koala Noob got the kill, but there's like 4 players from M80 shooting at him. Do we scratch that from the record that Koala got that kill because he stole it from his teammates? Or I wonder how much of a game at this point it is, because Koala himself had something to say about being the leader in first kills just on the season thus far, and now it has to be something on his mind, I would imagine, especially the way that he's playing and the first kills that he's finding.
He just has no fear on some of the angles that he takes with this operator early in these rounds, but he has a support system to help him do it. You know, these guys are willing to back him up, take care of any utility that might get lobbed this way, and try to keep him in these forward positions. This time, it's a bit of a stalemate at A.
There's Util to deal with this. Star down, couple nano swarms.
All right, it's 8-3.
Shot over the top allows M80 to take
Let's
a
see
main.
here.
There's the smoke. And that one will stay put. We'll see how M80
No, that's not gonna work.
traverse this Nebula. Just under a minute left on the clock. The defenders haven't get up their spots just yet. And Trick, anything but passive here, playing just on the site to make sure nobody pushes that smoke. And a bit closer on the angle here in Flowers as well.
Nightfall available for M80 to take the site with 12 smokes going down, and they are indeed going to press forward with that. Spy Flash is coming in as well. Koala Noob using it to get the pick on the Trick.
And something very scary is the amount of util dumped here, and for M80, they're saying, we're just going to win everything outright. You're still waiting on that gravity well to come back. You don't have that fragment, and unfortunately, you don't have Koala Noob either. 2 players now that stand for M80, and what do they have to play in the post plan? Fortunately, John's hung on to the nano swarms and the alarm bot. Not really in a position, though. And look at where the spike's at. At this point, if you're Mad, where are you expecting these players to be at? That they've planted the spike backside. Do you expect one default? No, the clear is out towards Secret.
Got the knives, though, which is kind of...
goes good for 1, and John, unfortunately, couldn't get the util down. He takes the rifle fight, and he loses it. Mad back on the board here at the end of the round.
Yeah, that's one of those rounds where I wish Koala Noob would have fallen back into the 3-on-3 post plant instead of taking that fight in back halls. Like, it's just one of those things where maybe they felt pressure because they didn't have any more intel on long A anymore after they fought. Maybe they felt like they might be getting flanked. But you had a situation where, I mean, EU's just trapped inside the site. You could get peeked out from so many different angles. Imagine if you had just one extra guy kind of falling back in sight with you to play a crossfire with from closet or something like that. So I do think that maybe the back halls battle was a bit of an overextension from M80, but overall, still a pretty good half to pull out 8 attacking rounds there. They definitely grabbed control of that half and held on to it the majority.
And this kind of coming after I was just thinking, M80 giving lots of respect, even in that round previous where they used that lockdown out towards B long. You would think that at this point in the game, M80 feel comfortable to just walk forward and take fights, but instead they still continue to play this util game, and then last round of the half, they get a little outside themselves. Meanwhile, 4 defenders.
Mad Lions need this pistol. They're going to have a fight here.
Only one home here. It's John Cutie to call the rest of the team over and say, hey, B site now under fire, and he's actually getting crunched here inside lane.
Yeah, Mad wasting no time pinching B. John Cutie about to feel the heat here as Drone and company are looking to box him in. Narrate will be the one to find the frag, but it was certainly pressure from all angles that was the demise of John Cutie, and Narrate continues to pop off.
And Koala just dashed right onto the side, I think, just before the flash, and he's immediately
see him back there.
So again, M80 just getting outside themselves, and Mad Lions capitalizing
They just let
on
M80
this,
or
on
M80
these
just let them back in
positions.
this.
As I say that, though, Xander and EU look to get things back to the way that they should be, the way that M80 want them to be. And Narrate and Zexro, they get to play the clock. And they're very healthy here in the pistol round. Armor onto one. Narrate just going to quickly deal with them all. 3
That's
kills
tough.
for the young Jet Zexro there to top it
So
off.
more than likely makes it 6-8 because they're going to win this next round.
Just a good crunch. I mean, they really put John Cutie in a tough spot by how they were pressing Link and Long at the same time. He could never really get comfortable. Overwhelmed him, get side off the back of that. Like you said, maybe a bit of a misfire from Koala Noob on the dash in. Seemed like there was just a little bit of an off call on the timing there from M80 on when they wanted to press sight. They did get it back into a 2v2 at one point, and it seemed like there was still maybe a chance, but Narrate and Co. take care of it. And so it's going to close the gap on the scoreboard just a touch.
I told myself I just wanted to see something, and then now I can't remember what I said wanted to look up.
Obviously, a lot
I'm
less
so mad at
of a
myself.
buy, so expectations probably quite a bit lower, but 0 point out for information. John Cutie left alone on the B site.
Frustrating.
And he's backed all the way. He's making sure that no crunch this time.
Meanwhile, Koala trying to make a huge press into attacker's spawn by himself. No, not by himself. He's got some support, but that alarm bot's going to give him away. Zexro's now going to go take a little bit of a jiggle peek. Will he expect the angle that Koala already has? May not wind up mattering.
Yeah, I'm wondering if spotting the Killjoy util and the KO, they think that the stack is B. So they quickly set their eyes elsewhere.
Koala's hearing all this.
Yeah, and Koala's got it all. We'll see how much they check here. Or if
do they clear
at
him?
all, Drone looking to get the high ground. Sure. Maybe should be the one. No, he's just going to jump on over the top. Unfortunately, Hange is there to do their due diligence. Clears out that corner to make sure Koala gets nothing.
Oh, wow. What a check from Hange. Like, if he doesn't, this
If
gets
he
very
doesn't, that
interesting,
gets
as we already see
very,
the arc
very
split through Long now as well.
unfortunate.
EU gets a couple of those. It gets 3. Are you serious?
What?
3 right clicks the way of EU. He's
What?
got himself a right.
No way. Wow,
the
he's
fifth.
disgusting.
Give him the ace.
Jeez Louise.
Tanner? That might be the most bonkers things I've seen so far this season.
That is hands down the craziest thing that has happened.
That's got
Valorant Challengers, craziest thing.
I challenge you to find something
on
on
the eco.
The man literally just right-clicked 3 people with full guns in art with the classic.
Damn, dude.
Steals the Vandal and then ace.
That's crazy.
I find something more crazy than that. I challenge you out there, world.
It's the player that you have just been hyping up to no end. Now Koala wants to try and match that. He wants the ace. He'll go up top. It's Nismo. Find the first kill. Drone on the receiving end of the Phantom spray. Some more right behind it. Koala eventually dealt with after he finds his one. Speaking of one, it's all up to Zexro, but a doable one. Got himself a Bulldog. Has a kill out towards Art, so his position has been noted. 0 point to turn off the abilities. But a situation where if Zexro find this kill on to Nismo, he's got the entire map to play within a 1v1, and Nismo is not the healthiest robot on the planet.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of damage to him. I like how they're just kind of forfeiting this and just playing together. I think that's the smartest approach. Zexro is looking to
and that
keep
turret
on moving with the spike. Yeah.
So they
That's
crept
crazy,
all the way
man.
back through mid. Zex just got in range of his turret. Unfortunately, just missed the 2 players of M80 as they walked through.
I mean, is he going to go all the way around to B? I mean, he's using his turret to try to get himself into middle safely, but from there, I'm not sure what he's thinking. He's going to go Art. And I mean, he's going right into the hand of Nismo and Xander, unfortunately.
The 2 players, the team,
But
that can afford to be wrong, right? They've got the 2. So if he plants B, they're happy to retake together He is going to storm his way onto the safe side. Oh, okay. Nismo getting outside of himself for just a second. Xander there to reel him back in and take the round. But it was a spooky one there for a second. M80, however, in the win.
I was going to say M80 is still going to be able to reinvest.
We got to replay that right now.
Yeah, let's show us the aids.
It is.
Show us
I
the
know
aids.
I said earlier that it's probably the most bonkers thing that's happened all season. I don't know that I've seen a more bonkers ace, period. Like, just the way it happened.
Yeah.
It's just mind-boggling how it could have come together that way. Oh, my goodness. Sorry. Yeah, I'm still feeling that one.
Literal no response from the 3 classic right clicks. Just one right after the other.
So crazy. You don't let it mean like I'll never financially recover from this.
Yeah.
How do you mentally recover from that?
Well, I think Mad Lions are still reeling in that thought.
Sure.
How do they?
Bot coming back.
Ugh. All right. Getting back to a sense of normalcy. Both teams on full buys here. Op available for Koala Noob defensively. Trying to play a little bait and switch perhaps with Nismo over on the B side. Really relying on the Killjoy and Acid utility to kind of guard the middle of the map and all the other areas. Lockdown being used to try to get A, but the counter Nightfall kind of swats it back for a moment.
The players here, however, not affected inside Art. They are going to push their way through the utility. Flash out to the backside, but there's Nebula smoke. No, there's just EU standing there to take the fight, but the bloodshed, it's finally over. That spike will get planted.
Spike planted.
And as the smoke subside, 2 players remain on both sides. Oh! Koala, uncharacteristic, makes the miss, but Nismo makes the most of it. And of course, it's the dynamic duo from Ghost to M80.
Don't do him like that.
And they'll find an 11th round.
Don't do him like this.
He's letting them know about it. He wants him to stew on that one a little longer.
Talk your talk, Koala. You're allowed. You can.
I mean, this has been... There was a brief moment where Mad Lions looked like they were getting back into the swing of things and we were going to have ourselves a game, but M80 have really just started to peel out in front. EU with a double, Nismo and Koala playing off each other so nicely on that trade. Maybe it wasn't as ideal as they wanted. Obviously, Koala hopes he hits the first shot and Nismo never goes down, but still be able to play the trade, you know, no harm, no foul at that point. And Mad Lions, this is definitely a great time to take a timeout because they've lost 3 in a row. Maybe went away from map point, and the economy situation starting to become
not where you want it to be.
A talking point.
Yep.
Wow. I think something that needs to go unnoticed. Narrate is having themselves one hell of a game. The first time on the server here, and outside of losing a couple of duels against a seasoned veteran in Koala, has really, I mean, right now, kind of making a name for himself from the ranked Rizzler, I think self-proclaimed ranked Rizzler, to, you know, 20-11-2, your first map and your first kind of real official against this M80 team that is beating the brakes off of everybody. This is a really good start to this young player.
Oh, yeah, I'll agree with that. Like, he's definitely so far so good in that regard. Like, he's definitely been able to take his high level of play from ranked and some of the small little things he's played. Again, we talked about it before the game. He had 5 official best of 1s and 1 best of 3 before this series today. Period. This is going to be interesting to see how this plays out. Because they are not giving up pillar. They are just taking that util and fighting back with their own.
I thought there was a world where EU gets value there because it was Nismo who was spotted, but he gives himself up with the haunt, and now another one here. It's Koala up close and personal. Will sneak away, not before taking some damage, but that is just the Koala way, it seems.
I like how they're re-clearing out B-Link this way to make sure that they at least have some type of wall they can back up to.
Oh!
Coming in,
with the
though,
judge.
With the judge. EU.
Only got one
down the gavel of his own, though.
Oh, okay, Trip. Gonna swap off of his rifle to that judge. Fortunately, EU there to trade once more. Eventually taken down, and numbers now favor Mad Lions.
3v2 here.
They work to get that spike planted. A Prowler into Link to make sure nobody pushes that angle. But as we see, it's John Cutie Out towards the spawn. It's
I just see them
up inside the heavens. The cosmic divide that separates them from this site
playing
for
smart
now.
here.
And unfortunately, a turret. Okay, they'll give it to him. I'm saying not a very telling turret. Players could still be back sight. The wall will subside. Xander and play the angle back halls. Look at the economy. This might just be an M80 save. You would think that they've got all Gucci everything, but that's just not the case. Hunt dealt with. Trick followed just before that. I think maybe the ideas weren't the same as John Cutie wanted to back away from it, but now they're just taking this site. They're both so low. They've got the high-low, but Angel spray him down and clutch it out.
Nice shots.
That was one of those ones where you feel like maybe they were thinking about peeling back to save, but when Xander finds that first frag, they're like, wait a second. We might be able to push the issue here. And he does, to his credit, go and get a second and actually get them to spike. But the problem is their HP is just so low. And Ainge has a great position at long B to just line them up. And so that will keep M80 in the mix. But I will say this, you lose this round, it's probably GG. Just the economy's not there to rebuy if you take an L here.
Yeah, and it is still a losable round when you look at what's available, right? Bladestorm for Koala. Xander here with the rifle. Gonna look to take the first fight. That's Narrate gone. Make it Trick as well. Make it Drone. 3 kills for Xander. He picks up right where he left off in the round previous. And Dust, it's like you wrote it in the death note.
Yeah. Just every role on this team is capable of producing that level of firepower. And that's what makes this team so scary.
And,
you can't really pick a weak link on M80.
I think the weakest thing we've seen so far from M80 was the call to play high-low with 5 HP collectively, right? Like that's the worst play that we've really seen from this team. They are just so well drilled and individually as strong as they could be in their respective roles.
You know what, Zek? I love the optimism of Zexro here that he thinks that he can get this flank, but there's just too many M80 members around to not be sniffing this. You know what I mean? Like,
enemy remaining.
Yeah. I mean, it's like he sees him. The reaction time?
There's just too many members alive. So there's not going to be any.
All right, so at least got another one here for Mad.
So to speak.
It's just it's 1v3 now. There's just you probably have to pull back and
no time to really make much progress.
Might as well at least save the one rifle you got.
Will be map point for M80. And the problem is outside of this Vandal that Ainge will save, there's just nothing else really going to be there credits-wise for them. I mean, obviously they'll buy what they can because it's potential last round, but it's going to be slim pickings.
Match point.
Yeah, slim pickings might be. All right.
And that's the thing. Everybody on this team can do that.
We'll say John Cutie hasn't had the chance to do it. That's why he's. That's why he hasn't really had the chance. He's been left on an island. There it is. The sticks and stones that you mentioned, right? The one rifle that comes back into it, another one picked up. I think one of the best investments you can make. And I mean, good on Ainge, right? Saves that weapon, gives it over to Trick. Or Narrate, however that one went respectively, because they have been doing so much for this team. They are the firepower thus far. We'll see if they can stick to that. Backs against the wall, 12-6. Nightfall down onto the A site. A bit of Killjoy utility. Expended here at the start of this one. Xander looking to spam. He's got himself a Vandal, so we'll back away to safety after Gravity Well goes at his feet. Narrate, however, goes aggressive. But
he used disgusting,
the running gun
bro.
is just too much. It's Nightfall on the opposite side. It's a backstab from John Cutie, who's looking to make me eat my words. 2 of his own as Ainge battles back, a sheriff in hand, and he deals with EU. And the clock now ticking, but that's the only member thus far to fall here for the defense. It's both out towards Art. It's Trick. It's Ainge. It's a Spectre. It's a Vandal. And they get to play with the clock. Spectre kill for the first. Backs away to safety. Now looking to drop the Cosmic Divide. A flash on the opposite side. John Cutie finds that third. Needs to find some more. Instead, he'll be silenced. And Nismo will pick up right where John left off.
And that's going to send us to Icebox, chat.
On Pearl, and 13-6 is
chat, I always feel like when we get to these end games, man,
Yeah,
like, again, I called 18 rounds on this. It ended up being 19, but like,
kind of
it's pretty well over, like halfway through, you know?
Surprised a couple of times this season when we've made that same statement. This time, though, M80 pulls through in the way we thought they could and should in this matchup. Never really felt like they were ever behind in this game. I mean, yeah, there were definitely some moments where Mad Lions made some pretty big plays and tried to give themselves some chances to get back into the match, but it was one of those kind of like wire-to-wire victories, so to speak, from 80, where they were always out in front. They never really let things get too scary. Their lead never shrunk too much.
Yeah, really outside of the beginning of the game, where I definitely thought Mad Lions were in positions to really give us a solid game here on Pearl. I think we were close 5-3, 6-4 at one point. Unfortunately, the game just gets a whole lot harder the more that M80 get to sit on the server and play with one another. But that's just map one.
Yeah, I mean, the moment that EU gets that ace with the Classic, it's like there was no looking back from that point. You know what I mean? Like, I think maybe Mad Lions won one more round after that. But yeah, that seemed to be like one of the final nails in the coffin for Pearl as far as that's concerned. And so, yeah, Mad Lions, again, we talked about it pregame. Lots of talent. You know, they have a core three that has that chemistry. They have a very capable IGL in John Cutie, so they have the tactics there too to back up the firepower. And they're a dangerous team, man.
I am tired, man. I ain't gonna lie to you.
We talked about the map pool coming into this one. Pearl was a map that M80 choose because they want to make a statement, and well, statement made here, 13-6 their way. As we look ahead to Icebox, a strong map for both of these teams, maybe leading a bit stronger for Mad Lions, but that is yet to be determined. We've got the breakdown for this map and all that's to come right after this short break.
All right, they're going to break now.
I would say I would want to play Sentinel just because I like anchoring sites and, you know, playing on the site instead of like roaming around and stuff.
If I had to swap roles on the team, I would swap to controller, to balance role. Personally, because I love playing Omen. Sometimes there's a couple of times where I played Omen as a second controller, and I just have a lot of fun with his TPs and like making it unpredictable where I am. So I would say controller.
I would probably swap to like an initiator over smokes, just because I like being in the fights a lot and I like rotating and helping my teammates. So sometimes on smokes you're kind of locked in one area. But on initiator, you're always kind of floating around, helping each other, like KO specifically.
If I was to swap roles, I'd probably want to go on duelist, like entry fragger, because I feel like mechanically my aim is like really good, and I think my comms are really good. So I'm really good at calling for like teammates, utility, and stuff. So I was also like, yo, flash for me here or something like that. So yeah.
Duelist. If I had to swap roles, duelist. I want to play duelist so bad again, man. It's been so long since I played duelist.
He's like, I just want to frag, bro.
Flex, initiators, smokes, whatever is
I just want to frag, bro.
I want to just be brain dead. I just want to run in. Just send me in, man.
Honestly, I probably want Sentinel. I like lurking a lot. As it's like when I play Viper, I lurk. Any chance I'm given, I like lurking. So probably like taking Zip spot as Sentinel.
You know, I always wanted to play initiator. Because I played my first share of duelist, chamber, and now I'm on Sentinel. So like, I don't really like smokes, but I feel like initiator would be kind of fun.
I probably want to swap to initiator just because I think I'm the most vocal person on my team, and I think like to be a great initiator you have to talk and communicate a lot, and I think I could, if I learn the role pretty well, I think it would be a pretty nice transition.
If I had to swap role, I'd probably just go back to controller. It's like my main thing. I played it for like almost 2 years, so it's just like very comfortable to me. So probably go back just for like, I just feel better on it. For sure.
It'd probably be, if I had to pick another role, it'd probably have to be like Fade. I think I have a lot of fun playing Fade. You know, I like having lineups, but also having to like be able to play on the fly with like the Fade dogs and stuff, and like the tether. So I'd definitely be like a Fade player.
With eBay Refurbished, you have a choice of refurbished qualities to best fit your budget. Certified refurbished items.
Now we have one of these weird little
like new for up to 50% off.
Down times where I wish we'd be able to get into our next game a little bit quicker.
Here's how it works. Every item is carefully inspected. Any imperfections are fixed by the manufacturer or manufacturer-approved vendor. Then it's tested to make sure it's working perfectly. Once it passes inspection, it's given the verified stamp of approval. Then repackaged with new accessories and shipped to its ultimate destination. With Certified Refurbished, you can shop with confidence because all our manufacturers go through a rigorous vetting process. And every purchase comes with an award-winning 2-year warranty, a money-back guarantee, and hassle-free returns. That's what makes it the smarter way to shop for premium brands. eBay Refurbished. Like new products, better than new prices.
See, like here, chat. I feel like I need something like a good thumping, like. I feel like this music's gonna be cool at like, you know, noon. You know, it's 9 p.m. I need something to like get the endorphins going, gets the people going.
And welcome back to the desk here for Knights Arena Valorant Challengers North America. It is M80 who ends up taking the victory here, 13-6 on the opening map in the series. It's not really much of a surprise, but there were some little nuggets there for Mad Lions. And Dust, I got to be honest, Narrate, even though it was kind of an interesting situation to end up in as a young, inexperienced player, held his own against the boys from M80.
Yeah, that's definitely one small bright thing you can pull from this if you're Mad Lions after kind of getting thrashed that way, is that, hey, at least a new guy to the team showed up and seemed to, you know, not really shy away from the spotlight, was able to get out there, get some good production, definitely give you the numbers that you want. But, bro, can we just talk about that EU ace again really quick?
Yeah, dude, that EU ace was disgusting, bro.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I agree, I do want to go back to talking about Mad just a little bit. A little outclassed, just in way of the team sync in general, which is to be expected. Although Narrate does his individual role as a player. Okay, here's the beloved beloved replay of the ace. Again, takes no damage after a couple of right clicks. So that was for you, Dust. I hope your EU hunger has been satiated.
It'll never be satiated.
Mad Lions a little outclassed, I think, to be expected. But a lot of their players had some pretty big rounds, right? Outside of Narrate,
I think I want to give you one of those like better headsets, like
again, it's just
Tanner
a little
has.
unfortunate. Now, when we look at M80, we say, hey, this is like, 1 or 2. They look like the clear number 1, and they're proving the point.
I hear like the sound quality on those are like,
you know, Dust, you
supreme.
were praising EU as well coming into the game. You were saying like, oh, EU is definitely a player that could have been playing in the partnership program. Ends up finishing at the top of the charts for the side of M80, 22-12. Pretty high combat score as well. You see the 320 there, 222 ACS, if I'm not mistaken, or 320 ACS, excuse me. I'm reading the stats wrong. 194 ADR. That was the stat I was looking for. That's pretty impressive numbers. When you look, Koala Noob played really well on the attacking side, 15-6, 5-1 on the FKFD, which was something we talked about coming into it. Their success rate when he gets that first blood and how well it translates. On the defensive side, he's playing Jet, so it doesn't really do much for him, but it didn't matter anyway. At that point, they had the lead. It was a pretty strong lead. Yeah, they may have lost the pistol, but they pretty much took over after that. So, Dust, now we're looking towards map number 2. Is it all doom and gloom right now for Mad Lions after that map 1 loss?
Hard to say again. Like, the sample size is so small and we don't really understand the map pools of these teams very well. But, I mean, obviously the one time we saw M80 play Icebox, they absolutely dominated OR Esports. I mean, they had an 11-round first half on defense. So, I mean, they obviously feel comfortable playing the map. We did see that. you look over at the Mad Lions side, back when they were still dark ratio and they were playing the qualifiers, they were getting some good wins against teams like in SIC and the Nation and things of that nature. And when you come to the regular season, they had a big one over TSM. So, I mean, clearly they feel comfortable there, but it's hard to know how they stack up against M80 because we've only seen M80 play at once, and then they look pretty good to me.
Sure. I think to that point, too, though, for Mad Lions, this map looks a little bit better because, like, the win you mentioned, Dust, 13-2 over TSM. That's pretty huge, right? You can't just, and that was
especially because TSM just took down the guard
fresh out the gate. That wasn't a map 3. They weren't warmed up to this TSM team. They just beat the brakes off TSM.
Or TSM wasn't warmed up.
This
though,
is also
right?
a map where I think Trick is a large component of this roster. And out of all of the initiators that Trick has played, Sova is the one they look the most comfortable on. And this is a map where if you have all of this stuff kind of working against you, and Will leaving, Narrate coming on, still trying to make it work with a brand new player on your team, comfortability is key. So I'm very excited to see this Icebox with Trick back on the Sova and how he can supplement once more, like he did on the Sky, Narrate on whatever agent I guess Narrate eventually lands on.
You talk about the maps too. Let's go ahead and take a look at the maps, just in case you missed it when we were jumping into the series. We did kick things off on Pearl, as to be expected by many. M80 does pick up the win 13-6. Honestly, given the fact that Mad Lions made a change coming into this and they brought in a player who was relatively inexperienced, it's not even relatively inexperienced. Definitely plays a lot of ranked, but when it comes to official competitive matches, the sample size we talk about being small for these teams with their map pools, the sample size for Nary even smaller, only 137 rounds tracked by VLR and the Spike. So the fact that Mad Lions actually gets even a few rounds out of that is surprising, because I think that it just felt like it was kind of doomed from the get-go. Icebox is really the territory that they should hopefully find some success on. It's no surprise to see Lotus banned out and also Split banned out by M80. They're trying to stay away from that. So there was a hope here for Mad Lions that maybe they could steal away Pearl, take a close game on Icebox.
Oh, man.
But now, Tanner, after I saw that first map, I'm looking at this second map thinking that things are just going to continue where they are.
I mean, Mad Lions might be able to come out and surprise them, but probably not.
I would assume so. I think the only thing, if you're just looking at this outside in, obviously M80 very strong. They had a very strong showing against OR Esports. Mad Lions had an even better showing, if not the same. I think they're both either 13-2s. One of them might have been a 13-5. But Mad did beat an on-paper stronger team in TSM. So if there was ever any confidence to have,
and TSM did. I hate to keep beating out that point, but like TSM did.
I think you can have confidence in Narrate at this point. I don't think you're going into Icebox saying, "Dang, I wish we still had Will," so that way it's not as shaky, because Narrate did their job perfectly.
But be fair, that's a different TSM team, right? I mean, the TSM team that we saw this week is way superior to the one that was beaten by Mad Lions earlier in the season by a landslide. So I think that it makes that result look a little bit different in hindsight.
And the chain logic never works out well on broadcast. It never works out well whatsoever. Well, I'm told that the agent select is ready. We'll see if there's still some fight in the Mad Lions or if they've turned into kittens after that first map loss. It's M80 looking to continue their undefeated streak. Take it away.
Thank you again, Bob. This could quite possibly be the end of the night for us. We'll see how M80 are feeling. I just want to say all love to Hayes, who just caught some strays on the broadcast here. You're right. It was a different TSM squad. Maybe it wouldn't have been the same outcome, but it was still fairly convincing as we lock things on in. Narrate.
I was able to do my chapters while we were live today.
Going to play the Jet. Does lock in the Jet.
We're learning. We're learning.
They have them on the Rays, but not the case here. I'm saying, man, I'm saying it again. Trick on the Sova. All eyes on Trick here to make sure that Narrate has everything that they need to be as strong of a Jet as they can. And fortunately, they get to do it starting on the attack.
You know who else plays a pretty good Sova?
He was all right, I think.
He's a pretty darn good Sova player. I don't know, man. I'm just going to put that one out there. Obviously, we're seeing the difference here of the no duelist composition from M80. They're putting Nismo on KO, but I mean, Nismo and KO, they just go together like peanut butter and jelly, man. Like, that is his dude. He's been wrecking havoc on KO since the beginning of last year. So, no surprise to see that. And they prioritize the initiation in that regard. Obviously, Mad Lions also have the KO. It's just a difference with,
We haven't seen too much Icebox here recently. Also, chat, by the way, again, I know I mentioned it earlier.
Team dynamic a little bit because just like
y'all are
Nismo
looking for a cool place to sit and watch them lock in. We'll be over here tomorrow starting at noon. Well, a little bit before that, obviously. We'll be watching a little bit of the pre-show.
They working hand in hand on Pearl was everything. We're already seeing at the start of this one. On defense, Koala just left on an island. He's not going to have that partner, that dynamic duo, the battle buddy that he usually does in Nismo.
This is here. See if Mad can get off to a good start.
Over on the A side, Aljoan already out is going to get the dart.
Gonna be really big for him here if they can.
The back pedal, but he's already got so many reinforcements here helping him. Mid's also being watched by EU. Orb taken. Mad now goes to silence, hoping to throw some doubt that they're actually not hitting A, that they might be falling back. But M80, discipline as ever, holding their line.
And this, oof, okay, that's a little uncharacteristic. I was gonna say the discipline isn't uncharacteristic of M80, right? They're gonna give you the respect until you lose it. But Nismo not ready on that angle. Unfortunate, but the kills, they eventually find their way through. It's Xander to find the first couple as Drone able to snag a trade. It's a 2-for-1 thus far as the defenders all make their way out towards the safe side. And the attackers, well, they are still here. Spike in hand, but no clear exit. If you want to walk out, you have to walk through what were the sight lines of BU and Koala Noob. Now it's just
hoping that Moist videos would do a little bit better, chat.
Wondering how much information that actually garnered. Zex
it be like that
still off the
sometimes.
side, and the 0 point didn't do a whole lot here. They're walking up on the site. The backs are turned. EU there to capitalize. 2-for-1 thus far, but it's all up to Zex now. The spike is falling. Unfavorable here in the position.
10 seconds.
Capitates one. The robot need to be recharged into the next one. Back to the factory. He'll go for some reason flirting with the idea of grabbing the ghost, but just can't do it.
M80 starts off with the pistol.
M80 will take the pistol.
I hope we can show the replay of that third-person view so you can see what actually happened with that 0 point, because there was someone there, but he literally got into the most tiniest crevice that didn't quite extend to where he was actually at the corner of the generator area. Like, he just was outside of the range of it. And so that's how they were able to get a surprise kill on the guy that was running towards screens.
That's tough. Zex, unfortunately, dealing with some functionality issues there on that site. Now Matt will set their eyes out towards B. All 5 stacked up. Pistols in hand. Nothing really to write home about. Just looking to play strength in numbers, strength in classics. A stinger gets good damage. It goes up top. This B site will also find some good chip
quite a bit, though.
Go aggressive here. Deep inside the bus stop. Koala pulls out the rifle and starts to cut him down. Narrate. Good for one on the trade, but it's one and done. Xander, the only one to fall thus far. You have to assume. Probably the only one to fall here in this round, but Spike plan eminent here.
They sent everybody over there, so it's wide open right now.
All the way around, they get the plant down for a little bit of extra economy, but M80 will still own a pretty hefty advantage for a 4-on-2 retake, especially with Trick being down to such low HP.
Planted.
And so while a small victory is won, I guess economically for Mad Lions, I think the war of this round is still very much going to go the way of M80.
I would say, isn't even, is it?
They're playing off for the post. Ainge does have a couple of snake bites, so the Viper stays alive. That's really name of the game. Poison Cloud is up. Lineup should be coming into fruition. That wall might just block them, though, as it does look like Koala will be allowed to stick on top of the ropes. Safe and sound. Did it say Koala, but it was Nismo defusing? I don't know.
I don't know.
It's in my mind. It was Nismo defusing, for sure. But I could have swore the thing said Koala. I'm going bonkers here.
Yeah, that's tough. Little rope defusal, basically bypassing the snake bites.
Revealing area.
And they even landed. Credit where credit's due. The wall went up, and I think they bounced off that back wall and land.
Rifles in the hands here now for Mad Lions.
Didn't have the weaponry to fight alongside the util. And now they do have the weaponry, and they're quickly taking this site. Narrate capitalized on the first. Zex can find the spam through the wall and headshot EU. 2 players down immediately. Look at Narrate. Back sight looks to cut down a couple of more. Now John Cutie left to pick up the pieces, but there's 3 players just in front of him. That spike not yet committed here up towards Maze. If John can find something. Spots a leg, spots the jump peak. Now the paranoia sets in, right? Where are the rest of the attackers here as the ring around the Rosie deep on the site. 3 players going to be crossing up on it. 1 player just off, and John's got himself all the way into the back lines here.
Oh, if they want to turn around,
now looking to take a fight elsewhere.
And a good spot.
Tricky spot. Trick will eventually get the kill, awarded not only the round, but the Hunter's Fury going into the next as Mad brings us within 1.
So capitalizing on the bonus of M80 to get around across the finish line. Well, those are pretty hefty one at that. I mean, they had pretty much full weaponry, so they actually are taking a sheriff save here.
I'm not gonna lie to you, man. If this thing goes 3, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to stay up.
Things up. This should be in the cards. A couple of alts could come out though here from M80. They're only 1 orb off on a couple of players. Didn't spot Koala Noob on the wall though. That's the interesting thing about that drone interaction. Koala still might hold a little bit of a trump card for him being boosted on screen.
Yeah, very one and done situation that only works, or position I should say, that only works if you weren't spotted. And well, that's a situation we're in for now. Still, Mad given all the respect in the world. More towards this M80 defense that was stacked up here on the A site. 2 players rotate out towards B, and that recon bolt, toxic screen.
They're gonna rotate this over.
This pseudo fake that they've got going right now. M80 have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, they're not really sure. It's just been silence cut, basically, in that regard, as we are going to see Mad Lion swinging it back on around over to B side. And M80 seem to have caught on now after that 0 point. So they're going to be rotating as a full 5 through defensive spawn before the spike even starts to get planted. So they're at least here on time, but can they fight with the pistols is the other question.
Yeah, these long-range battles not going to go their way, or at the very least they shouldn't, and that's exactly how it plays out. Inch grabs 2 of his own. EU for the trade onto 1. Nismo.
So it'll be 2-2.
Making this one hurt.
We're going into bonuses.
Not the best for Mad Lions.
Bonuses. We're going to 5s.
Want to keep taking these fights,
round 5,
especially on low HP like this. 2 players are 1 headshot away. Drone, the only one who will survive the headshot of Nismo. Should a few more of those land. 0 point out. No more abilities. All about the rifle game. Drone pushes forward. Nismo still has some util. I can't imagine wants to opt into using these ones here. Might just look to take the fight. In the health bars, it looks so juicy from this point of view. Nismo, knowing it is a couple of headshots away from getting it all done. Unfortunately, just no time. This round will go the way of Mad Lions, and they've got us tied up nice and early here on Icebox.
Very, very nice.
Quickly putting it to 2 apiece, but obviously that was a bit of a freebie. M80's economy in tatters, but now they'll be back onto the full buy, and now Mad Lions' attack will be truly tested. Narrate going for the Blade Storm shotgun combo in this round. So the Bucky being his final selection. Was thinking about using the Judge there for a moment.
Oof. Buck Nash, huh?
Get out of my way.
Bucky kills. I'll admit it. Bucky kills. Usually pretty impressive.
Nismo.
Oh, Nismo.
Oh.
Hey, I mean, he's crab walking it, and he survived it. The onslaught so far.
That's a lot of information he's gained.
I love all the anime, like,
and they have Viper Spit on long B.
Skids. I don't know what they're like that set's called,
the map,
but I
as
love
far
them.
as information goes by having these positions. Owl drone going to be used here to try to clear out the Viper's Pit, perhaps here from Trick. Try to give them a way forward onto long B.
Oof, okay, alarm bot there. I thought they were just spam away from dying. Xander eventually able to capitalize, and thanks to the
tags on a Trick.
1 shot lands, drone will fall. And the Pit's been given up. They concede this space here. No way. Xander on the cross puts the orb up, and the timing is just perfect for Trick. Find that kill onto the Viper, but the attack's still in an awkward spot. 3 players hung out towards long. They'll deal with the utility of the Killjoy for now, so unfortunately, John Cutie won't be getting any value there. However, they are still a player ahead, that being M80. The clock is ticking. Yeah, this is, you got to just get going. Finally, that util starting to get used. Eventually get some value, and EU 3 kills on the round. M80 find their third, and Mad Lions
4 of them
kind
still
of reeling
standing there.
in how they try to deal with that Viper's pits, and eventually the clock just became a problem.
Yeah, between
Which
the
means
Viper's
that they're
Pit, the
gonna,
Hunter's Fury, you know, the slow orbs, the nanos,
kind of mix by here.
Getting stalled. They can never comfortably get on
Make
the
sure that
site
they're
and
good
feel
for their next
confident in the
round.
plant. So M80 able to come up with another one there. They're going to take the slight lead, 3-2. Economy low for Mad Lions now. So
understandably
so.
so.
Stingers and a couple of sheriffs.
Let's fly.
Still can full buy next round though, so not hamstring themselves in that regard, but definitely the edge for M80 going into this one. One for a similar play, being aggressive on A side defensively is M80. Narrate in the meantime is being wild.
And instead of just over the tubes, unfortunately, Drone got a little wild. They're not clearing the angles. And Xander there to capitalize. And he's gonna get this spike planted, sure, but again, at what cost? 2 players dead. I guess when you look at this round and you say, hey, what do we bring into this one? You put yourself in a pretty good spot. Nismo needs to be aware as he just starts running through mid. Trick punishes. Oh my God, does it again.
Trick got
There goes
2.
the dynamic duo. Looking to work hand in hand. Instead, they go down 1 by 1. Drone goes out. It finds the tag. The pit still to be worked through. Is EU and John now trying to work hand in hand. Still worried about the player out towards mid. Trick, no way. Dies to the turret. I mean, it's just poetic the way that Trick dies there. The Viper also going to go down. Unfortunately, in the bus stop, Narrate never noted. And he'll take the clutch to tie us up.
Everyone's so heavy.
Little bit of oversight there on that one. Obviously pretty crazy to be able to get the kill at the turret and get the kill onto Ainge to get that Viper's Pit down, but Trick did so much work in the middle of the map. It basically canceled out what Xander accomplished at long, and then yeah, they just had no idea where Narrate was. He's able to sneak in behind in there and really eliminate any hopes of a defusal, and so that's a thrifty round there from Mad Lions.
It's a big
tie
thrifty.
this thing up at 3 apiece. They have 3 alts to their name as well.
They can start turning things a little bit into their favor here now.
Great opportunity here to start extending their own lead. Wasting no time pressuring A here.
Oof, that'll slow things down. Good flash over the top. Ismo capitalizes. Next row taken off the board, and I believe that was a lockdown that they were hoping to be able to play with. Won't have that one here in this round. And the longer it takes to get that lockdown down, you know, the more rounds it takes, the more rounds EU is going to be working towards that Hunter's Fury. So that always has to be in the back of the minds here of Mad Lions.
That's very true. As they've been kind of slowed down by just an overwhelming defense being in place here at A. Once again, just kind of trusting in Xander to solo hold B and kind of keep that Killjoy utility active towards kitchen and middle to kind of keep tabs on that while they just hold numbers here at the back of A side. They'll be rewarded for their patience.
That's not going to get anybody, though.
Utilize his here. Try and clear out some of the angles. Backside, unfortunately, nobody taking no.
What an angle!
Back is turned and Ainge to spray them all down. 3 kills for the Viper. Won the way of the Jet. And that'll take 3 of his own as Xander catches 1 on the way out. The ropes were heard, but Trick unspotted. As he takes a step up front sight. 2 snake bites to play with. But so many angles to be wary of. He tosses out the Viper Molotov. The play his way slowly to the right again. 1v2 as that wall goes up. A tap onto the spike. One more not ready for it. Ainge trying to turn around as the recon bolt needs to be dealt with. Shock darts come through. Spray comes down. Xander still alive. The player inside jail. It's Trick to get it done in the 1v1, and Mad Lions take the lead.
That's tough, bro.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy that M80 had so many members available at the back of the site to defend that no one was watching the screen side. The fact that Ainge is able to get around and 3 people are all looking the other way, you gotta have someone keeping tabs, man. You have the numbers there. That's kind of wild to me that Ainge got away with that. That basically won the round right there. Definitely oversight on their part. I'm just kind of communicating who's watching what, and
now M80's got to worry about pumping the brakes a little bit here.
Angle, as we are going to see them be on, you know, the low buy coming into this next round, and so Mad Lions could definitely start extending that lead a little bit.
I will say that is a little unsettling, right? That point that you just made, where you look back to Pearl, and Nismo was ready for the round-the-world flank from Zexro. Was sitting on the angle, kills him immediately as he sees him. Then we fast forward to this after we're thinking, okay, these guys are pretty drilled. These guys, they really have it down how they want to play the game. And the chaos caused in that round, and they're all looking the wrong way. They have absolutely no idea what's going on. It makes me wonder, again, I'd have to look back and see, maybe Koala put the wall down, but it was spammed, and so they weren't expecting somebody from that angle. Either way, a huge oversight, and Mad Lions find an early lead, which,
all right,
again,
so you do have a revive available to you, though.
You
got two ults.
Showing early signs of life like this, taking an early
if you're
lead
M80,
like this,
right?
It bodes
Could
very
be worse
well for Mad Lions and their fans.
Yeah, definitely doing a pretty good job here, no doubt about it. Sheriff's a plenty for M80. That's about it. They do have a couple of ults available if they want to spend them here, but likely will be carried over. Again, they've been favoring this like heavy A-stack defense, but I mean, Mad Lions still broke it last round through sheer brute force and just like one unchecked angle basically from M80, despite having the numbers in place. And at what point does Mad start to kind of read into that, start kind of spreading the map a little bit more and starting to force M80 to respect mid and B a little bit more so they can't keep doing these stacks? Unless they just feel really confident in their B retakes. I mean, must be the other part of it for M80.
This round to me kind of feeling like a throwaway, right?
Yeah, it's definitely a gamble.
Yeah, a huge retake tool in the null command, and you put Nismo here on an island. Fortunately, he survived, so if they want to use it, they could, but there is a world where Nismo just got ran down and completely denied anything. But still alive, still finding damage. Shots are landing. Zexro, there's the null command. There's a backstab, and EU a second too late. Two players dealt with. Zexro, the lurk out towards mid. Able to find that first. The null command still pulsing, though. Nismo will be resurrected.
Here.
John Q to get him back on the board. Resurrection also available. I don't know if they want to expend that one. Yes, they do, but unfortunately, nobody there to play off the back end of the bait. Xander takes 2 deaths on the round, but the Sheriff starts to come back to fruition. Out towards Long. EU changed the angle to find the ult through Long. And he's able to find 1 kill, leaving it just up to 1. And it looks like Ainge is going to get the job done. That's exactly what he'll do. It's the eBay clutch the way of Ainge.
Oh
wow.
My goodness,
they traded.
M80 levied everything at that. Even though they were on full Sheriffs, they burnt through all of the ults they could. Null command, the resurrection, the Hunter's Fury. They sent it all, and they had it seemingly in their hands. They had a 3 versus 1 post plant, but then Ainge just tees off. I don't even know how we saw any of EU there to get that 4th frag. That was just in the blink of an eye it was done. And man, that's a pretty big miss for M80 to commit that much and falter. That one's got to sting.
Definitely one you wish you could have back, because we get the pit on top of pipes out towards A. And there's not a lot of room to hide here if you're the Viper, and Xander's actually been tagged up. And we know this ultimate is not the ultimate we used to know and love. It does not stand for long, especially when Xander's been dealt with like that. Narrate pushes forward.
Fair, Chad, I guess if we go 3 games.
Once more, the shock darts.
I could probably do my interview before I go to bed.
Outside of it was drone. So the spike goes down, a pit of their own as Ainge will plop down his swamp.
Right here.
The lockdown on both ends. We'll see if this forces everybody off the site. Actually,
it won't kill the pit.
No, not at all.
The Viper can stay in the corner here and keep it alive, so maybe misplaced? I don't know.
I mean, do you even hunt this? Okay, they do. They spam. They find the 1 player detained, but how much more can you afford? Push your way through the pit. Drone is going to take the fight right forward. Okay, EU, how about you have yourself a round? As a player up top in Nest Narrate on the flank, they have to get onto the spike, and there's the backstab. Are you expecting the Jet to flank? No, you're not. That's exactly why it works, and Mad, a 3-round lead.
I feel like at this point,
so Mad's starting to build it out here.
How many times have Mad Lions used mid-late? I mean, they've done it almost every round. You know, it hasn't always been narrate, obviously, but I mean, they
going to fracture maybe
had either Zexro or
kind of too early to tell. To be fair,
mid position late to do those blindside type plays. So, would have expected M80 to maybe have an idea for that, but to no avail. Mad Lions are really starting to get some momentum here. They're really starting to get successful with these A hits, man. I mean, they definitely are hitting this nice.
Oh, okay. All right, EU. Nice one tap. EU finds that kill onto Ainge. So aggression down B long. And M80 now we're starting to get this read. Hey, these guys, if they're hitting the A side, they're going to do it until it breaks. So let's go ahead and find a way to break it. Good sheriff shots. Okay, John.
That's big shots there.
Hunter Fury coming on through from EU, who just used it, mind you. And he finds a random spam onto Trick. What is going on, Dust?
That's his third of the half. 9 rounds in.
So now can Zextro find... Never mind.
Oh, and the thrifty response from him.
I was just thinking he'd find at least one, but...
In the game. And they pick up a bunch of free rifles with 4 players surviving that round. That was just... That was a little sloppy. I ain't gonna lie about it. But still, so well done. Now the economy for Mad is pretty rough. So, I mean, there's a chance for M80 to still tie this half if they can win this round. Mad Lions would be scraping the bottom of the barrel for a bye next round if they lose here.
Yeah, we have been hyping up Mad Lions in the rounds that they've won, right? 6-4 thus far, but they have been very close. It's come down to the wire just about every single round. I don't think we've got ourselves a flawless yet here on Icebox. This one, there's a chance at it. If drone goes down, he can be resurrected. No commando going to turn off the abilities. Fortunately, John QD just out of range, so he stalls for a moment longer. But look at the space being taken. Koala was ready for it. Here's the rope. And sits down a Zex row. Xander gonna play lineups of his own as Trick goes aggressive. It's right into the face of 2 defenders. Wall in hand, and Narrate will punish. Koala is down. And this round maybe not looking winnable for M80 until John takes matters into his own hands. But Ainge, the man of the hour,
they can go into half tied here still.
Rounds in the clutch, and he looks to do it again here as the last one standing. 1 for 1 the trade. Snake bites are out, 70 HP, and EU a bit quicker on the draw. The round will go the way of M80.
EU's nasty.
Dude, I think he's near 20 kills in just 1 half. And there's still 1 round left to play.
Show us the ace again. Show us the ace again.
What is he at? 18 now? 19?
Last round in the half.
Yeah, 19.
19 and a half. Absolutely fragging us. You know what off.
Man's on a heater today.
Yeah.
What can you say?
Going
and
ape
this
shit.
Is an M80 team where we come into it and we say, yeah, Koala Noob's crazy, man. Also, Nismo's pretty good. Here, look at their stats.
And now this week, now this
the other players,
the challengers just getting all fucking crazy, Chad.
EU, Xander, John, like, what about us? Look at this. I'll go 19-8 right now for you. I'll show you that I can put the same numbers.
That's almost 2 KPR.
Yeah.
Standing ahead.
That is...
yeah, just behind it. And damage per round. They've been crazy with the Hunter's Fury as well. Like, it makes no sense, but just EU things.
Spike plant allows them to still get a pretty decent buy here, though there is 1 Guardian and 1 Judge, and Xander is just, he's also teed off a few times this game.
And Xander was kind of the start of the rounds for M80, and EU's been trying to drag them, kicking and screaming across the finish line in the rounds that we've seen just previous.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, just getting outside themselves with a bit too much aggression.
That should allow them to go to half tied. It's like we were talking about, Chad.
Ainge, who's been solid. This is a very tall task. A lockdown will keep him at bay for now. So many angles to play through. He's worked his way all the way through A. So that space is clear, sure. Unfortunately, the cost of that was his team dying.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how he sneaks his way into this one. He'd have to do some Tom Clancy, Splinter Cell, Metal Gear Solid, paper bag.
30 seconds left.
Cardboard box. I don't know. Yeah, it's not happening, is it?
Nope. Koala Noob.
All right, we're tied up, champ.
6-6 on a half where Mad Lions looked so incredibly strong. It does come down, I think, really to this pistol here, not in way of rounds, but just in way of momentum, right? Mad, it would be everything. It would mean everything to be able to go back to this, right? Win this pistol on defense, keep that momentum in your favor, get it back in your favor, or else we all know that M80 will just run away with it.
I will say this, if it wasn't for Ainge, that round you just saw, and then that 3K spray down he got on A site, those two individual plays is what kept it even. Outside of that, M80 could have very easily been up 8-4, maybe even 9-3, just based on economy when you really think about it. So Ainge came up massive with his 14 frags, some of them coming in critical moments to keep this thing tied up at 6 apiece.
All right, our Moist video is starting to get a few more hits on it. Let's go.
Here, 4 players out towards long for M80. Some sheriff shots.
When is G2 playing? G2 played yesterday. Yesterday?
Retrieve.
Yeah, yesterday.
Narrate so close to finding the first kill here in the round. It's only going to be a bit of damage onto Xander. Should be able to get that healing.
This is actually the last game
nicely. Meanwhile, Narrate just has to
last
get
matchup of the
no
week for NA Challengers.
No heals, and he's backed all the way to Snowman.
They did Monday through Wednesday instead of Wednesday through Friday this week because of Sao Paulo. Because lock-in's going in tomorrow.
From yellow, but so far no commitment just yet from 80. But top screen goes back up, and now the press will begin. Narrate able to grab one.
G2 beat Oxygen 2-0 yesterday.
A second one. At that, Nismo not allowing another. We're even up at 3 apiece. John Key trying a little bit of a late lurk up through the middle, but it's being watched by drone.
Enemy down.
Oof. Gives M80 the single man advantage. They are going to push him to be here still.
A little deep, and he's also holding the angle off that the alarm bot is playing, right? Drone didn't necessarily need to be there. Unfortunately, it was. Good shock dart, though. Trick. Gonna turn this round upside down. Nismo with a safe passage to plant, though, as that barrier orb goes up. John Cutie here on the backstab. John, if you want to have yourself a knife, why don't you go ahead and do it? There's the first, there's the second. Make it 3
and they'll be able to get the spike down for a
pistol.
little bit extra money.
Did you notice he just dodged a 0 point there as well? Like, I think there was one. Yeah, dude. I think Drone actually, because he came through middle, I think he had just thrown one. And John Kitty just backpedals right before it lands and then sets the flank in for the final 2 frags.
But yeah, so the first matchup today,
attention to detail.
Calorix.
Yeah. We've seen
Calorix?
a very misleading 0
Calorix, right? Calorix. First matchup today was OR Esports versus Disguise. Disguise won 2-1.
Are playing the nooks and crannies.
Yesterday, G2 beat Oxygen 2-0. FaZe beat Shopify Rebellion 2-1. And then Monday, the Guard lost to TSM 2-0. Turtle Troop won 2-0 versus Moist Mobiles.
What's a board game?
Collectively, we're old.
Hey, Chess made a comeback, so I mean
that is true.
So maybe we can get something else to come back as well.
Shoots and Ladders is probably a phone app nowadays.
Might be. It's nothing like tic-tac-toe though, baby. Can't wait to be an Olympian. Anyway, as we are going to see this
gosh, here we go.
its way into a plant here from Koala Noob, thanks to the
barrier esports jokes. G2 looked really good.
He's staying tucked.
Yeah, he is.
We talked with Tanner in
go ahead, man. Knife it out.
Video with him and a chat with him
everything
last
or
week.
Nothing. Koala sitting here on the angle.
Asked him if
not afforded anything though. Unfortunately, nobody pushes on through.
He
so
thought
backs away,
if
slow
we thought G2 was really that good, and they really proved they were this week.
Trick unfortunately has to put the bow down as he's been grounded from that one for about 8 seconds. And Matt, I mean, you just got to storm your way in and try to find some kills at this point. There's absolutely no time to really get anything done, and that's what Drone will do. Finds one.
8-6 here.
Marshall in hand, Trick, and hope to find some on the way out himself. Looking to play the jump Marshall, and unfortunately, nothing comes to fruition. So Koala the only to die there. Drone collecting that frag, but M80 2 rounds the lead.
Yeah, and this isn't even much of a bonus round. They got 3 rifles and a Spectre, so I mean, Koala able to buy out the Vandal as well, or get dropped one, I believe, by Nismo. So they are sitting pretty right now to try to get the 3-0 start. Last time, Mad Lion stole it away. That's what got the game close.
Chat will also be over here live tomorrow watching Sao Paulo.
Maybe something a little bit aggressive at A here on Mad Lions with this really forward.
Also, man, appreciate y'all coming in here and vibing with your boy at night. For real, it means a lot. If y'all haven't done so, do me a favor, hit the like button. It seems to help with that algorithm. Helps people either find it while we're live or afterwards. It means a lot.
He will get darted by the owl drone.
Trick just hoping and praying that he goes unnoted. That way he can get some value out of that judge, or else the retake with the judge doesn't feel the best. The timing on the wall is going to slow things down, and you have to think with this wall, there's a lot of angles for M80 to clear, so they're going to do their due diligence. working their way on up. We'll see if anybody from Mad can capitalize. As Angel silently dropped down onto the A site, look to play back-to-back with Drone.
0 point back for Nismo to help start clearing the side out. Other utility will start pouring in as well here as the recon ball. They start walking down the site. There's 2 up against the back wall. Drone has been spotted, and now he's been dealt with. Narrate on the rotation up top, able to get 1, but EU trades it immediately.
Yeah, good return from EU there. The cast through the roof here for this M80 squad. Nismo going to collect his X-Row as he tries to back away to screens. And Ainge now, the next one up to the plate. It's a very healthy Nismo. You can't quite say the same.
This is tough. It's going to reset Mad, too.
With it, and hey, how about it? 4 kills to EU, and that number in that kill section, the kill column, just continues to rise now.
They're going to have to Shiko here.
23 and 15 played.
Not bad. He was quiet, though. I will say he came into it the half at 19. Those are his first 4, so maybe feeling a bit more comfortable, a bit more proficient with a rifle in hand. I think something worth noting is the trade value from M80, right? Any fight they take, just about, somebody is there to trade it out. Unless it's Koala getting a little crazy, which you can't really do on the Sage. Narrate, however, on an island there.
And not a whole lot that Mad Lions can bring to the table as far as firepower is concerned on this round. Narrate trying to play a little bit of an off angle here with the Marshall and try to make something happen. He's tagged Nismo up pretty well, but not quite going to find the frag. Shock Dart not going to be enough to stop this plan either from Koala.
Speaking of, Koala finds a kill on to Narrate. Zexro good to trade with the Stinger, and a Recon Bolt will catch the M80 players rotating off this site, but Nismo just has to survive. Yep, line up Larry's. Fragment available, Snake Bites available, bounces just off the wall, but it still lands promptly on top of that. Spike, Shock Dart just behind it, and if you're Mad Lions, I mean, you're just walking to the cooker here. It's the air fryer, everything being used, and the respect given over to use this Hunter Shuri next up for M80. Now they start to take the fights, and the bodies are starting to fall for Mad Lions. Their mains have been trimmed, and M80 will find it.
I would have preferred to keep a 3rd rifle standing, but beggars can't be choosers, you know?
Up to 24 now. So keeping that well over 1 KPR, very much alive. Back to the full buy, though, is Mad Lions, including an operator for Narrate. Thing is, if they lose this, they're in a pretty precarious position because they would be force buying to stop M80 from getting a free map and series point, right? So they really need this win, because if not, they're force buying to survive the rest of the series.
Yeah, the rest of the way up.
Really. So this is a critical time, and definitely a good call to make the timeout here. Talk it through or try to figure out.
Yeah.
I personally think their mission is to figure out where is Narrate going to be able to have the most impact early with this op. Where do we think he can get an opening pick? Because it feels like, you know, it's been a lot of first bloods from M80 in this second half so far.
And M80 have done a pretty good job. I think maybe we see it up atop 410, that headshot angle, just because M80, that's like the one angle they're pushing without heaps of utility. We saw them challenge it in that last round, obviously an eco round, so this one could be quite different. Unfortunately, just looking at the start of this round, it doesn't look like M80 want to go that way.
M80 certainly looked to test long B early, but Trick and Ainge are looking to play forward here, so depending on timing, this could get interesting. Spike is with John Cutie, though, over towards A, so maybe just a little bit of a feint being thrown here by M80. Aldrone goes forward. Trick is going to remain hidden, though.
And if this is a feint, they could be baiting themselves in, right? Kind of haphazardly investing this utility, not completely clearing because they don't want to go this way. And oh my goodness, Trick could have got so much more, but he drops down into the aim of 2. And it's a 1-for-1 trade. Ainge here still to battle it out, though. The damage being dealt. Eventually, Ainge will fall. So 2 for 2 thus far. That spike slowly making its way up B main, out towards this B side, and Zexro stands atop the site. Next up to deal with is Nismo. Drone here. Try and play savior. That knife gets dealt with. No suppression. Seems no, it actually does go off. So 2 for now. Means that toxic screen gonna be down. And it's free and clear. There's a Visine for that. Says Mad Lions. They get rid of the green screen. This spike get to be planted. 15 seconds left. Somebody's got to make a move. Beautiful flash on the backside, and Nismo just sprays them down. Spike planted basically for free.
Come out for
John finds himself in a tough spot. Out goes the turret. The Blaze is behind it. No! What a turret it was. It blocks Narrate from dashing to safety after the knives go wide. And the round is M80's.
Oh boy, Nismo came up with a double at just the right time to allow that plan from John Kitty. Things were getting tense. They were getting stalled for a very long time. But Nismo getting that double up, and I mean, that turret, an MVP that round, bro. I mean, good lord.
That was honestly a really good turret.
It couldn't have blocked.
I don't think that was the original intention of it, but you love when you see it work out though with that.
That is, yeah, it feels bad for Narrate. And as you said,
it is. Forced by to survive.
Yep, gotta force on into it. It's pretty strong utility across the board. I think Ainge's the only one really missing the majority of their utility. One snake bite to play with, and that's about it. Zexro close to the lockdown. See if he can find a kill in this round, because Altor seemingly out of the question. Trick on the Hunter Shuri is going to be one of the larger tools in thwarting this M80 attack.
Yeah, I tried to get the mid pressure off here defensively, but M80 was able to read it and just bypass it, just get onto this A slide, get the Viper spit down, and just look to play the 5-on-5 nose plant. John already found an early one, lockdown perhaps used to push them off. What are you gonna do? A lot of pressure here.
That doesn't find anybody. Gets one. He's gonna get enough for a second.
You said 5-on-5 post plant, and as you said it, Zexro immediately deleted off the server here in this round.
All right, so Mad Lions
the lockdown will be
down
available
one
in way of death for Zexro. Meanwhile, they don't have it here in this. Narrate goes up top. I mean, a pit to work through. They've got no time, and they're just gonna try and send it. Still pushing their way through the pit. It's Nismo to fall. Koala and EU though happy to have a couple of kills, and Xander will cap it off. Mad Lions tried their darndest as they hopped into the swamp. Unfortunately, that's a land mammal, not meant for the swamp. An M80 on match and series point.
And it's still slim pickings for Mad Lions. They're going to have to go for a couple of Spectres here, a Bulldog for Ainge. They do have at least a couple of ults, the lockdown in particular being a very good one for retakes. So there's definitely still a couple of tools at their disposal, but M80 just seems like a well-oiled machine right now, showing no signs of slowing down.
All right, last round here, chat. What do we think? Mad Lions bouncing back here, right? 7 straight? Definitely. Forces overtime with 6.
Didn't quite deal with the utility that I think they were hoping for. Meanwhile, Mad Lions, he pushed all the way up, Narrate. And, I mean, no urgency really to get out of there. And unfortunately, Drone tried to turn around to help him out. And Drone's now dead, so 2 players off the board. A resurrection makes this one 5 alive for M80. It's 13-6 is what we saw on Pearl. It's quite possible that history repeats itself as we moved over to Icebox. The self-heal, the fragment, the slow, the Vipers.
Now it's all up to Zexro.
Ainge is just having himself a good time as he goes down.
What a Viper spit, bro. This is sorry, that buckled me. I don't think I've quite seen a Viper spit deployed there before.
I just wanted to lock it down. You know, you can only play through mid or A, go right back into the welcome arms of Zexro. He'll take the fight with EU, and there is still a world where Zex can hang on here. But it's a bit of Killjoy utility and 3 players still on the other side, although Ainge forfeited his life. Zexro a bit more diligent here in this one. Nismo on the long angle will eventually get it done.
There it is, chat. M80 able to wrap it up in a sweep,
what
chat.
They did as they remain undefeated after a 2-0 victory of Mad Lions.
Indeed, they are the ones that remain without a loss here in this group, and they did so in pretty convincing fashion. you know, obviously it's one of those.
I know it's been a little bit quieter in the back half than it was in the front half, man. This game kind of got a little out of control, little one-sided, especially towards the end.
Top their group, G2 across the bow.
I really appreciate everyone coming in here and hanging out with your boy, man.
We have a lot of things to
It
talk
really
about
means a
here
lot.
for M80, but I would love to get Bach's thoughts on kind of some of the positives that we saw from this Bad Lions team. How about the
chat
change there, Bach?
I am going to wrap up a little quicker today, though. Why is this doing this? What the? Huh? I'm gonna wrap up a little quicker today, though, just because I am gonna be waking up like really early in the morning. I'm gonna be interviewing a homie of mine from over in the APAC realm, chatting some Apex, heading into the next split. For those of y'all who are in here hanging out, we do more and covers Valorant over here. So if y'all enjoy the vibes, y'all are esports fanatics like your boy, feel free to check around some of the other playlists. We will be back live tomorrow over here though for VCT lock-in. All right. We'll be probably live around 11:30. That's kind of been. We usually pop live about 30, probably about 20 minutes. 20 minutes, 15 minutes before game time. So we can kind of check in, see how things are doing. See what they're talking about in the last little bit before the Des, do map pools, picks and bans, see the players get started, so on and so forth, all right? Do me a favor if y'all in here, if y'all haven't hit the like button, do that for me. It seems to help out a lot with the algorithm. Man, y'all have been crushing it here recently with the new videos, the lives, the shorts. Y'all have been absolutely crushing it, helping me soak my teeth in this algorithm a little bit. Y'all are fucking amazing. But until we catch y'all back over here for the next one, man, don't forget, with everything crazy going on in the world today, be true, be you, be sincere, game hard and love hard, all right, y'all? It's your boy Q, signing out.